and environment impact on personality.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because I had this clip I wanted to show you from this Vaknin-Granin discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all I know about this situation between them two is basically what you've told me, that they've had a falling out.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Another.
He just did kind of like an intro thing on this long discussion. I don't know what that's about. It's kind of weird and unexpected, but
Someone else I was talking to about it was saying that Vaknin is accusing Granin of stealing his work, and Vaknin has a new girlfriend. And I'm just like, well, yeah, I mean, this shouldn't really be a shocker. You know, he is a narcissist after all.
right.
And I think, to be fair, like I'm pretty sure those two had a falling out before, or maybe at least a kind of time apart.
I don't know.
But in terms of a narcissist getting pissed off with a colleague, I mean, yeah, that's no surprise. And they have an accusation of, especially like if he's meant to be the authority in narcissism, and there's other people going around speaking the gospel or whatever, you know, it's like taking his limelight away. And you know, it's no surprise that he's going to be like, well, people are stealing his work, even if they are friends, even if they are like teammates in a way.
Well, I listened to all of this, and I thought it was fabulous. And there was a piece in here that I was particularly interested in because it talks about personality, and it's a pretty good argument for crazy bitch boot camps. And it also it reminded me of a lot of the stuff I talk about with my clients' kids, that they send their daughters to university, and it totally indoctrinates them into this feminist cult. And then they start doing stuff out of their normal, how they were raised, completely different structure, but you put them in a completely different environment, and then they, follow the crowd and all that kind of stuff. Bandit. No, I haven't watched it yet. I heard that he didn't say anything new that the crazy bitches haven't already said, so I haven't watched it yet. I was
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, you.
I was gonna say I was gonna finish my crazy bitch bingo card, and then maybe have a listen to it. See which crazy bitch fed him a bunch of bullshit.
That I know that's kind of like a style of your presentation or whatever. I don't know if this is like a criticism or not, but the way you phrase it probably doesn't help him. I'm not sure if you're trying to help him see the error in his ways or whatnot, but the framing doesn't. How do I say it? Doesn't really. It's like saying to someone, it's like saying, I'm trying to teach you, but you're a fucking idiot. It's like, well, that doesn't really help, because it's like a oxymoron almost. It's like how can someone learn if they're being sort of insulted at the same time?
No, he's a crazy bitch puppet. like I've already heard him say shit that literally Alice made up. So, and honestly, Billy, I've had enough of that
Yeah,
dude
no,
personally. I mean, the kind of shit he's said about me. I mean, the kind of pejorative and fucking insults, and I mean, he literally is attacking Manlatopia because he believes that he's my son.
yeah. I mean, I don't want to get into
Right.
the nitty gritty
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, because I
And I
want to
don't
do
really
that
know,
later.
you know, I
Yeah.
don't really, well, uh, and I don't really know what your uh, desired outcome is. Like, if you're trying to show him errors, or if you don't give a fuck about what happens to him or whatnot. So
I mean, I still stand behind what I've been saying for months as I have been advocating for his fucking mental health, that he's being fucked with by crazy bitches. Miss Elite, Alice, Scorpthought, they've all been emotionally fucking terrorizing him. Also, some of his like brothers that came from Alice's little camp over there
I think the
have
point I'm
been
trying to,
leading him astray. So
yeah.
I
Well, I
I
think that
don't really know what to say about his behavior. I know who you surround yourself with results in, your behavior. So,
I just think the message that you're being puppeted is getting obscured by other things. So that message that you're being puppeted isn't reaching the destination. It's like,
right.
you fucking idiot, you're being puppeted. So instead of like hearing you're being puppeted, he's hearing like, you just called me a fucking idiot.
Oh, he called me a
No, I
bitch.
don't
He
know. I don't
called
know. I'm not
me.
being
I haven't even
being
I
hyperbolic.
haven't even said it. I haven't even said the in response any of the insulting, fucking sadistic bullshit that he's flung in my direction. I've been nothing but nice to this dude, and I've been trying to make excuses for his behavior because I've seen it unfold. I've seen, when so and so talked to him and how that changed his behavior, and he's stuck on this
Right.
whole wrench thing. Or
Well, I've seen it with, like, you might say to someone else, like, check out this misogynistic, not misogynistic, misandrist, feminist, crazy chicken head bitch, and
Mhm,
then you might and they look how they're lying and all this sort of stuff.
mhm.
So before you're describing any of the behaviors, which really is the important part of what you're trying to point out, you got these, well, I suppose it would be classed as like slurs or shaming or insults. So it takes away from actually the point that you're trying to make.
Mm.
Even though I know it's like somewhat appropriate, you're being accurate. They are misandrist, they are a feminist, they are doolally or whatever. But it's almost like, if you omit such descriptions and
Mhm.
just call out what is what for what it is,
Mhm.
I think you'd make a more stronger case, because
So
in their
don't
defense,
don't point out that they're mentally unbalanced and deranged, psychopathic or insane, and say that they're, bad-tempered, malicious, or promiscuous women
to
that
some
are at
extent,
fault here.
yeah, to some extent, yeah. Instead,
Mhm.
you can infer that through the examination of their behavior.
Hmm.
Because in their defense, what they quite often retaliate back with is like,
Mhm.
that
You don't
bitch
know
good,
me.
something like that. Yeah, that bitch good mother doesn't know me, and she's saying all this crap about me, and they kind of they direct attention or focus to this that part of the statement or argument, and
Mhm.
skim over the actual accountability side of things.
Mm. Hmm.
Because if you wanted to say that they're crazy and they're mad,
Mm-hmm.
you could,
Clearly.
right? But if you point out the madness in their behavior, like maybe their hypocrisy or the contradictions or their way of logic processing,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of demonstrates their madness.
Ha-
And it kind of quantifies it. It kind of quantifies it a lot better than just saying someone is mad, because it's like, what do you mean by mad? What, quirky? What, eccentric? Or do you mean like completely off the deep end and they think we're all aliens, or I don't know.
Well,
It's just a suggestion.
yeah,
Just an
yeah. I
observation
mean, I,
suggestion.
I feel like I've spent many, many, many hours dissecting all of these crazy bitches, their behavior, their language, their actions, how it doesn't match their words, their
Yeah.
abusive behavior. Like, how much more of that is necessary
I
before
mean,
people are like, "Ooh, that is one crazy bitch." I mean, just
yeah.
the fact that
Well,
she
that's right. I mean,
attacked
I do that as well.
Contriver
Yeah. It's like
and called, yeah,
I'll do a long kind of explanation and then summarize it, be like, you're dealing with a dickhead here, you know.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I get it. I get why we do it. You know, it's kind of like, look, I'm lost for words, and it's just easier if I say like, this is just some screw loose, crazy, uh, whatever.
crazy lying bitch.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it's the
it's that kind of
worst.
balancing act of, um, does that does that do it justice, or
Mm.
does it convey what it is you really mean? I
Hmm.
don't know.
Hmm.
But what we're seeing and what we'll sort of notice is they'll focus their retaliation or their retort or their defense at, at things like that, rather than the actual point that is being made, which is usually something about their behavior and being accountable for it, or being responsible for their actions that they're doing.
Hmm. Well, should we just call him a narcissist slash BPD
Well, even
instead?
that, no, because especially now, I'm actually getting a bit pissed off with hearing people. I know I harp on about narcissism, but believe it
But
or
you know,
not,
but
even I piss myself off with saying
but
the N word.
but Billy, you know what you're talking about. These crazy bitches don't.
Well, that sort of riles me up a little bit even further,
Yeah.
because it's just like, it's too simplistic and doesn't really describe what is taking place,
Right.
or the significance of what is happening.
Right.
I don't want to have to get into a long spiel now about it, but you know,
Yeah.
when you're saying, I mean, I would at least have a little bit more leeway if they were to phrase it like, this person is very narcissistic, rather than just saying, oh, this is a narcissist. Because when you call someone a narcissist, full blown NPD,
Yeah.
you're implying that they are detached from reality and that they are in a shell of delusion.
Yeah. But
Now, unless you
that's
can
what
actually,
they are.
well, I mean, I know some people who are very much like that and who would probably qualify for
Yeah.
NPD. Um, but when other people are throwing it around willy nilly,
Mm-hmm.
I need to know. I need the evidence, as it were, of
Mm-hmm.
like, where is this detachment from reality? Because just because you don't like this person and they piss you off and they said some bad things about you, doesn't
Mm-hmm.
make them a full blown narcissist. But yet there they are being called one.
Right.
It makes me question the person who's doing the name calling, whether or not they're the ones who are actually the narcissist. But that's another story for another day.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
that's my own sort of personal gripe about the narcissist, um, label just being plastered around.
yeah.
It also devalues the meaning of it and the significance.
Well, and a lot of these narcissists are comorbid with all the other fucking cluster bees. So it's like they cycle through all these different things. And that's why I just call him a crazy bitch, because it's like the crazy bitch umbrella that has all these different personality defects, dysfunctions.
Yeah, I mean, it is very um, like contagion.
Yes, it
Very
is
contagion.
contagious.
Yeah,
Environment, and that's what Sam was kind of talking about in here. I mean, he was explaining environment and kind of the breakdown of how people's personalities and the interjects and all the different stuff. But that's why I kind of wanted to.
well,
That
even more so now in current times, environment and people's surroundings, their networks are going to be much more influential. Uh,
yes,
with there's been a gradual decline in self-esteem, but the knock-on effect of that um, is leaving people even more what we would class as more vulnerable. But what we mean by more vulnerable is things like
right,
they become more impressionable, they become more susceptible to influence and other people making decisions and doing the thinking on their behalf. So
right,
we're at a time, not only is there a low self-esteem, but there is a loss of self as a
hmm,
result.
yeah,
And without a sense of self, or even a form of self, this
hmm,
empty side, it's going to be filled in somehow or in some way. And this is where outside groups fill in that void. Or what happens is the individual tries to um, supplement their lack of self through introducing outside concepts into themselves.
yeah,
It's like I don't have a sense of self. I don't have my own mind, so I will develop a hive mind, and the rest of the world will think for me, and they will look instead of me looking after myself. I'll
right,
I'll I'll get the world to look after me, and in doing
yeah,
so, I basically do what the world tells me, and I just
yeah.
become like a sheep.
But why do some of these people pick the most idiotic members of the world to let think for them? That's what gets me stumped here in this scenario. It's like you're
It's
going to
not so much the idiotic; it's more of a case of what is easy versus what is hard. So it's a lot easier to have radical, imaginative, out there ideas and adopt those rather than more reality, hard graft, pragmatic disciplines.
right,
This is about escaping um, responsibility and accountability. You don't
right,
get that with reality.
right,
Reality holds you accountable. So if you're trying to avoid accountability, avoiding self care and being responsible for the self, you have to reject reality. So what do you
yeah,
have instead of it? You have the alternative, which is more fantasy based, and this is where we get this imaginative, creative,
yes,
doolally kind of far out there idea, the conspiracy theories
yeah,
and whatnot, and
flat Earth bullshit.
things of that sort of nature. Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
loads of different kind of conspiracies you can lean on. I mean, we're at the era of conspiracy now, where we're
right,
all sorts of uh, anything goes,
yeah,
transgender, whatever. I mean, we're on the verge of talking about like new world order kind of stuff here.
yeah,
Um, we're just talking about it in a sort of microcosm level, but
yes,
with like how we're talking about narcissism spreading out and leaching out or bleeding out into society. This is probably, I believe, the way in which the new world order has taken shape and form is via a collection of people with this sort of approach to having
Yeah.
this approach to dealing with life by
Yeah.
circumventing it.
Yeah. And that's something that Milo was saying in his Timcast thing. He was, because he was talking about America. And he was talking about how, one of the downfalls about getting rid of the monarch is like, okay, now you got a whole bunch of people in charge and you don't even know who they are. And guess what? They're the craziest bitches we have in our society. Are the ones in charge, the most delusional ones.
Yeah. But yeah, it's quite an amazing feat of achievement how
Right.
through these sort of covert, passive, somewhat subconscious directives, as in like motivations or intentions,
Yeah.
they coalesced into a unified sort of structure. In a little bit, if I make a sort of comparison to like MGTOW, it's a little bit like how each man is on their own journey in hopes that the destination that they reach ultimately is the same, that being a form of authenticity, of independence, of going their own way, of being a man. Now, it doesn't mean they congregate into a singular one-man life form. They are each their own man, but the goal is the same, that they actualize and become this man. So with these crazy people, not necessarily just bitches, but
Yeah.
with the I won't say crazy because that's a bit sort of flippant, but with the more creative, the more the lucrative minded type of person, how they can circumvent life and its responsibilities. They all try and do it their own different sort of way,
Right.
and naturally they are refining this craft, this art form of escaping accountability.
Yeah.
And it's funneling them into a singular direction now. I mean, that wasn't planned, but it's the natural.
Right.
It's almost like the evolution of narcissism in a way.
Exactly. Well, and it will evolve and degenerate even more because people allow it.
Right. I mean, obviously they're trying to cut corners and they want what's easy in life. So in part, one of those traits will be, well, what's most effective and efficient? What's the easiest way for me to manipulate someone? Is it going to be this long drawn out process, or is it going to be denial, gaslight, trigger them, and be like, bingo, we found. Oh, now I'm using the word bingo.
Bing.
But it's like, haha, eureka! This is the quickest and the easiest way to gain control, to gain power, and air quote succeed in life.
Right.
Others see it and they go, right, that's the way I'll do it then, because they were successful and I'll cut corners in the same manner.
Right.
That's another part of it, that kind of funneling aspect. But yeah, as much as we might not like to admit it, the narcissist is becoming more skillful in their art of manipulation.
Well, they try to shame and guilt, and I mean, I don't know, really.
I mean, it will ultimately backfire, because the more people who try and cut corners in this way, the more it brings attention. I mean, the best way the narcissist succeeds is by not being detected. If you could spot a narcissist, then they're failing at their job of being a narcissist, really, because you can pinpoint them and isolate them or whatever. But the more that people the more these narcissistic type people do these behaviors, the more attention they bring onto themselves. And this is why you get a lot of men's channels that are like, hey, we know the playbook now. It's because we've all seen it so many times.
Yeah.
It's no longer a secret.
Right.
And in part, this is why the people who are narcissistic have to like up their game and try other ways. But there's only
Yeah.
so many different ways you can really cut corners before you're caught out.
Right. Yeah, and what Harley brings up is, see, that's where I put that's where I put the most blame is the enablers, the people that create these people. Because without those other people, the other half of the person's behavior, the people that give in to these crazy bitches, like I feel like, and especially in the current situation that's been going around, like the enablers, the ones that cheerlead their really destructive behavior, those I find even more disgusting. Those are some sadistic fucking crazies. Like they want to see them destroy themselves.
Yeah, there's different aspects that are piled on. Not just like trying to cut corners in life, but transferring the blame, transferring the pain, deflection, and all that kind of stuff as well is part of it.
Yeah.
I suppose that's why, like, in many ways, narcissism is like a full-time job. They don't get a moment's break from it.
Well, but we've created these people, Billy. The non-narcissists create the narcissists. The non-narcissists that are too cowardly to speak up and point out misbehavior.
Somewhat. I mean, the enablers are definitely fueling the narcissist. Now, whether or not if you cut the enabler off, that doesn't mean the narcissist is no longer. They'll still be a narcissist. It's just that they're not going to be a very successful one.
And then people that usually don't succeed at something will try something else. How about not being a narcissist? How about we reward?
Well, that's one of those controversial areas, because in a sort of definition kind of way, if they are indeed an actual narcissist, then there is no cure. They are stuck with that. It's hardwired. There is no alternative option for them.
Maybe in the old days.
But if they can no longer be a narcissist, then in that definition, then they weren't truly a narcissist in the first place.
Exactly.
They might have been highly narcissistic, and they've been able now to learn how to keep that in check and minimize it, which is more hopeful and more more coexistence able. You know, but if you've got a full-blown narcissist, then
I don't know. I have a hard.
Yeah, we're just splitting hairs, really.
I know, we're splitting crazy bitch hairs, Billy.
Do you want to move on to this video? Because
I do. Yeah. It's maybe like a 10-minute little clip here. I do recommend here. I'm gonna drop this in the chat too. I do recommend people that are into this kind of content to check it out. But this is good.
Strong intuition or suspicion that this set of principles is subject to change. I don't think it's fixed. I think it is mutable. It changes as well.
But slower
much
than
more
everything
slowly.
else, yeah.
Much more slowly, which gives the illusion that you are continuous.
Okay.
This illusion that you're continuous is called personality.
So roughly over a 3-year period, you would have the same principles, and that gives you the illusion of continuity. We call that personality. But over 10 years, those principles will, if your life changes, with new experiences.
Yes, your principles will be adopted, and you will begin to select different other self states. If 10 years ago, you would select self states 1, 7, and 19.
Yes.
10 years later, as your set of selection criteria, as your set of principles modified by life, by experience, you would begin to select other self states.
Right.
And it is this set of principles, selection criteria, coupled with the self states,
Yes.
that you exhibit to the world, which is what we call personality.
Are you familiar with systems thinking?
Yes.
Yeah, this is beautifully maps on.
It borrows, of course.
Yeah.
It borrows from the systems, internal family systems, and so on. So we're beginning to see a much more flexible definition of what it is to be human. While hitherto, we have a very rigid German, no offense to anyone present, very
You said rigid then German.
German, yes.
What an outrage.
I'm being redundant as usual. A rigid German or hierarchical approach. There's a boss, there's workers, everyone obeys, and so on. This is not how humans are constructed. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The most models in psychology are dead wrong, in my view. This is not how humans are a river. They're in flux.
Yes.
Everything is in flux. Even the banks of the river change.
Yes.
Everything is in flux.
Yes.
It is true that over extended periods of time, we would have the same selection criteria. We'll have the same set of principles on how to select self-states, which self-states will emerge to respond to environments. So we give the illusion or the impression that we are constant, that we are the same. But over longer periods of time, we change, and we change dramatically to the point that you can easily say that you have another personality. Any human being will tell you this is true. You don't need any psychologist for this. Ask your grandmother.
Yeah.
Anyone will tell you this is true.
Yeah.
And it's shocking that psychology is denying this.
Right?
It's shocking.
Psychology is very egotistical in that way. And this is a very ego damaging model. If you're very attached to the idea, it's me, I have my free will, and I'm doing this. This model blows that apart.
Don't forget, the fathers of psychology were medical doctors, neurologists, and so on, psychiatrists. The fathers of psychology were medical doctors, and their ambition was to make psychology a science. So they created the physics of the mind, psychoanalysis. You can construct an analytic model of the mind, and there is mechanics of the mind. There are moving parts. If you know the parts, you can predict behavior, and so on and so forth. This is a thoroughly wrong model.
Yeah.
Thoroughly. I mean, I can't emphasize the word thoroughly enough. It's a seriously flawed model of how humans work. And unfortunately, it's a prevailing model. But it's seriously wrong.
These identity principles that people are operating on, which is almost like the highest level behind which everything else falls in line, even those can be cultural. They can be given to you. If you're a 35-year-old banker in Prague.
I said socialization.
Yeah, so even that, the very depths of you, the thing that is leading everything.
You move a person from one culture to another.
Right.
He develops a totally new personality, values, everything.
Everything might not change, but it could change.
Most things do change, actually. You conform. So if there's a personality, if there's a self, it's unchangeable. How do people change to that extent? You know, people are super traditional when it comes to sex in one culture. They move to another culture, they become super promiscuous.
Yes.
How can you explain this?
Yeah.
This is a fundamental shift, you know. And so people are empathic in one setting, and then they're put in another setting, they become totally cruel and disympathetic.
Yes.
For example, soldiers. Soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in flux. What I'm suggesting is that there is a set of instructions. When you are faced with environment 1, you should choose self-state A.
Yes.
When you are changed with environment 7, you should choose self-state Q. If you write down these principles, this is your personality.
Right.
This is your personality.
Yes.
The self-state dictate behavior via the constructs and the introjects, as I said. The self-states modify your behavior in reality. So your behavior is an outcome of your personality. But what is not true to say is that your personality is an entity that is fixed or never changes.
Yeah.
It's heuristic. It reacts to the environment. It reacts to changes. And so...
Reacts to changes, Billy. I just heard a really good argument for crazy bitch boot camps.
I would describe it as a calibration. So your personality is calibrating to the surroundings for what you would consider to be normal behavior or acceptable behavior.
Right.
And in that way, it's in a flux.
But it's all based on environment, though, is the thing.
Yeah. Well, because you're trying to fit in. You're trying to have a relationship with the environment or an interaction with your environment. So if you're you can look at evolution in a way when our ancestors were living in the icy weathers or whatever, we were a lot more hairy. Why? Because the hair provided insulation. So we adapted on a physiological level to our environment. And those in hotter and sunnier areas became darker skinned, for example.
Yeah.
They might debate that, whatever, but fuck them.
Right.
You know, you get the point though. Like, we adapt.
Right. Yes.
Not just in a personality way, but in a physiological way as well. And it's calibration. It's we adapt. Humans are great at adaptation, provided we are given enough time. So if you want someone to survive in the cold weather, they can. If you want someone to survive in hot tropical weather, they can. But if you take one or the other and dunk them in the opposite suddenly, they'll have a hard time. So we need time to alchemate. Is that the right word? Alchemate? Climatize to our surroundings. And that's what Vakinin is saying as well. Like, given periods of a duration of time, our personalities will change. They won't change overnight. It takes a while for these changes to take place. And another point I think which would be worth adding, I don't know, maybe Grannon was sort of saying it a little bit about with this ego part, is as a general kind of basis, we don't like changing. So we have this element which might seem as though we are rigid, and we might fool ourselves into believing like, I do not change. But then when you look at the evidence on an empirical level, like, well, how were you 10 years ago? You seem to be a very different person back then. Then it becomes evident. But in the mind of that person, they believe they're still the same person.
Right.
So the ego is holding on with this belief of like, I haven't changed at all. I'm still the same me. Maybe things around me have changed, but I am still, air quotes, true to who I am.
Right.
Here's another sort of interesting fun fact to throw into the mix is your sense of self obviously isn't the same as your personality, but your sense of self doesn't require a memory. Now, take a moment to ponder why that would be the case or whatever. But if you're wondering, what does it mean to have a sense of self? It doesn't require any history. An easy way to sort of visualize this would be, let's say you woke up from a coma with amnesia and you can't remember who you are anymore. You don't know your name. You don't know anything about you, but you have self-awareness. You know, you're like, oh, I'm in a hospital, and you start conducting your. Let's say you get discharged and now you're outside the hospital and you got no memory, but you're outside the hospital and you're told, you know, you're fit as a fiddle. Off you go. The way you would carry yourself, you know, proceed in a new world to you, would be your unadulterated sense of self, to a large degree, anyway. So if you were still cordial with people, then that's a reflection of who you are truly inside. But if you're a jackass to everyone as soon as you're discharged from the hospital, then unfortunately that's a pure quality trait of your sense of self.
I mean, if you completely wiped the memories clean, I mean that would go all the way back to early childhood, where like mom was teaching you how to fucking use a utensil, you know, something like that. I mean, you're talking blank slate.
I'm talking if you were reset to a point of where you're honest, because you don't know who you are, so you don't know all the lies to mask yourself. So how do you proceed? You would proceed in a natural sort of honest way. It'll be brand new to you, and this would be your hardwired, in a sense, form of self that's being exhibited onto the world. It only lasts maybe for a couple of hours before maybe you would start to quickly overlay that with some distortions. But the point is that the sense of self doesn't require a memory. It will know at its core who you are. I'm not sure if I'm describing that very well.
I mean, you're making it sound like, though, that there's, I just don't see how that's possible, because we're nurtured. Our self is nurtured. We're an accumulation of what has been taught to us and how we've been treated. So
right. So you could almost describe it as your instinctual behaviors.
Well, then you're talking a lizard brain, like
somewhat, yeah, a little bit like that. So without any, it has no, it hasn't been corrupted. Maybe not corrupted is the best word, but it hasn't been influenced by any additional kind of fluff, and it's you in its kind of purest form go hither forth into the world, and you'd be directed and constructed and controlled by this inner, like you were describing it, maybe the way you were brought up, you're nurtured, or your instinctual kind of behaviors and characteristics. But there'll be no, generally speaking, in that initial moment, there'll be no prejudices, there'll be no sort of discriminations, because you would yet to know what those even mean at this point.
Right. Harley, when you think of mental illness, you immediately see it as a negative, but these illnesses are only seen as negative based on our objective view of them. The key word is illness. It's not health. A mental illness is a bad thing. It's not a good thing.
Harley brings up a interesting one, because I was watching a documentary. I think it was focusing on more of a suicidal nature, but they brought into this conversation this societal view of like romanticizing mental illness as if it's a power or a gift. So you're special because you see the world in a funny, unique way that no one else does. It's like, hello,
because you have this delusion,
right?
This fantasy,
and it's perpetuated even further with movies and novels and storytelling.
Yeah. Well, and the people that have taken it on as a form of fucking identity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I've strayed from the Wagner's point about environment and personality. But yeah, I mean, I agree what he's saying, and it makes sense. And
yeah, I like his model. He seems to be
I mean, I've known, like, they like to think in psychology that personality is rigid, and Sam pointed out that this is a mistake, but
yeah,
they don't say that it's never changing absolute concrete. It's just that we have this it takes a lot of energy or effort for this personality to change, and that's why I'm trying to supplement it with this ego thing, where it's like the ego would ideally like to hold on to what is already established, because it's a crybaby that doesn't want to let go.
Yeah, but if you take that crybaby and you drop them into a completely different environment where that crybaby bullshit will no longer be fucking tolerated, that person would change pretty quickly.
Yeah, that too. But over a long period of time, say 10 years, as Vaknin is describing, the ego won't even notice that changes are even taking place because it's happening on a microscopic level.
Yeah.
The individual's perception.
Harley's feminism's coming out. Now we're down to subjective definitions.
What are you considering normal, though? Would you compare it to because
Healthy.
one person considers normal as maybe seen as abnormal to another person?
Healthy where the person's no longer suffering, Harley. And insufferable in making other people in the environment suffer. I would see that as healthy. Somebody who can tell the truth, can hold themselves accountable.
Yeah, I mean,
can be fucking honest about themselves to themselves and to the people around them. I would classify that as healthy.
Yeah, if it's causing a detriment to a person or causing harm to those around them, then it's not exactly a blessing.
Yeah.
I mean, you get the autistic clairvoyant. Is that the right way? The gifted sort of autistics who are like mathematical wizards or they're geniuses on piano. But is this really a gift or is it a bit of a curse? Because these children quite often end up getting exploited because of these talents.
Right. All right. Hey, one fast Dak. He seems to be feeling better. That's good to see.
Yeah, Dak, it's great to hear that you're out of hospital and doing better.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the guys were worried because there was like radio silence for a while, so we were getting a bit concerned.
Yeah. Hello, Douglas. Good to see you too. I don't know anything about paintings. Johnny asked if that was some kind of painting in the background. I have no idea.
To add on some more to what Sam is saying, as a sort of like, so what is a message or point that Sam is trying to make here? One would be that we as individuals and as people should be more aware of how influenced we are by our environments and those around us. We might not like to admit it because of our ego thinking that we're in control, but if you like it or lump it, it plays a part.
Oh yeah.
And we are expressions such as like I've heard people talk about like you are the amalgamation of the 5 closest people in your company, or things like that. So this is part of the environmental, and this is in part also like how societies form in the first place.
Exactly, and it's socialization. I mean, we're social creatures, so that's how we develop through socialization.
There is not only like a relationship between you and your environment, but there is a space for negotiation to take place as well.
Yeah.
And what you decide to like give and take, this transaction, this sort of bartering, how much are you going to change, or how much is your environment going to have to change to accommodate you? There's back and forth kind of business going on.
Yeah.
Is in part one saying it's like a calibration. So it's not just a one-way street that you are reconfiguring to your environment, but your environment also plays but it works the other way around, and your environment also changes to some degree. And this is why we see as well as a society changes in society because of the individuals making these changes. Now you could make
Harley.
an argument here, which is so the downfall of society in a way is that the individual with their strong ego is being so rigid and tyrannical that it will not negotiate and budge with its environment. It won't cooperate with the environment, and instead is demanding that the environment or society bends the knee to the individual's demands or the ego's demands.
Yeah. Yeah, Harley. She's in a terrorizing mood tonight.
And also in part, which could explain why the changes we see that are being made are not really logical, pragmatic changes. They are deep-seated emotional changes, because what are these changes trying to appeal to? Is trying to appeal to this ego, and the ego is purely emotionally based.
Yeah.
So the environment, society, nature itself has to bend the knee to emotional demands. And this is the clown world that we're seeing taking shape.
Yeah, well, in environment, because another one of his previous videos where he was talking about the rise in mental illness and stuff, he was saying that the decline in mental health, something about the past 2 years being comparable to the previous 10 as far as the slope goes. Like, and I know a lot of that had to do with the lockdowns and the heightened fucking fear mongering and, you know, all the other clown world shit. But the environment is so toxic now that a lot of the people are becoming more mental. Like, I watched it happen over time with clients of mine that worked up at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
I mean, before the coronavirus even happened with the whole damn Trump thing, like, I had a client literally fucking unfriend me after a conversation we had during her appointment because she thought he was literally fucking the reincarnation of Hitler.
Right.
Like, she was terrified.
This is why people think Mantoplia is your son. You know,
right? Where is my son anyway?
Is it the exponential graph where 2 become 4, 4 become 16, 16 becomes 32, 64?
I don't know.
It kind of it's a squared multiplication.
I don't know.
Well, that's the way it's sort of going, and that's why it's accelerating and picking up gravitas.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, one nut job tells those around them, now you've got 2 instead of just having 1, now you've got 2, and then those 2 tell another 2, and then you've got 4, and then it spreads out.
Yeah, and then the telephone game where you pass on information and then it changes just a little bit from person to person.
Oh right, yeah, we call that Chinese whispers, which is now I think a racist term.
Really?
Fuck, it's like, what are you saying about Chinese?
Right?
Isn't that where it came from?
Isn't that the erasure of Chinese people? Yeah.
I mean, the Chinese have you can use the example of the sort of one-child policy scheme in a way where they thought it was a good idea at the time, but not the extrapolated version is like, hang on, this is actually devastating. You know, because you need at least, I think, 2.1 children to keep a population stable. But if you've already got 1 child, if you're lucky, kind of thing, then how is that keeping the population stable? You know, it's depleting.
Yeah.
And well, now they've upped it to try and rectify it. It's now 3-child policy.
Yeah. Yeah, why did they do that to begin with?
Because population was just exploding and they weren't able to sort of keep up with the demands.
Hmm.
I mean, it worked initially, and they thought, "Oh, this is fantastic," but it quickly soon became evident that, hang on, this is actually a terrible idea.
Mm-hmm.
And the same sort of brainiacs who thought the idea thought, well, if we increase it to a 3-child child policy, this will solve the issue. But obviously now the Chinese don't want to have 3 children because cost of living is so high, and they want to have careers instead of families, and so not many people are actually taking up the offer of having 3 children.
Mm. Yeah, it is more expensive
That's
nowadays.
a bit of an example of how the environment is changing the personality, and not just but the mindset of the citizens of that society.
Yeah. Government control, top down. I'm still working on a top down crazy bitch boot camp. I mean, we have top down like mandated tranny trainings, like an indoctrination little mini camp that these corporations must send their employees to make them fucking crazy.
Here's the problem that I see with the transsexual, the transmorphing, the transhumanism, or however it's described, and all its faculties and delineations, however you want to slice and dice them, whatever branches there are, is with this mindset of perpetually needing things to change. That means that there is no closure or end point. So just because someone transitions from one gender to another is not the end of the story. That's just the start of the story. That means they're on a perpetual crusade, forever wanting change, never being content. So what will they be next week? And what will they be the week after? And before, in 10 years' time, what kind of abomination had they become? Now they might, think they're in control and everything like that, but you look at the track record and you'll see instability. There's no solid structure there.
Right. Well, and they're attacking the lesbians right now too.
Right. So
the
demands for changes we see taking place.
Yeah.
There is never going to be any end point where they'll be satisfied.
Right.
The moment they are satisfied, they become confronted with reality. And the moment that happens is the moment they have to reject it instantaneously. So this puts them in a position where they have to constantly reinvent or restructure, construct their surroundings and environment. And going back to like trying to tie it in with what Lachlan is saying, this is that one-way bartering transaction where if the ego is unwavering it's so rigid that it doesn't want to change and it's demanding everything around it, its environment to change, this causes a problem at some point. Well, the ego is changing during this process, but it doesn't believe it is. It believes that it's got that continuation, as it was describing. It believes it's the same person it always was, but it's not. It's changing. It is changing in conjunction with its environment, but it's got that. It's deluded to a large part and thinks it's the only stability there is in life. When it's like it doesn't realize, it doesn't or recognize that it is the instigator for all the instability it's causing around.
Right. I saw I think it was on, I can't remember whose channel. It popped up in my algorithm. Some chick from the Middle East has like some narcissism channel, and she was talking about gaslighting. And I saw in the comment section something about it's the people who will stab you and then cry about them bleeding from it. They're the and that actually, what you were saying earlier about the vulnerable becoming the predators. Please explain that to me, because when I look at these crazy bitches and I see all these predators literally puppeting these other people and feeding their heads full of bullshit and emotionally terrorizing them, I don't see them as vulnerable. I mean, they play vulnerable. They're like, oh, little old me. I'm only whatever. I have the bone structure of a 7-year-old. But like they're fucking nasty.
When we talk about vulnerability or a person who's vulnerable, I'm not sure if I should say like primarily, but there is a severe problem with their boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And because they've got a problem with these boundaries, things like their sense of self, their integrity, their composure, their own individuation, their independence, their thoughts, their personality, there's no container, and it's exposed to the world. And this is what we mean by vulnerability, because there's nothing that protects this person, but at the same time there's nothing that stops this person either from becoming a predator.
Right.
So that's why the main focus here is with the issue of boundaries. There's no shell or force field or container for that individual. So this is why they enmesh with other people so easily. And that's bad both ways. It's bad for the outsider person, and it's bad for the individual with this problem as well. So where identity become one, both people lose out in this merger. So this is, in a loose general way, what we mean by these people being vulnerable. They've got this issue where their soul, air quotes, their soul or their spirit is proliferating out. It's not being captivated in their essence. It's just a wishy-washy blur into society. Now, where this becomes much more predatory in style is that instead of society putting these people in a padded cell, not that it would be nice, but for but to treat them as like in the sense of fragile, like we wrap them up in bubble wrap, and we put them in a safe place for their own protection. What society does instead is say, here's some fangs and here's some claws, and now you can protect yourself. And they see this as, instead of, they're doing it in their mind in self-defense. So when they're lashing out at people, they think, hey, I'm protecting myself.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that, Billy.
Well, they're not going to turn around and say, like, I'm a predator and I'm going out hunting people. They're doing it in a form of like, I need to do this for my survival. I need to survive. This is me defending my survival.
See, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I see it as, I know, I see them as saying, I'm a coward and I've been lying, and now that I'm exposed, like, instead of me just fucking admitting I was wrong, I'm going to do everything in my power to dodge that accountability, because I'm a lying, cowardly, stupid, crazy bitch.
Right. Yeah. And so they're trying to cover that
on purpose,
or protect from that being told, that truth being exposed or whatever. Then that's still a form of self-preservation, as it were. So self-defense. They're trying to survive.
So are you saying they have lies in place of a self? Like their sense of self is a lie?
in some ways, their sense of self is a false sense of self, because it's
Right.
not it's a distorted. Harley was talking about like an illness before. The sense of self they have, unfortunately, as a result, is a distorted, and it hasn't been solidified because of this lack of boundaries. So they're not too sure who they are,
Well, yeah.
and if we're leaning into the sort of narcissistic direction.
Whoa, Billy. So when they say you don't know me, what they're really saying is I don't know myself.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
We already know this. Like, it's always backwards, the opposite being true. These are projecting
Right.
games. So when they say you don't know
Right.
me, it's because I don't know myself. That's right.
Right.
We should already know this.
We are, well, most of us already know this.
You know, and also it's like, in some ways they are right. You don't know me. It's like, well, you're correct. I don't know you because you're a lying piece of shit. So
Right.
what
Right.
is there to know?
Right.
Not only do I not know you, but you don't know you either. You, as an actualized person, theoretically, in this psychological way of looking at it, do not even exist. Who I'm talking to is some kind of entity.
Right.
Because your sense of self, your true inner sense of self, is something that you've rejected.
Yeah.
Or at best, you've locked away in the darkness. So it's never seen the light of day. It's never had any real life experience because it's been denied to have a chance of expressing itself. All that's been around on planet Earth that's been interacting with human beings is this false concocted fabrication of a self.
Right.
You're trying to masquerade as the authentic real deal, but it's not.
Right. You're just playing and acting like a fucking bumbling idiot.
Right. But for all intents and purposes, it's all we've got. So who we are dealing with is essentially an entity, is a stranger, is someone who
lie.
Is a lie, is a fabrication, is someone who is a patchwork of other personalities and other interactions. It's this Frankenstein mess.
Well, that's why I say feminists aren't people, because they're not ever being honest and truly themselves.
They might make a comment like, "Are they even human?" or like this NPC sort of talk.
Yeah.
And in a sort of roundabout kind of way, it's sort of true.
Yeah.
I mean, biologically, yes, they are human. They do have organs. They do have blood. There is a brain, believe it or not. You know, but is there a spirit there? Is there a true, authentic self?
Right.
That is the more philosophical, psychological sort of question to be asking.
Right.
And of course, they're lying to themselves. So if you ask them, they'll be like, "No, I am the real deal."
Yeah.
You know, so don't. It's a waste of. So we're kind of like barking up. Well, it'll be a fruitless endeavor to try and persuade them that they are actually bullshitting themselves and they are just full of baloney, and who they are isn't even real in a way.
Right.
And, I mean, if anything, it's a reminder for ourselves that for us, this is why one of the other sort of golden things we should be more poignant about when we have these conversations is that this is why it's so important not to take these interactions personally, because there is no actual person there. You are talking to an interface.
Right.
You know, the easiest way to sort of describe it would be like you have your mobile phone. Do you really think your mobile phone has humanity in there? No, it doesn't.
Right.
It might respond to you. It might answer your questions. You could use it for calculations, but it's not a human being. There is no soul in your mobile. Now, other people might disagree and be like, "No, my phone is my best friend," you know. But that's how dire the situation has become.
Right.
They're so disconnected that the best connection they have best relationship they have is with their phone. But
right.
I digress.
So
going back to this vulnerability,
the lying piece of shit.
How is it they become a predator? Well, so society.
Wait, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Keep talking though, because I know you got another good 5 minutes in.
We're on a roll.
You're on a roll, Billy. All right.
So so society doesn't treat them with bubble wrap and being a fragile glass that's about to shatter. Instead, it weaponizes them. But it doesn't say it explicitly like, here are some weapons. It says, here, use these for self-defense. So from their point of view, they think they're defending themselves. But lo and behold, they don't have any regulation. They've got no responsibility or accountability for such tools. And what happens when you give a hammer to a child? They use it instead of or a screwdriver or other tools. They don't use it to fix things. They use it for destruction, and they go smashing the hell out of stuff. So these fragile people who have been given tools, dangerous tools for their self-preservation, end up using it in this more predatory fashion, and they become more and more skillful at it, and they start to deduce that they can get more out of life by becoming more predatory, becoming more hunting like, and they can pull in things like resources or attention or what we'd call fuel and supply via these tools that were given to, well, at this point they're not really tools, but via these weapons that they've been given. And this is why, in particular with narcissists, it's about being weaponized. How can they, what weapons do they need to get the job done? You take away narcissist weapons and they're as dangerous as I don't know, like a kitten or something like that. They're harmless, essentially. So that is at least how I can explain. Maybe other people have their own explanations, but this is how the category of vulnerability with a lens of what's the right word? Fragility, is that right? Or being fragile, it seeps into becoming a predatory monster. Think if I can add to that in any other way. I mean, what better way to, if you were to be fragile, delicate, what better sort of transition to ensure your survival from being potential prey and your survival being in jeopardy to becoming the apex predator. And then you could tie in that grandiosity with the narcissism, and that's why they think they're the top dog or the hot shit, or they're the most skillful in their cockiness, and they're going to get what they want.
Right.
Because it's the polar opposite, it's the extreme, from black and white thinking, going from one extremity to the other extremity. I mean, why half-ass it,
Right. Right.
So this is why when they're given these fangs and claws and what were meant to be tools at first, they don't look at it and be like, okay, I've got enough here to survive. No, they think, right, how am I going to exploit this and capitalize out of this to the full extent?
Right. Right. And by survive, you mean their lying piece of shit self.
Well, survival to them isn't coexistence. Survival is, I have to step on you and be at the top.
Oh, back to the feminist supremacy bullshit.
Well, they're in part very much like that, but that's their mindset of survival. Because if we're coexisting, or like I have to share with you, that means there are like a finite amount of resources and we're on an equal footing. Then how am I better than you? Well, if I'm not better than you, then I can't be surviving. That doesn't compute. The only way I could be surviving is if I am better, if I am doing better than you and I am at the top, that translates to I am surviving because you are not.
But these victim mentality type of folks don't actually put in any work to become better. They want to destroy other people.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
So they look better.
Right. But yeah, well, they look better, but for all intents and purposes, it gets the job done. It doesn't really matter about actually having the skills of succeeding in life. It just matters who's at the top of this totem pole.
Right,
Now,
but
like you
they
just said, they can't ascend. So the only way they can ascend is to put you down.
right, but they could ascend with, you know, skills and competency, but they choose not to.
Well, yeah,
Like they could take the energy that they fucking put into continuing to be a lying piece of shit. They could take that energy for self improvement and
this is one of
personal
the things
development.
yeah, that's one of the things that really pisses. Well, the way in which they would actually excel and do better in life would
Yeah.
be to make amends with their inner self, because it's their inner self, the true, authentic inner self, which would carry them the rest of the way. But
Right.
so they're kind of like they shoot themselves in the foot there. So they're stuck. This is why, like, a stunted emotional development. So they can never really progress any higher up this totem pole.
Mhm.
And this is what infuriates them with other people, because they can tell and they can see that other people are able to ascend to great heights. And that is
Right.
because the other people are in tune with their inner self.
Because those
envy and
people, right? The jealousy, because those people actually are better than them. And
Well,
that's why
they've got a true, authentic self as an ally. They're working in conjunction with it, and they're propelled in, and they do the hard work.
right.
If the narcissist was like that, they would achieve. But the
Right.
narcissist rejects the inner self and becomes stunted in their development. So
Mm.
they can only reach a certain level before they're like, well, how else do I ascend? I can't. So the only way I can get higher than someone else, it doesn't matter how high, it's just as long as they're higher than you. So if they cut you down, then in their mind they win. They're the top at that point. So it's like
Right.
it's like so to use contriver terminology, from being like the bottom bitch of a bottom bitch, they become the top bitch of the bottom bitch. And that means success. Like, well, I'm the top bitch of the bottom bitches, but fine, that'll do me. At least I'm not the bottom bitch of the bottom bitches anymore.
Right.
It's like, well, you win the dummy award. Well done, you.
Right. You win the biggest fucking loser award. Congrats. Yeah. I don't get it. And I don't get maybe I struggle with I mean, I guess the people that would buy into that kind of bullshit and then side with those kind of fucking idiots have problems of their own. But I don't get the enablers. Like the people that know better.
Okay, before we come to the neighbors, I just want to make a quick it just popped into my head.
Yeah.
This I think would be a good thing to mention is, in part, this is why they try to fuck up the rest of society as well, because if they well, it's not like scorched earth, but if they mess up the landscape of reality, then it causes a problem for anyone who is legitimately trying to do well in life.
All right.
It's kind of like sabotaging people's progress. It's like, and it's fueled in with this kind of resentment, anger, jealousy, envy, and all this sort of fun stuff. So it's like, if I can't achieve, so from the narcissist point of view, it's like, if I can't achieve greatness, especially from hard work and my own, like, without cheating, then I'm going to make it harder for everyone. Not only am I going to take you down, but I'm going to make it harder for everyone else, so that no one will have a good life. Because if you all, you know, if I'm not having a good life, then none of you are allowed to have a good life. So if you all, I'm going to spoil the world and make it a shit show, and everyone could be miserable, and you could be miserable just like me. And in that way, I'll feel better about myself. So that kind of pig-headed, stubborn, spiteful sort of mentality.
Yeah.
So they're intentionally trying to make things miserable for everyone. But yeah, you want to talk about enablers.
Yeah, the enablers. The people that, I guess, trying to see them objectively, know better, but yet they still applaud the shitty behavior of other people. It's almost like there's I mean, it's definitely fucking sadistic. These people want to literally see these people destroy themselves to make themselves feel better, apparently. But I don't get how, like, for instance, one could say, "Oh, I'm here to help men," but then, I mean, do they just mean I'm here to help men destroy themselves? Like the, I mean, help them what exactly? Like, I've seen a few of those dudes lurking around, and they're right behind somebody making some terrible fucking life choices, making a fucking fool of himself, and they're applauding him. Like,
All right. So looking
that I don't get.
So flicking through the book of translations.
Yeah.
So here to help men could mean
Right.
because or to some degree we should accept, we should start off on a footing of giving someone the benefit of the doubt, but with a caveat. We need to be careful, but face value, we have to sort of acknowledge that maybe they are being legit and upfront with what they're saying. So maybe they do genuinely mean they are here for the betterment of men. But what else could they possibly be meaning? And some of the translations may be things like, well, I want, so look at it the other way around. So I want men to, for my own benefit, for my betterment. I want men to make me feel better or do things for me. Or another translation would be that I'm not here really for the betterment of men, and a little bit like how you would describe it. I'd rather see their downfall, and in that way, that makes me feel better. So I'm not here for the betterment of men. I'm here to destroy men.
Right. Well, like Miss Elite, for instance, that crazy fucking bitch who's literally trying to become a psychologist because she wants to be a counselor just for men specifically. But that is one of the most man-hating misandrists who literally gets off on abusing men. So I think she's trying to get in on a grift to satisfy her own fucking sadistic nature. But she has goals to make money off of it. Men. Now, I mean, her, like, me looking at her, it's obvious she wants to help men. She wants to help men destroy themselves. That's her help that she's willing to offer.
The trouble is taking it back to your enabler sort of start of this part of the topic is broadly speaking, we've got two types of enablers in this dynamic. You've got the sort of the more kind of flying monkey style codependent sort of enabler, who is in close relation, on their team, as it were, who you were describing has, issues of their own and reasons of their own why they're there in the first place. So that's a relationship of two unhealthy people. But you've also got the kind of like more healthy style enabler, where they don't have any codependency. They're not part of this relationship at all, but they're providing, say, a commentary on it. So in a way, as much as we talk about narcissism and discuss narcissism as a topic, in doing so, we are ever so slightly enabling it, because we are giving it credence. We are giving it a degree of importance. We are bringing it to attention. This is fuel and supply for the narcissist. So if we were really like wanting to get narcissism eradicated out of society, not that we ever will, but we wouldn't even be talking about it ever. It would be a non-issue. Just as much as, like, say, we never discuss, I don't know, like certain types of bacterium, because they just don't occur. They're so insignificant. They don't even occur. They may as well not exist.
Right.
So you got that kind of enabler. So, like I don't know the depths of this interaction with Miss Elite, for example, but
she's very problematic, Billy.
Yeah, but by you discussing her with me right now, and me having no real knowledge of the situation, you are, without intentionally doing it, somewhat enabling her, because her influence has now crossed you as a bridge into the realm of Billy the Goat, for example. She is now, in my mind, via you uttering her name. So I'm like, who's Miss
No. I am pointing out one of these crazy bitches that are behind the scenes puppeting these dudes that are fucking destroying themselves currently and making fools of themselves. Like there's two dudes that she's been fucking with hardcore. One, she started terrorizing. The other one, she fucking strokes his ego. So they're both, strangely, on this crazy bitch little campaign. So
I know you're not doing it intentionally, and it's not something that you need a slap on the wrist for, kind of thing, or being reprimanded for. But the point I'm trying to make is
it's just a hot stove.
Well,
that a lot of people know about.
Well, now, a lot of people, but not me. So now, in real time, I've got in my mind, so there are two people that she's messing around with. So she's occupying a tiny, I don't want to give her too much, credence in my brain, but there's some little brain cell in my head that is like, Miss Elite, two victims, and that's already more than enough in a way.
Well, she also used Tailor-Made Man to attack One Fast Act. So, I mean, she's been in this space for a while, causing a lot of fuckery.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, because in one way, the information, it is pertinent to sort of inform people, like, hey, watch out, so and so has been jeopardized or compromised, and this is what's kind of going on. So here's a heads up, here's a warning. But it's that fine line of how much energy and resources should you bother yourself with this information. Like, should I get bent out of shape hearing what you just said?
No.
Some people might do. They might be like, oh my God, who is this? We must go on we must exile her. We must wipe her out. And it's like, now we've got a problem.
No, you just tell her no.
Yeah. But with other people, you see that taking place, where it's like, look, it might even just be like in a form of gossiping, It's like, look, don't make a pig's ear out of this, but hey, did you hear about so and so doing this to so and so? And the other person says like, oh my God, I can't believe that. I can't stand for that. I'm gonna go now and smite them out. It's like, whoa, I was just sharing a bit of gossip, or even though you probably shouldn't be doing it, but either way, but they're taking it. They're making it much more of an issue than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Especially if they're a kind of white knighty type of person, they're gonna take that little bit of hey, did you hear about so and so? They're going to take that information, be like, and make it their business now. Suddenly, it's like, whoa, it's got nothing to do with you.
Right.
I was just telling you because I was bored or whatever, is on my mind or something, or you reminded me of this thing. I wasn't telling you to instruct you to get on your horse and go gallivanting into the sunset.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I worry less about the white knightery in this group than others. But some people that are, I guess entrained for that kind of behavior might hear that and then run to that crazy bitch's defense.
Right.
Because they might see me as now targeting when I'm like, nope, I've just been pointing out the crazy bitch as she's been literally predating on other men.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose in a little way that kind of relates back to what Vaknin's conversation is about, that environment.
Yep.
Influencing the individual. Where is this boundary where someone can tell you something, even if it's about someone you may know, and be like, well, it's not, yeah, I know that person, but I'm not going to do anything because it's not really my business, or I'm going to stay out of it, or it's nothing to do with me, or
yeah.
So where do they cross over, where suddenly now it's like, oh my god, I must do something. Dun, 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 Captain Saberho to the rescue.
Right.
Yeah, so sometimes the enabler or the white knight can actually be a bit problematic for the puppet master, because they become a bit of a wild card or a loose cannon.
Mm-hmm.
So the puppet master might be like, hey, this is the idea of having people under their strings is appealing, like they can manipulate and control them. They've got like their own personal army, but at the same time, this squadron of guys they got under their wing are a bit wild and reckless, and who knows what could happen, and it could all backfire.
Oh yeah, I've seen quite a bit of that happening, but they oscillate between like they turn on the puppet masters too, and then they'll apologize, and it's this weird thing that they have.
Well, it's not a healthy dynamic in any situation.
Yeah.
Because especially if you're trying to like look at it from the sort of what is the transaction that's taking place in the relationship, because it's transactionally based. So the codependent is looking for the validation or the self-esteem through the puppet master or the narcissist or something like that. Now, this type of master has no actual self-esteem to give,
right?
Because everything is a fabrication and it's fake.
Right.
So they may try and stroke their ego to pacify them. But after a while, it's like a sugar-coated placebo. After a while, this codependent or flying monkey or enabler or white knight or muppet or whatever is going to kind of realize that, hang on, I've been fluffed up here. Like, I've been given these pills. They taste sweet and great, but they're not doing anything. I don't actually feel better about myself. Where the hell is this self-esteem I was promised? Or this validation I was promised?
Right.
Yeah. So the longer it goes on, the dicier it becomes, or the better the chances of them waking up one day.
Yeah.
So initially, they'll be, I'm up, yes, my leader, and I will die on the sword for you, and all this sort of stuff. But as the crusade takes longer and longer, they'll soon start to feel that I'm actually feeling worse off than I did at the beginning. I thought this was meant to make me feel better.
Right.
Now, whether or not they've got the fortitude and wherewithal to actually be like, put two and two together and be like, this isn't good for me, I need to do something about it.
Right.
Is quite rarity, because usually what will
Right.
happen is instead they'll be like, well, I'm not doing enough. This is why I might feel better. I need to do more.
Right.
So they double down and
Yep.
and incur even more pain. So it becomes a question of what is their pain tolerance level. That becomes a decider of how long they stick around.
But
It won't be because of like, oh, I realize I've been taken for a fool here, and I've been conned.
But Billy, they're super masochistic and they enjoy the pain, which is the sick part.
Well,
and that's why they're in that position to begin with.
Yeah, but I mean, well, then the more masochistic they are, then the longer they will endure the pain. But at some point, theoretically, there will be a limit where it's like, this pain is actually now killing me, and even if I want to try, I can't anymore.
Yeah, well, and that's where I kind of I stop, because I'm like, like even though they pissed me off so terribly, and I just want to kind of tear into them verbally and dish back out what they have dished in my direction. I'm like, that's what they fucking want.
Well, yeah, that's enabling as well. That's like secondary enabling. Maybe that's how I should have described it before, like secondary enabling.
That's what they want. They want me to like go off on them and like emasculate them and do all the things that
if you go off,
yeah,
you present reason. It's like, aha, this is why I was given a suit of armor, and this is why I was given a sword, because I need to defend against you.
Right.
There you are. You're manifesting. You're presenting right in front of them. It's like clear as day. That's why. That's what they were built for purpose. But if you're not there, then they're roaming the battlefield without an enemy on there with their sword, and it's like, this armor is actually kind of heavy. I haven't had a day's rest for now they're alone with themselves, somewhat.
But what makes it a little more gross? Like I noticed this on another channel with a male feminist. This crazy bitch was like, she said something about smacking him, and he's like, "Oh yes, please," like this really weird, like, would gain pleasure from the abuse type of thing. Like, I don't want to take part in your fucking public fucking masturbation. Like, that's gross.
Going back to that sort of masochistic angle, they'll endure the pain and they might even derive satisfaction from it.
Yeah.
But if they become dysfunctional, if they're no longer fit for purpose because they're so wild and gun-ho or whatever, they're reckless, then the puppet master will cut the strings off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because they become a liability at that point. And usually the puppet master has other puppets they can promote in their place.
Right. They're already exactly. And I noticed that with crazy bitch fucking Melissa Tucky. She's already grooming the next puppet. It's kind of fucking gross.
Now, if the primary enabler, primary white knight, the hero white knight, realizes that someone else is being promoted, well, they're kind of like in competition with you. If they're juxtaposed, they're fighting for the validation of their queen or whatever. But if he realizes that someone is going to take his position, then I mean, the puppet master, the narcissist, in a way, this is part when in a relationship dynamic where they got like an affair going on, the woman will love it if the new boyfriend gets into a fight with the original boyfriend, because it's like she's the center of attention. They're fighting for her affection. So this can encourage the primary to actually do more. It's like you better shape up and actually do more, otherwise I got your replacement in line. Here he is. He's ready to take over.
JR. That's why JR's so valuable, because he knows what the fuck's going on. He's been keeping his eye on it from day one, though.
But it's crazy, like games, fundamentally. You know, it's like it's like a soap opera,
Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes,
and
it
at the end of the
is.
day, it's like, and for what?
Exactly.
Oh, because so and so
For
says
their-
my boohoo's in a twist. Like, yeah.
For their fucking entertainment, I'm pretty sure. Like an entertainment. Like these people have no goals, no purpose, no fucking objective, no mission. They're just, fucking around.
Again, it illustrates why it's number one is like pay no attention to what's going on, and number two, get on with your purpose, because the narcissist would love it with their victims. Let's say they're in a relationship, they've detonated the relationship, they've run away with the new supply, they've started a new family with the new supply, and the narcissist, on appearances, seems to have left, right? They've gone off and started a new life. You, as the original partner, is no more, sort of thing. But they're not gone. They're still watching, because they are watching you be miserable, and they are enjoying that. So this is ecstasy. They're getting affection and attention with the new supply. They're being idolized, and at the same time they're shitting on the original one and getting that sort of negative attention from there as well. So they're getting positive and negative at the same time. So this is ecstasy, and they're watching the new supply, their life, go in tatters. So even if this is not a very useful thing to say to someone who is feeling suicidal from a breakdown of a relationship, but that is exactly what the narcissist would love to happen, is that you were so distraught and hurt by what they had done to you, because it shows that they've had such power over you that you're willing to take your own life. But if you're able to say, like, F you, and I'm not going to kill myself, if anything, I'm going to actually pick myself up and rebuild a life for myself, and to the point where I can be happy, that is the biggest kind of narc injury you could give them, because it's like all the shit you've given me in life, I was able to rise above it all and continue living, and not just continue living, but actually be happy, because that's something the narcissists can never do for themselves. So
right, and to translate it and put feminist in place of narcissist, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, and they will be held accountable.
Yeah,
and the tyrannical matriarchy will fall, no matter how much they fucking piss and moan and get the most fucking unstable men to try to come at me like cowards.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's very important for the narcissist or the feminist to be intrigued or interested in what's happening. I mean, you notice that they're not just concerned about their own entitlement or what they want. No, they're interested in you suffering.
Right.
They want other people. They want to know what's happening to other people at the same time, because it's important to them. It's that competition of who's high and lower on the totem pole.
Right.
But they're not satisfied with just knowing where they are on the totem pole. They have to do that in relation to where you are on the totem pole.
Well, yeah, so but that's easy.
Invested interest.
But that's easy. And their level of fucking anxiety is a clear red flag that they are way fucking lower on the totem pole.
Yeah, well, that means that shows you why everyone is a target and that must be brought down. But whoever is at the top, the echelon, they'll be targeted in particular because they're higher up.
Right.
It's not just like hunting for the the animal skulls trophy of like, I got myself a woolly mammoth or whatever on my mantelpiece. It's they're not going to bother hunt out little rats and be proud of themselves, no, because as far as they're concerned, that's like easy prey. So they need to be like, so those who are having the most who are the most successful in life, the most happiest in life, the most content in life, they'll be the prime targets, because like, how dare you, your happiness is offensive to me.
Oh, happiness hurts the fifis too.
Right. So that's why, like, even like in your chat, in your community, people having jokes, having a good time. Hey, how's everyone doing? That really irks them.
Oh yeah.
That alone, never mind what you're discussing or
right.
What's going on. It's like the fact that people can be civil. It's like, why, and have a sense of stability here and familiarity. That's like, I can't have that for myself. Damn you all for that. I hate you.
Right. Well, they could be a part of it if they weren't such lying pieces of shit. like the only prerequisite for this, we'll just call it a cult, a culture, is the people are just upfront and honest with each other. I feel like that's the only.
Well, but you can
like
thing is that,
and
so that
the people that are
requires-
here aren't here to predate on other people. They're
But
here for something else.
civility to take place, for mutual respect, for coexistence, for equality in a way, this isn't good for the narcissist, because this isn't a horizontal in here with your community. For the most part, it's horizontal. No one is better than anyone else here.
Right.
We are equals.
Right.
But for the narcissist, it's vertical. It's I am above you.
Well, see, is it equals? But I feel like we all kind of have our individual strengths,
Yeah, we contribute. We have our quirks and things like that. We have our personalities, but we bring it here, and no one quirk. It's like, have you ever heard of how like men and women are described as food and water? You can't really exist without one or the other.
Right.
They're different. Food obviously is different to water, but they are both needed.
Right.
So you can't say you can't favor one over the other. You can't live with just food. You can't live with just water. You need both.
Right. Right.
So there are differences, but they're both essential. They're both needed. It's a bit like that, where we've all got our specialities. We've got our traits. We've got whatever, but they're not held above anyone else.
Right.
So for all intents and purposes, it's kind of like it's a contribution. It's a mutual respect. It's a horizontal interaction.
Right.
I meet you at the same level.
Right.
But with the narcissist and those in that kind of mind frame, that's not the case. It's I feel inferior.
Right.
I feel less than.
Right.
So I need to be greater than. So
all my compensatory thing.
So all my interactions henceforth will be I am therefore better than you. I have to look down upon you. We cannot be equal in this, because if we are equal, I'm not higher than you, am I? I don't want to be on the same level as you. I need to be higher than you. But I can't, so I have to put you down.
Right.
Either way, it's a vertical relationship or vertical interaction. And that's the problem that they have, as well as one of the many problems that they have.
One of the many.
And one of the reasons why they don't like places like your platform is because it's not structured in this vertical manner.
Like a dominance hierarchy.
I mean, they might try and portray you as some sort of ringleader and be like, right, cult, because it's on your platform. But I don't think anyone here who congregates here sees it as such. I mean, yes,
right.
It's like we are gathered at your house sort of thing.
Right. No,
Yeah.
it's only the feminists that have that mindset that see it that way
Well,
because
they
they
would like,
want that.
they want it to be like that. Yeah.
Right. And they want it to be like that for themselves because that's what they strive for. That's the weird fucking part that I've noticed.
I mean,
So I can't
if it
I
were
can't
true, you wouldn't
right.
have you wouldn't have the established community that you have, because we would all fuck off. We'll be like, who's this bitch who thinks she's better than all of us?
Right. Right. No, see, because that's what I noticed. Well, and Sam talks about, you know, the psychopaths and how they project what's in their mind onto others, obviously. But what is it about? Now, I can understand it from a female perspective, the feminists who want that. I don't understand it from the male perspective, like the men that maybe see it that way. Is it because they're terrified of that? And they don't.
Well, men are being bombarded with like emasculation, so I think that will factor in there somewhere.
Right.
I think what is probably more of a influence is the disorientation.
Mm.
So if you
That the
can't
crazy bitches disorientated them.
there's so many mixed messages going around now, not just from the crazy bitches, but it's been conflated with a lot of other things where no one, like, we've got the corrosion of self-esteem, we've got corrosion of the family network structure,
Right.
we've got changes in laws, changes in society. So it's hard for, and I don't blame them in a way, but it's like it would be hard, especially like for the young men coming up, to find a solid footing in life.
Right.
It's so precarious now. So with everything being in fluctuation, more so than ever, then they start to slip into that vulnerability category where they become susceptible to bad influence, and they latch on to the bad examples as a lifeboat of savior. They think that if they join groups, say Flat Earth, or say
Fucking flat earth.
or maybe spirituality or something like that.
Oh,
This can
yes.
provide them. This will give them the framework and meaning in life.
Right. Which is true. People need tribe. You need community. And there's a lot of people in our world that are so fucking isolated.
Yeah.
That don't, I guess, have that in their real life.
So they're offered pseudo love. So
right.
If you're disorientated, you can't get a good footing in life. You're discombobulated and all this. It becomes harder to trust your surroundings, and in turn, it becomes harder to trust yourself as well. So you start having issues of a sense of security. Now you're in a survivalistic mindset or mode, and your lifeboat or rescue comes to you in a form of pseudo love and trust.
Right.
So a iffy kind of community will come along and say, "Hey, don't worry about everything collapsing around you. We welcome you. We trust you. We'll show you love. We appreciate you." And now that they've been conned, it's the trick. They're on the hook now.
But they just say the words. They don't actually show it within their actions. I've noticed.
The trouble is that there is no real definition of what love is, for example. So when they're given this pseudo love, as far as they're concerned, this is the real thing. And what they think is love typically is a form of abuse. So if they are abused, they think, hey, I'm being loved for reals. This is real. It's like, no, you're being abused. It's just that you don't know what true love really is. That's why you don't recognize it. So it's a little bit like Stockholm syndrome.
Right, the Stockholm syndrome. Hello, AKS.
Same with trust as well. It's like all they need to say basically is like, hey, I'll be your friend, and they haven't got the experience to know that that's not really what a friend is like. That's just someone saying they're going to be your friend, because a real friend would actually care and watch out for you,
Right, and
not
tell you the truth. Tell you
tell
the
you the
truth.
truth
You
with
would
honesty,
hope. Yeah.
would not want to see you get hurt. You know,
Right.
they wouldn't take pleasure from you being miserable and things like that.
Right.
But
Like these fucking
because they don't
sadistic
know,
enablers.
right? But because
Yeah.
they've never known what trust really is growing up, this is all they've got to go on. Then it's going to have to do. Otherwise, what do they have? They're in a world of pain and hurt and misery. So they, even if they were aware that this isn't the legit form of trust, and this isn't the real legit form of love, it's better than nothing. So they'll be willing to make that kind of transactional relationship deal. And again, it's a transactional based deal going on. And
But
they
it's
think that the transaction is normal and
right.
healthy.
Right. But better than nothing, because they're unwilling to fucking be honest with themselves, because they're lying pieces of shit themselves. Right? It's like they're attracted to other lying pieces of shit. It's just a different kind of caliber. I mean, it's somebody that lies to your face and applauds you for doing shit that you know damn well is self-destructive fucking behavior. That makes you a lying piece of shit in my book. Also.
Yeah, and it's easier to say. I mean, it might be the reason, but I feel like it might be a bit of a cop out of an answer to say that this comes from childhood.
Right.
You know, so they're growing up through childhood, and there was that point in time where it was like the decision was made to be one with yourself, to acknowledge your inner, true, authentic self, and reconcile with it, and nurture it, self-parent, let it grow, and all this sort of stuff, or go the other way and find things that will allow the deviation from having to do that. And that's where they chose and went on the path of falsity or falsehood and started lying to themselves.
Right.
Fake it until you make it. That kind
right. I've always hated that. You know what though? In talking to Minka, she has explicitly said, you know, there were times in my life where I absolutely knew that what I was doing was wrong, and I did it anyway. It's like then you know, but you make that leap to do it anyway, and then you, I guess, keep doing it.
Right. That is a pivotal moment then, because for some people, they will do it anyway. And when they do that, they are severing the tie to self-guilt or shame. So they don't feel bad about what their actions are.
Right.
They're consciously aware of that. They've done it. Like you said, Minka was aware that she did it, but she didn't. Well, she might have felt guilt afterwards, but maybe it was a bit too late. Whereas other people, they'll be at that precipice and be like, I could do bad, but how am I going to live with myself afterwards?
Right.
So that self-governing policing comes in, and that stops the person and says, no, we will not do this, because for multiple of reasons, but fundamentally because I do not want to betray my integrity.
Yeah, I guess that'd be one of those things that would depend on environment.
It goes.
I mean, if you were in an all new environment and everybody else surrounded you was like, "Oh yay, do this, do this,
this
do
is one
this."
of the fun. I don't know if it's fun. One of the intriguing things I find about the topic of narcissism, where we hear like, "Oh, they're liars," and they're deniers, and they want to sacrifice people, and they want to prey on people, and all this sort of stuff about we describe it. But this is all secondary. This is the collateral damage that they do.
Right.
The first person they lie to is themselves.
Yeah.
The first person they say no to is themselves. The first person they betray is themselves.
Mm.
The first person they sacrifice is themselves.
Yeah.
The first person they hate is themselves. You can keep going down the list, and you'll find that the narcissist is actually like the source of the origin.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are the first.
Yeah.
The initial wounding was themselves. So the people they hurt around them are secondary.
Mm.
That's not to say that we should have sympathy for the narcissist and let them off the hook. It's
I have
just this
zero.
sort of, it's just this sort of quirk kind of realization, because a lot of the victims will be like, well, they hurt me and it cut like a knife, and it was devastating. It's like, well, yes, true, that may be, but the devastating blow was really self-inflicted.
Right. And there's a certain point where, like, when somebody shows you who they are and you continue to fucking try to be in their proximity, like, you volunteer for fucking abuse. Like,
yeah. When you have a relationship with a narcissist,
yeah,
you are willingly
right,
entering shared psychosis
right,
with that person. So that's a gripe I have with victims who don't want to have any accountability in their relationship. It's like, they didn't hold you at gunpoint. You participated. The narcissist lives through your participation. You are required to participate, and you willingly gave yourself over.
yeah.
So stop your bitching and moaning. Take some accountability. Take some responsibility, and you'll have a fighting chance to redeem yourself. But if you're going to carry on with this victimhood mentality that the narcissist done this to you, and your life can't be happy anymore because of a narcissist, then you're fucked. Sorry.
Yeah. Now, the feminists, I can kind of agree with that, because they're fucking everywhere and they're in power and they abuse their authority and all that kind of shit. But the victims of narcissistic abuse that are predominantly women, see, that's what I don't understand, because a lot of the traits of narcissism is just toxic female fucking behavior. Like, when you see men do it, it's like, it's not quite right. It's toxic femininity right there. That's why I have a theory that feminism has been blaming men for narcissism because they blame men for everything anyway.
So that's kind of like part of the theory I've got. So originally, according to the literature, is that narcissism, at least the grandiose side of it, the overt type, is predominantly male.
Right.
Now, I suspect that there were just as many female narcissists at the same time. It's just that they were covert and undetected as a result, so they weren't part of the statistics. But there is enough evidence to suggest that victims of abuse, if not treated correctly or adequately enough or whatever, they become more abusive than their abusers.
Yes.
Like the victim cry bully thing.
Oh, yeah.
If this is true, and if it's also true that men were predominantly the majority of narcissists in the past, then the female victims have become worse. It's like a competition, have become worse than their original abusers.
See, I don't think men predominantly were. I have a hard time believing that.
Well, I have a hard time believing that as well, but I'm just going with like if what they say is true.
I think feminism overrunning the psychology field has shifted the blame onto men.
I mean, in part, this is why I'm trying to look at the evolution of narcissism now and seeing it as an arms race. And as such, we see narcissists now becoming more psychotic.
Oh yeah.
Because just being a narcissist doesn't give them the advantage anymore.
Right. I was trying to look. Alice. Oh, here we go. She's projecting again. With her boyfriend Cybertoxin.
Now, why is she doing this sort of stuff? If she's gonna go around saying that I don't have any qualifications, then what fucking qualifications has she got?
She doesn't have any. I mean, with her negative 145 fucking IQ. I'm pretty sure she was tired of spelling it wrong, so she just picked up some meme somewhere. Yeah, so these are feminists right here and crazy bitch women. Yeah, she's throwing the N-bomb around. Like she has any qualifications to even use that language.
Has she not noticed that in her name it says awesome?
Really? That's why it's
Need
so.
I say anymore?
I mean, when I try to warn the gentlemen about the crazy bitches that are out there, I'm like, you can look at the name. If it is super grandiose, or if it's an appropriation of something that men made for themselves, that is definitely red flags. Yeah, awesome. I think that's a direct reflection of how she really feels about herself. Like, the opposite is true game with these crazy bitches. What's the opposite of awesome? Awful? Okay, here we go.
Is this another one of hers?
Yeah. Do you know a narcissist? Everything will revolve around this person. It will be all about their needs, their wants, their life. Nothing will ever be their fault. Even with evidence to the contrary, it still is never their fault. That reminds me of her emotional abuse of her son online. Instead of taking responsibility for, dragging her 7-year-old into some shit that she started with somebody else online, she wanted to accuse me of being a fucking pedophile and attacking her son because I criticized her mothering. Strangely, she's now applauding people that are literally attacking somebody they think is my son online.
Yeah, you want to know? A flag of a narcissist?
Right.
A narcissist isn't anyone original, right? They're mimics, they're chameleons. They steal and appropriate other people's work as their own.
Yes.
So when they have little screenshots like this that are other people's and not their own work, there you go.
Mm.
If she thinks she knows what a narcissist is, let her actually do 2 hour, 3 hour long, 4 hour long live streams talking about it of her own work, instead of just copy pasting as if she knows what she's talking about just simply because she's found something. Half the time I see these things and I'm looking at them and I'm like, that's not quite true. They don't quite have the depth of understanding. They're only scratching the surface. Or let me read this one quickly. Everything will revolve around this person.
Number 3.
Their life.
I think they neglect you, take you for granted, and never make you feel important or valuable. I think that's what got her with this, because I don't think she's important or valuable at fucking all.
Well, all right, that's wrong. They never make you feel important. What about the love bombing stage? in the very beginning, they make you feel the most important thing in the world. If anything, the narcissist presents themselves as a vulnerable child when they first meet you. You are their savior. So the narcissist in the very beginning will admit to flaws and imperfections. So that's in face of this grandiose presentation they put on. They might like to, in a generalized way, like to present themselves as if they're grandiose and all powerful and mighty, you know, all of this. But that's not going to work very well in front of a target they're trying to be nurtured by. Because if you've got the savior complex and you meet a narcissist that's full of themselves, you'd be like, well, I don't need to save you. You're good, you know, you're fine. You're better than me. So the narcissist pretends to be a victim in the beginning. Oh, I was hurt by my past exes, and you are my true love. Oh, no one's never loved me as much as you have. You're my soulmate. We're destined to be together. See, so they put themselves down, and they put you up.
Right.
So this little snippet here you got on the screen is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it was written by a woman. Come on, Billy. It says Maria Consiglia something.
Nothing will ever be their fault. Not true. That's the point 2. Now, in their head, they don't want to take the blame, but they will admit fault if it serve their purposes. An easy one would be like, oh, I was hurt by my ex so much because I loved too much. Now, what does that translate to the next target's ears? Oh, this person loves too much. They've got a lot of love to give, and they see it as a fault. So the new victim would be like, oh no, darling, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. It's just the other guy you were with was a complete arsehole. I will love you how you should be treated.
Right.
You see? So they can easily admit fault if it works in their favor, if they can be more conniving, play the victim or something.
Emmanuel said, what do we call it when narcissists en masse start calling everyone who doesn't give them narcissistic supply narcissist? Hive mind or projection, both? Well, I'm going to stab you.
Yeah, I think both.
And then complain about how much I'm bleeding from it. It's a crybaby.
In the narcissistic community, you'll hear this is pointed out as one of the telltale signs quite a bit. The narcissist typically is very quick to call someone else a narcissist because it immediately gets that out of the way. But before the accusation could be thrown at them, they think, shit, I better throw this out quickly so that everyone else thinks that they're the narcissist and I'm not. So they're very quick to be like, oh, you're a narcissist. Everyone, go get him.
Right. Yeah. Dog pile.
So they've evolved to learn that the name or the term, making up my own words here, is very bad. So they're like, right, we'll use this.
Yeah.
Number 4, selfish is an understatement when you are dealing with them. Well, yes, generally speaking, but again, in the love bombing stage, they could be very generous, very, very generous. They can try and they can spoil you, basically. They could buy you the most extravagant gifts ever, take you on holiday, you know, and even not even just in the love bombing stage, but in a sort of like a re-honeymoon. So let's say in the beginning you had a love bombing stage, then you had like a couple of years of abuse, and now you're threatening to walk out of the relationship. Don't be surprised that the narcissist buys you a nice gift to try and keep you back in there. Future fake with you. Remind you like, oh, remember how it was in the beginning? How about we go on holiday, darling? Yes, I've booked us a weekend away, just like the old times. Remember the old times? And there's you like, oh, she's not such a bad bitch. You know, she's going to
Right.
take me on a vacation, just like the old times. Here it comes. The good
Mm,
times are coming back. So there are ups and downs with the narcissist. It's not just full out abuse. Otherwise, you'll be out the door. Where'll be the
right.
fun in that?
I've never dealt with a narcissist. I've dealt with addicts though, and they have a very many narcissistic tendencies, but they're not narcissists.
Right. Number 5, load of bullshit as well. They lack empathy. Not quite true either. They might lack emotional empathy, but they have a full understanding of cognitive empathy. And I did hear somewhere about that they can actually switch on emotional empathy at times of need, depending on the circumstances. It's all about the acquisition of fuel
Based
and
on
supply.
environment.
Right. And they can seem very compassionate, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the narc empath who likes to pretend to be full of compassion and empathy.
Oh my god.
And the only feelings they care about is their own. Not
Right.
true. The narcissist is trying to escape their own feelings, in fact. They very much do care about your feelings because it's your feelings that they're feeding from. So how you feel, that like the more sad and hurt you feel, the better they feel about themselves. So they do care about how you feel because they want
Yeah.
to abuse you.
Right. But I mean, then it's like, well, what do you mean by care?
And if you're
Like-
very happy, guess how that's going to make the narcissist feel? Pretty
Right.
upset.
Right.
So they are very interested in how you feel.
Yeah. God, she couldn't even find something worth posting. Self-loathing, they create a false self. Oh, she at least pulled up something about the false self. See, when I see her do this shit, I see just a projection of her deluded mind outward. That's why I'm like, these crazy bitches know exactly what they're doing. They're just trying to blame it on somebody else because of their own guilt and shame.
But now this one I can is more passable. But the second one you showed with the 6 points, you know, so I kind of criticized that pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got someone who is posting this as if they are aware of what narcissism is, and I mean, it's like if you read this and you believe it and you think, oh yes, then you're a buffoon.
Right. Well, some people read and believe what she posts, and they believe it, and they are buffoons.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised she's going to be spouting off to everyone else, like, oh yeah, I know what a narcissist is. Look here, let me show you. Yeah, it's like, no, you don't know what a narcissist is, because the evidence that you're showing of your knowledge isn't even your knowledge, and secondly, isn't even very accurate.
Right. Yeah, she has this big long thing. And I sent it to Psych. His response is so damn funny.
On the whole, it's just someone who's reaching and desperate, you know. She thinks she's found something clever. She thinks she's smart for doing so. So, whatever.
Psych said it's hard to read all that laundry.
Hope our paths don't cross again.
Oh, you know you'll be tagged after this, Billy. Yeah, this one right here. I sent this to Psych. He's like, it's hard to read all that laundry list of defensiveness and deflection. That's it.
If you want me to read that, you're going to have to pay me.
It's probably too small anyway. Yeah. No. I just don't understand.
Well, that's
I
written
don't
to
know.
Psych. She tagged Psych on that one.
Did she?
Is that what I thought you said you sent that to Psych?
Oh no, I sent it to Psych.
Oh. Okay.
I was complaining about I said I really hate it when retards molest the psychology terminology to escape accountability. Because this is what she's doing. I mean, she goes into let's see, blah blah blah, name callings. Let's see, something about her. Oh,
Yeah, I don't
there
know.
we go. Personally, they're shame tactics. Let's see. Build an army and do attacks.
I can kind of
She brings up her kid again. Me
Right,
attacking her kid. When literally this crazy bitch and her little puppets are in that she's encouraged are literally on the attack at Manletopia because they think he's my kid.
What baffles me, well, is at what point, because it's a lot of writing, you know, and it's like, I don't know if this is like bravo for the effort or something, because if she's having to write this out each and every time she meets someone, then that's a strenuous task. At this point, I'd be lazy if we could like copy paste, you know. But obviously, you can't just copy paste the same rhetoric to everyone, because everyone will have the same copy and be like, this bitch is basically copying and pasting this to everyone. So what's the alternative is that she's writing this out, you know, in real time. And I'm just thinking, geez, man. And she complains like that you got 300 hate live stream. I mean, I'm sure she's already counted up 300 pages of this sort of stuff. I mean, you can't really complain when you're doing basically the same sort of thing, if not worse.
Doing the same thing you're complaining about, which is another red flag. Yeah. It's like when you see these crazy bitches literally accusing other people of what you can objectively observe that they're doing themselves. That's a sign of a fucking crazy bitch.
This is like sheet music for violin players.
I just see a list of lies she tells herself on a fucking daily basis to make her try to make herself feel better.
I could just imagine this sort of petulant child's voice, like, but she did this and she did that. It's just like, for fuck's sake.
Well, she's telling the world on me.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Right. Well, she's gearing up another one of these white knights. That Brandon dude. See, and this is what this fucking causes. This dude in the chat here, this Brandon. I feel the urge to say something, but I'm gonna respect your wishes. Something has to be done about her.
This is another point. That if she wants to jump on this sort of narcissism bandwagon,
this woman really pisses me off. She needs to leave you alone. Like, seriously, it's really starting to bother me. This is where that emotional fucking terrorism comes from, fucking lies. When she's the one that won't let it go. Like,
here's another way of discerning whether or not you're dealing with a narcissist. If she wanted to jump on the bandwagon, she should go join a narcissist community. She'll learn. But is a big body of text like that, because a narcissist will make it a point to tell you the truth, you know, tell you how it is, to do the thinking for you and be like, here's my story or whatever. Whereas someone who is actually critically minded, like she claims to be, wouldn't say a word. They'll let you figure it out for yourself. That you wouldn't need convincing. If you have
Right.
to convince me that whoever it is you're talking about is a narcissist, then I'm more interested in you as a person, like why it is you're trying to convince me, rather than the person you're pointing the finger to. Because the person you're pointing the finger to, if they are indeed a narcissist, I will quickly figure it out on my own. I don't need you to tell me or convince me of that. So if she really wants to portray you, good mother, here's an advice tip, Alice. If you're listening, here's a tip. If you want to win
Are
this
you?
pointing finger game. Wait, what? Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna pee. She's not gonna believe you though. I've been giving her the hints this whole time. But go ahead.
I said it before, and I'm not saying it in a kind of derogatory sort of like an insultive sort of way, but you keep your fucking mouth shut. And I say fucking because it will get you into fucking trouble. I'm not meaning it in the sense of like you fucking fuck you fuck. I mean it like it's the mouth is a jabbering. You need to kind of control that thing because it's going to get you into fucking trouble. How so? Because look, if you want to portray Good Mother as a narcissist, then just leave Good Mother at it. Those who watch her will figure it out for themselves. But what you're doing is, if anyone, if they twig that you're trying to convince them that you're putting you're projecting into their mind what they should be thinking, then they're not going to be concerned with anything that Good Mother's doing. They're going to be more concerned with what you're doing. That's just my tip, my advice, or whatever, suggestion. It's counterintuitive, I think, is what I'm trying to say. But don't go all get over it. I'm just saying, I don't know what you're trying to achieve. I mean, it's like you. You know, Skeletor doesn't pride himself over his footmen. He insults his army, his soldiers, because he knows he's surrounded by a bunch of morons.
Who?
Skeletor.
What she's trying to achieve, though, I think you're missing the mark on what her goal is. Her goal isn't self-preservation. Her goal is my destruction, and getting more people. I mean, she said it before in her streams, like how reputation and character assassination works. Like, she admitted to all of it. Only she was claiming I was doing it to her, but her goal is canceling my fucking channel. Now that her strikes don't work anymore, that's when they started going around and contacting individual people that come to this fucking channel.
But even that is here's the thing. Even that is counterintuitive. If not, because they say she gets her wish and your channel's gone. Yay, celebration. Now what?
Now my criticism of her as a woman and as a fucking mother and calling her a feminist, which she is off the internet. So she thinks.
But that doesn't mean that she's a uber duper or awesome whatever. This is the problem with this vertical relationship. It needs that that counterbalance. It's like, I am this and you are that. So without that, then what am I? I can't define myself if you aren't there. She can't say she's better than you if you're non-existent. So this is the predicament people like this end up in is, as much as they hate you, they need you. That's the same thing with the narcissist. As much as the narcissist hates you, they need you. The narcissist is a codependent as well.
Right.
They hate the fact they need you.
Right. Look at this shit. This is a Latin patriot. She's actually the first one out of this little gulag group that came to my channel. She took some bait that I left in Alice's chat. She was the first one that came to my panel. She is studying psychology at university. So she's the most skilled when it comes to manipulation, I think, in this whole crazy bitch group. But yeah, she's one of Alice's biggest fucking enablers, because then she doesn't have to get her hands dirty, and Alice can destroy herself.
And she's talking about demon dogs from hell.
Exactly. And then look at this Brandon guy. Look, let's see. I won't fret. Yes, she is. Yes, and Alice is truly blessed and the greatest woman I've ever known. She means everything to me. This.
It's kind of funny because I was literally just about to say this is trivial shit.
Yeah.
No offense to Brandon. I mean, maybe she is.
Oh, no. She's predating on this guy too. Apparently, this is a guy that she knows, like, locally, that's in fucking AA or something. Like, she, you know, this whole.
I know a lot of people can get hurt by things like this and situations, and it's causing a lot of kerfuffle and drama, and people, you know, talking for ages about it and everything like that. But maybe this is the black pill coming out. But when it comes to, like, at the end of the day, the hard graph in life, all this really amounts to is trivial.
Well, it's a microcosm of the fucking macro problem we have everywhere in our society, and every group and all the groups have this going on.
Yeah.
I mean, and this crazy bitch is able to infect the MGTOW space so much. Like, this crazy bitch here.
I mean, I do reckon that it's a problematic distraction from the more important, pertinent things in life that people should be focusing on. You know, you've got people who are suicidal, you've got people who are depressed, you've got people who have addictive personalities or whatever. You've got people who have employment issues, people who might be homeless, and, you know, some serious stuff going on. You've got people with childcare custody battles and all this. You've got people who are incarcerated. You've got people.
Meanwhile, this crazy bitch is allowed to get away with getting men in the MGTOW space to fight with each other.
Well, this is the thing. This is why it's like a problematic distraction, because people should be focusing on their lives and self-improvement, or getting themselves out of a jam. And instead of doing that, they're getting bogged down with this kind of stuff.
Because this crazy bitch can go over to a very emotionally and mentally unstable fucking alcoholic and get him to believe some shit that then fucking directs him to start attacking his brothers.
Yeah, well, you know, and then at the same, to add insult to injury, say that, oh, she cares and is interested in the betterment and things like that, when it's the complete opposite. If you really cared, then you'd keep that effing mouth shut and let the guy focus on what needs to be done. You know, and that's a lesson for all, really.
Well, like this Brandon guy, I guess he's in treatment. I mean, she talks about him, you know, focusing on his stuff, and she's giving him kudos and shit. But she posts this to enact fucking rage, get him pissed off.
I mean, some people would say, like, that little expression, like, you are everything to me or whatever. I mean, some people feel like that, simp or cuck or whatever, right?
Right.
but it is much more for me hearing that's much more concerning than just being someone who's been a sim or being a cuck, fine, but to be like, this is, you are everything to me, that's
Right.
dangerous. That's dangerous wording.
Oh yeah, big time.
You know, I can't emphasize that enough. Like, fucking dangerous. You are everything to me. That is, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
And I don't think you'll understand that or appreciate that or see why it's dangerous. You know, it's more than just like he's thirsty or he's looking for the puniti, or you know, we could joke around and be like what a simpaloid or something like that. But nah, this is, if she is everything, so what is he going to do then? What is he capable of doing? Is he gonna break the law? Is he gonna would he kill himself in her honor? That
Right.
kind of dangerous, you know.
Right.
To what extent is he going? Will that everything take this man?
Right. And
I don't know
she's
his
everything to me, and she's being attacked by this evil. What did Latin Patriot? Hellhound or whatever. Demon dog. This evil demon dog. She's being attacked by this. She's attacking my everything. Let me get mad at this fucking woman. Like,
I mean, even if this was your kid, like my kid, for example, it would be foolish of me to say my kid is everything to me.
right.
What? My kid is my source of self-esteem?
Right.
That's abuse. My kid is my emotional regulator? That's
Right.
abuse. If not for my kid, I wouldn't be alive. So what? That means my kid is responsible for me? That's abuse. You see how dangerous that is?
Oh, so you're saying he's abusing her in this situation? I see. I think.
No, I'm not saying he's abusing her.
Right.
But I'm just saying that this idea of like everything, this absolutist kind of like, I'm so dependent that it could result in him being abusive, yes. Because what is he going to do to keep this dynamic?
Well, he'll transfer the abuse in my direction, but in a form of defending his everything,
Right.
which is weird because men shouldn't be getting involved in women's fucking problems. Again, I'm like, it's so unnatural for these men to be like, oh, I have to slay this evil queen.
It's beyond gender. But sentiments like that is beyond gender. This is more the emotional aspect of it.
But naturally, man.
I mean, it makes it maybe a bit more amplified.
It doesn't seem right. In nature, men don't get in, like women sort women out. Men will protect women or children from women. And I guess if a grown ass woman is behaving like a child, they fucking tap into that nature part of men to get them to protect them against another woman. But it's fucking to me, this is so damn unnatural. Like, if we were monkeys, I would have tore her fucking head off already for pulling the shit that she's pulled. And there wouldn't be a male monkey that would get in my way. Because that male monkey would be like, yeah, she probably fucked up. Like,
yeah, monkey or chimps. I don't know if it's chimps or apes or whatever. They could be very brutal, ripping limbs off.
yes, yes.
But anyway, I should get going.
Okay, Billy. This was fun.
Yeah, we did some heavy unpacking, I think, this evening.
Yeah. Be prepared for the future tags. You don't know me, Billy.
I don't want to know you. I already know too much.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's not that hard because there's not much there to know in the first place. So,
Right. Lying piece of shit. Got it. We know you. You're not that hard. Well, thanks for the therapy.
I'm just thinking if there's any closing thoughts.
For the idiots who bought into Alice's shit, what would you say to them?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We've got some time till then.
Yeah.
Nah, I suppose just leave it there. So,
Yeah.
I bid ye a farewell, a good night, and everyone in the chat. Thanks for being here, listening, and I hope you found it interesting. And take care, and I'll see you all again soon.
All right. See you later, Billy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, RJ's still here. Is Harley still here? I told her I would invite her up. She wants to talk about mental illness. Are you still here, Harley? You know, it's nice to see JC and Emmanuel. I saw you guys bringing up Red Pill Mike. Yeah, that crazy bitch that keeps sending me emails that Elspeth Meyer claims to had been by his side on his deathbed. Yeah, I'm going to add that to my crazy bitch bingo card I'm working on. I thought I would, yep, that's exactly what it is. Well, it's the feminists who use it the most. The feminists use it the most. Ho, ho, freaking ho, y'all. I saw you guys talking about UBI earlier. JC, are you still pro UBI? See, JC, for those that don't know, because JC, he's been sowing his oats in Thailand for a while. Passport bro in it. But he's the representative. He's the farthest left guy we have that comes to this channel. So he you know, they can't accuse this channel of being biased when we have JC. He represents the left. Yeah. What a good conversations. I guess Harley's not here. I'll drop the link in case JC and Emmanuel want to come out and chop it up. I know you guys, it's been a while. RJ. Emmanuel, do you know RJ? RJ is somebody that... Yeah, the resident lefty. He's one of the pillars of this here community. Even when he goes AWOL for a while. So I was kind of paying attention to the chat a little bit. Chinatown for lunch. All right. Yeah, I saw you said you went back to California and then went back. But you were happy about getting out of that shithole. See, JC's from California. He's like, screw this. I am out. I'm out of this country. I can't just leave California. I have to leave the United States. Dude, I'm all striked out. Seriously. They've used all the strikes they could use on me. Alice even tried to get my channel removed because I was... What did she say? Something like because she's disabled or, you know, she gets some bullshit paycheck for some PTSD, you know, taking advantage of the state like a proper feminist. She tried to get my channel canceled because YouTube wasn't upholding the Americans Against Disabilities Act or some bullshit. She was pissed. She couldn't cancel me with that bullshit. So, no, I'm all striked out, Timothy. So this campaign angler is gonna fed on everyone now? Gonna fed. What does that mean? All right. Well, enjoy your lunch in Chinatown, JC. It's good seeing you in the chat. You better talk to Zechariah. I'm tired of being told by people that come to my channel that he keeps sending him emails. I don't understand that dude's problem. The crazy bitches got to him, JC. Yeah, that's fine, Timothy. He's gonna dox people. What? Did he say that? I didn't listen to his video about me. Did he say that on his GM It's Your Turn video? I heard that he talked shit about Contriver. He accused Kush of being a pedo and then backtracked and then just called him gay instead. Yeah. Well, he went off the deep end. So the crazy bitches got him, JC, unfortunately. They appropriated him to be a white knight. All right. Peace out, JC. Good seeing you. Well, I just really have a hard time taking fucking anglers seriously anymore. And so I don't be mean and dish out, you know, because I do believe in reciprocity for sure. But when somebody's that fucking masochistic, I don't want to feed into that. Right? Every shitty cause needs its white knights. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you know what? Elspeth has a fucking channel. She's uploading content on Let's see, because I did put her on my list. Let's see. Oh yeah, I put her front and center right here. She's got some videos of the woods and whatnot. She's got a nice little community tab where she keeps tagging people. Manletopia. Contriver Kush, infected chodes of Mandy's Goon Squad, repost a simple reminder, shut the fuck up about me and mine, capiche? Y'all aren't very bright, dim bulbs, strawberry, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, dim bulbs, not very bright. Literally thinks Manletopia is my son. So... Tagging Iridium Kush. Yeah. Fucking psychotic is what this crazy bitch is. She claims to have been at Red Pill Mike's side as he was in the hospital. So, she claims to have had a relationship with Red Pill Mike. I find that hard to believe. Honestly. Find it hard to believe.
I think it... Oh my gosh, look at him. Little fella. Oh, wait, a bird. A bird's a word. A bird. A bird's oh my gosh, they're beautiful. I can't. Sorry. We'll try out.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bullets.
Oh gosh. Mm-hmm. And there's a girl too. She's not purple. She's brown. Plain brown wrapper.
Can you hear me?
No, they're too fat.
Yep,
big
I can hear
bitches,
you.
Dad, I'll find out what they
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
are too big to be finished.
Hello, everybody. I just rolled into town, and boy, are my balls tired.
What's up, Bullets? It's written. But when...
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just having a look at the Spurg Fest.
Yeah, I just popped in and saw y'all on. I caught you talking about the Blair Witch, the Blair bitches.
Right.
Seriously,
Yeah.
that's what they are. Blair witches. Blair bitches.
Yeah.
Bitch. The Blair Bish Club.
Yeah.
I ought to tell you about that story sometime, man. About the time I encountered a Blair Witch.
Really? Tell me. That's way more interesting than listening to this crazy bitch talk to birds.
Okay, y'all want to hear my All right, y'all want to hear my Blair Witch story?
Yeah.
This is one of those times I got falsely accused of DV.
Mm.
And I think I told this story before. I can't recall. It's probably been a while. But way back in the day, I'm going to say probably about, when did this happen? 98 or 99, somewhere around there, before the turn of the century, and some of y'all were still in diapers. I was living in a small town south of Dallas called Buda, and I used to do retail out there. I used to buy and sell antiques, junk, furniture, shit like that. Y'all ever see that show, American Pickers? Yeah, well, see, I was one of the first American Pickers. A lot of people don't know that, but it's true story. Me and my crew were like some of the first pickers, and when that term actually started coming up, we were some of the most renowned pickers in the Austin area. So that was pretty cool, and got to do a whole lot of cool shit. Well, anyway, we're out doing a sale, and I see this hot thing walk by. And I'll tell you what, remember back in the day, I was blue pill. I chased skirt, and this girl here, man, she was walking tall, walking fine, legs for days, blonde hair, blue eyes. and had to go for it, right? So anyway, I hook up with this chick and everything, and we're seeing each other for a few months, you know, and it's awesome. The sex is fucking great, I mean, no complaints. I mean, to the point to where I'm kind of like considering, I don't know, maybe she could become like a serious thing, right? So anyway, I'm kicked back up at my house, and I think it was the weekend, and I'm reading my Bible, as I do, and minding my own business, and I get a text on the phone. She's like, "Come over," and I text her back, "I don't want to come over," you know. And she keeps texting me and calling me, and finally she gets me on the phone, and she's telling me that she wants me to come over. She wants to see me and shit. She's promising me sex. She's promising me that. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to fucking get in the truck and drive all the fucking way into town because it's like 30 miles from my house to her house. She lived in an apartment complex in South Austin, 3 stories. I have to lug my backpack and shit and walk my ass up 3 flights of stairs. Well, anyway, I knock on her door. She answers the door. And I go in there, and shit, and I sit down, and she's like, "I'll be right back." And she goes in the bathroom and doing her thing. I'm sitting there reading my Bible. And one thing that always freaked me out about this girl, since I met her, I remember the first time I walked in her apartment. When you walk in her apartment, you don't notice it at first. It's really, really clean, and it looks like any, thought's apartment, who keeps her shit in order and well kept. It's clean. Nice clean carpet, nice furniture, just nice art hanging on the wall. Kitchen's nice and clean, no fucking dishes stacked up in the sink. I respect this chick and shit, because she cleans, she takes care of shit. But when I walk into this, because right about that time I met her, the movie The Blair Witch came out. And I actually went to the theater by myself and saw it because people were complaining that they were getting sick and throwing up in the aisle. I'm like, hey, cool, man. That'll be gory as shit, right? So I go see this movie. And it's the most bland bullshit, liberals with a video camera in the
it
fucking
was
woods
so
that you ever
boring.
could see.
I hated that movie. I left.
Yeah, I know. I mean, well, I sat there and watched it through because I'm expecting something to happen. It was just fucking nothing and boring. And anyway, I digress. So I walk in her, when you're watching the movie, the kids are walking through the woods and they're finding these little stick figures hanging all over the trees.
Right.
Ooh, spooky stick figures hanging from a tree. That don't befront me none, but when I walked in her apartment, it reminded me of that movie. I mean, mind you, I met her right about the same time this movie came out. And the first thing I noticed was all these stuffed animals hanging off the ceiling. And the first thing, that came to my mind, I'm like, man, this is what reminds me of the Blair Witch Project. She had like dolls, teddy bears and dolls, like baby dolls and shit hanging, Barbie dolls and shit hanging from the ceiling.
Fucking weird, bullets.
They're just, yeah, I know. I swear to God, there's like 100 of them hanging from the fucking ceiling. And it's clean. No other real art on the walls or anything, it's a picture family here, picture family there. And you look up and there's like 100 freaking stuffed animals. Ever see that one video? There's a video of this one island where this one psycho dude took a whole bunch of baby dolls and hung them all over the trees and shit. I forgot what they call it, Doll Island or something like that. But you can look that up on YouTube. But that's what it reminded me of, So anyway, when she invited me over there, I come in, I sit down, and the first thing I do is I start reading my Bible. I think I'm in the middle of the book of Matthew or something, and I'm just really engrossed with what I'm reading because I'm really heavy into theology and religion and Bible at the time, And the next thing I know, I don't know.
It looks like
maybe I was like reading aloud, trying to like memorize the verse or something, and out of nowhere, I start getting wailed on. It's like hitting the back of the head. I'm not talking like I'm talking like punched. And she's swinging at me and screaming at the top of her lungs. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? So I'm like, I grab my Bible, I grab my bag, and I'm out the fucking door. And she's still wailing on me and screaming at me as I get, make it down the fucking first flight of stairs. And she's, I'm calling the police. And I'm like, what? Yeah, call somebody, bitch. I'm out of here. So I make it all the way 3 flights down, across the parking lot, into my fucking Ford F-250. And I cranked that motherfucker up. And I'm getting it ready to get out there. I'm talking, it did take me less than a minute to get from that apartment to my truck. And I cranked that truck up, and I shit you not, man, a cop pulled right in front of my truck. It just blocked me in. And mind you, we're a good quarter mile away from the fucking highway. And this cop just came out of nowhere. I've never seen cops respond. I feel like I got set up. I even told the cop that there ain't no way you guys got here in 30 seconds. There ain't no way. I don't know what the fuck, you all think, who you think you are, what you're doing, but I feel like I got set up, and I told the cop my whole story. I even showed him all the texts on my phone that she invited me over here. I was reading my Bible and I didn't want to be bothered, but I came over here anyway because she begged me to, and he goes, well, let me run you for wants and warrants and shit. And I'll be god dang, he got me on fucking traffic tickets. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. He's like, well, if it wasn't for these tickets, I'd probably just let you go. So he arrests me for fucking tickets, puts me in cuffs and everything. And he's kind enough to lock my truck up, and he puts me in the back of the cop car and he takes me all the fucking way downtown. And he tells me, well, the Blair Witch wants to fucking press charges on you for assault. Assault for what? So then he goes, well, it's her word against yours, man. I mean, you're going to have to go to the court. Well, anyway, it took me less than 24 hours. I had to call my buddy Rob, to come get me. He's a lawyer, one of my lawyer buddies at the time. Oh, yeah, cool. It's good to hear that my audio is coming through, JR. Thank you for that audio check. But
yeah, because it kind of sounds a little Borgy on my end, but it might be just me.
Okay, it might be just you.
Yeah, it might be just.
It very well could be you.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm all my mics and everything are plugged in. I don't see.
Yeah. Well, Billy was sounding kind of Borgy too.
I mean, I'm looking at the bars. I mean, they're coming through. Everything's plugged in. Hold on, check.
Okay.
USB cable plugged in.
It's probably just me then.
Maybe something be wonky in the back of the computer. Make sure everything's plugged in securely.
No, I mean, I can still understand you.
For vacation.
Yeah.
That's cool. And okay, so yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, Rob came and got me out of jail. And I'm like, okay, Rob, how much is this one going to cost me? He said $5,000. I'm like, oh, fuck. But and the next, I think it was like a day or two later, she shoots me a text. She's like, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, I'm not allowed to talk to you per my attorney. Here's my attorney's number. Don't call me again. Contact my attorney. That's what I said, because not the people, when she came and filed the police report and said she was going to, I shit you not, APD has their victim services. They actually have a victim services team, and their job is to go up to any female victim who is accusing man of DV to coach them on how to press charges and how to file restraining orders and to fucking rob you of your freedom and liberty and money. That's their only job in life. And your tax dollars pay for that. Your tax dollars paid for this team from APD, Austin Police Department, to go coach this woman. And she explained to me everything that they talked her into it. They talked her into pressing fucking charges. And I'm the fucking victim here.
Right.
Then it just goes to show, that, men are automatic. Doesn't matter if you're a fucking, victim or not, you're going to be treated like the criminal if you got, cock and balls hanging in between your legs. So anyway, this is moving along. She talked to my attorney, and my attorney called me up, and he says she wants to come in and give a statement that she was coerced into filing those charges against you. I'm like, how much is that going to cost me?
Right.
And he's like, nothing, man. I'll just have her come in, make a statement and everything, and we'll go see Judge Kennedy and shit, and we'll get it scratched up. I knew Judge Kennedy, nice woman, very, 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 she's fair. I got to hand it to Judge Kennedy in Austin, Texas. I don't know if she's still practicing law or not, but she's always been fair. And this is what fucked me up during that time, you know. And I think, I have told this story before about the Blair Witch. You know, she goes to my attorney, makes a statement, and we all go to court and everything. When they're in front of Judge Kennedy and everything, and I'm getting ready to get off, all charges dismissed. But apparently my buddy Rob and Judge Kennedy had a conversation when I was not present, you know, and Judge Kennedy wanted me to take, what do they call it, anger management classes. You know, and my buddy Rob, my lawyer, he's like, you know, hey, you know, we're going to drop these charges and dismiss and everything, you know, with the agreement that you'll take anger management courses. 6 months worth of anger management courses at $25 a pop. You know, and I look at Rob and I'm like, you know, whose attorney are you?
Right.
You know, well, I'm asking him this in front of Kennedy, in front of Judge Kennedy. What do you mean I have to take 6 months of anger management courses?
Right.
And he's standing there and Judge Kennedy, you know, and we're like, you know, we think this would do you some good, you know, and give you an education in the law and basically what happened to you and everything. Because you seem to have a history of being, you know, falsely accused of domestic violence. I was pissed at Robert at that time. I was pissed. I'm like, you son of a bitch, you know, I paid you $5,000 to get these charges dismissed because I'm an innocent man, and you and the judge want to put me through 6 months of anger management courses. And the judge is like, you know, yep, that's it. That's the deal, you know. But look at the bright side. You don't, you know, all the charges are dismissed, you know, it won't go on your record, you know, and that's, you know, we just feel that it's, you know, what would be best for you. I was pissed when I left that courtroom with that fucking paperwork, 6 months of anger management, you know, because at the time I didn't have transportation. I biked and bussed it, you know, and every day I had to take 2 fucking buses to get there by 7 o'clock, you know, for a 45-minute fucking course, and then ride at, you know, 2 buses back, and it takes about a little over an hour each way on the fucking bus. You know, can't be late, can't miss an appointment, otherwise I'm gonna wind back up in front of fucking Judge Kennedy again. So for 6 fucking months, once a week, I think it was every Friday, I had to tell my boss I need that night off so I can do this stupid class, you know. And every day I swore to myself, never, ever again will I ever live with another woman. Ever. I will never put myself in this situation. And I got to agree with Judge Kennedy. She's absolutely right. That 6 months of having to ride the bus back and forth and shit, you know, after dealing with the Blair Witch, you know, yeah. So you need to be careful of the voodoo, you know, that a lot of these Blair bitches have. You know, like if you ever walk into a woman's house and you see like fucking dolls and stuffed animals hanging from the ceiling, take my advice, gentlemen. I don't care how good the pussy is. Turn around and walk back out that fucking door and don't look back. Don't look back. Let's get $5,000 and 6 months of anger management time to spare. Yeah, that's it. The abandoned island of the dolls. Yeah, that's what it looked like. Oh my God. Fucking flashbacks, dude.
I thought we needed a visual.
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah, dude. It was some like, you know, and obviously, you know, I come to find out she was on some kind of like mental meds. You know, and if she didn't take her medication, she got serious migraines that would drive her out of her fucking mind. You know, I seen her pop off a couple of times, you know, but I didn't know the woman was fucking psycho like that. You know, but yeah, that's the risk you take, you know, in the dating world and shit, you know, and boy. Yep, that was my Blair.
I mean, just
Blair
hanging, I don't get it. I don't know. I don't understand a bunch of supernatural shit, you know, superstitious or
that's
whatever.
What it is. That's exactly what. No, well, with me, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, I would hang shit from my ceiling, but it was like planes and shit, you know, and starships like the Millennium Falcon. I had a Millennium Falcon hanging in my room, and an Enterprise, you know, and some Star Wars X-wing fighters and shit.
But okay, hold on, Bullis. Now, Logically thinking about this, a ship goes through the air. That's what it's designed to do, right? So hanging one of those from a ceiling in like a space type of decor makes sense. Fucking children don't belong hanging in the air. Dolls don't belong. Animals don't belong hanging in the air. That seems fucking out of place to me.
No, man, that's some kind of psycho Chucky shit, right
Yeah.
there. I'm sure
Yeah.
my bro, like in theory, would fucking give his left nut to go to this island, because he's a big Chucky fan.
Yeah.
If you like Chucky, you like Lycan too, man, because he's big into Chucky. So
Yeah. I like Lycan. He keeps that boot on those crazy bitches' necks, man.
oh yeah, he knows the game, man. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
So how you been? What's up?
Not much. Just
bullshit.
Oh,
there's something going on around here.
Oh, I know. I'm just paying attention to the crazy bitch white knights make fucking fools of themselves. Go on the attack, like.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just desperate for attention. That's it. Seriously, let's be honest. That's the only reason why they're here. They just want some attention. Mm-hmm.
Why do they have to attack their brothers they claim to care so much about then?
They don't. They don't care about any of y'all. You have to understand that a lot of these people that orbit this community are devoid of any empathy, towards their fellow human being. They're only here to satiate their own bullshit. Because their lives are so pathetic, they can't get anybody to pay them attention in their real life. They got to come on, online, even if it's abuse, in order to get, some kind of attention or acknowledgement that they exist in the real world. And this is about as close as they can get. It's really sad. I really pity people like that. That's all you've got going on in your life. You can't make anything of yourself in the real world. Your only fucking resort is to come online and try to make other people feel as shitty as you. Oh man, what a fucking miserable existence. I got a lot more shit going on in the real world. I just got back from the fucking casino with a pocket full of money.
Right? Nice.
That's right.
You and your mom had fun?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good.
Had good old time. Mm-hmm. Highly recommend you go check out the WinStar. Good times. Awesome casino.
Yeah.
Don't go more with with more than what you're willing to lose. So, Bullets, Iridium, and GM have my respect. Without respite. I'm looking at this from across the room. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Angler demands it and feels entitled to it because his ego. GTFO here, out of here. Yeah, okay. I give no fucks in what he thinks of. Yeah, dude, I haven't really given thought about Angler, and I can't really remember. I think since I made that one video.
Oh, he's been on quite a tangent while you were off gambling.
Yeah.
He's been on a tangent, a self-destruction and a self-isolation tangent.
Yeah. Well, I had to that's when I stepped back, and even me and Hermit, we had our little disagreement about things, and I had to step back, and I'm like, I need to be. This isn't what I want to do, and I need to be a little more cautious about how I respond to these people. And it really wasn't. I was like, what am I doing? I'm wasting my time here. I got other people that are more important that want to hear what I'm talking about. Want to be part of that conversation. So. Yeah, I saw Iridium has been busy too. A couple of videos popped up and recommended. It was really cool that he stepped up to the plate, and carried that torch. That was really cool. I haven't had a chance to get over. I've been really busy.
Yeah.
Apparently, when I got home, we've had my dad let some lady, a friend of his, move her trailer onto the property, I guess for
Oh,
storage. And
shit.
somebody broke in the trailer and stole all her shit. Then I
Uh-oh.
had somebody move illegally into a unit, and they put two dogs and a heater right next to a mattress. So I had to deal with that shit yesterday. I had tenants, there was trash all over the property. I'm like, no, y'all need to pick this shit up or get the fuck out. We shell out, hundreds of dollars, every couple of months for garbage cans. There's no reason why there should be any trash on the ground. If I see trash on outside of your house again, and I got to pick it up, your rent's going up $100 because that's what I charge to pick up your trash. If I have to do it, you will pay a fine. So,
speaking of, Kush had some great news. Somebody was. Oh, did you see his 304 plower video?
No, really. I mean, I really didn't talk to anybody last night. I was so tired and out of it. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was like watching tech videos or something like that. Just because I just
This one's for you, Bullets.
Come home from vacation, and your dad, your dad's mental. The house is full of dogs. The house
Right.
is a wreck.
Yeah.
It just sucked up a lot of my time, and I just was not ready to come back online yet.
No, this is great news. You'll love it. This is a minute.
Okay. I was watching some Linus Tech Tips when I looked at and recommended, and I saw that you were there, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. There's a live going on, so I'll pop on in.
Yeah, listen to this, boss. You'll love it.
Hello, everybody. This is your friend Iridium Kush. I just wanted to wish you a happy morning here. Thanks, everybody, for coming to my live stream this morning, Wake and Bake stream. I just had a wonderful moment here this morning. We had a little bit of snow here this morning, and I had to clear some snow from my deck. And as I was doing so, I moved the car out of the driveway so the person could plow the driveway. The person who works for my landscaping service who plows my driveway, guess what it was? It was this cute little girl driving the snowplow truck. And I just thought that was really funny. It made me think about the time Bullets for Teeth was talking about the garbage lady. I have girls plowing my driveway. This is absolutely wonderful. I wouldn't trade this for the world. 304's plowing my driveway.
He's such a jolly man.
Telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. The great recometh.
Right.
I'm telling you, times are about to get interesting.
Yeah, that's what I said. The great re is coming too.
Yeah, wait till all these feminists start getting smacked in the face with a reality stick.
Right.
Oh, that's what he named the video. The Great Recometh. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I thought you might like that.
Fucking A. Yeah, I love it, man. That's awesome.
Oh, here's Kush. Where have you been, Kush?
Hey, Kush, what's going on, bro? Man, you been busy, dude.
Yeah. Here, I'll drop the link in case you guys want to come up.
Yeah, dude, I got some catching up to do. I still got some catching up to do. Yeah, I finally. It took me shit. Well, let's see. When did we get back? When did we get back? We didn't get back until fucking like 10 or 11 o'clock on Thursday. I crashed immediately. I woke up. I was slammed all day Friday. And I don't even remember fucking Friday. It was just so much bullshit that was going on.
Uh-oh. Life-threatening health conditions?
I'm still catching up.
Are you talking about their crazy bitchery infection, Kush? Yeah, there really hasn't been. There's been a bunch of spurgery going on. Scorp Thought made an apology or a forgiveness video. She forgives the GM crew, apparently, for calling out her bullshit. like she has the power and authority to bestow forgiveness upon thee.
I don't care.
I was like, what the fuck? Oh, this crazy bitch.
No, I mean, what? I mean, honestly, I mean, what frame of mind do you have to be in to think a MGTOW fucking cares, if you fucking forgive them or not? MGTOW got too much other bullshit going on in their fucking life to fucking, worry about what some thought thinks. Especially some vegan thought. Yeah, I was watching this base clip from that TV show Yellowstone. I really haven't really caught it yet because I like to binge watch shit, And the thing about binge watching these shows, because I've been let down by so many shows that end really shitty, and I hate getting involved in shows that end really shitty. So I'm really particular about what I watch, you know. So I was watching this one segment from Yellowstone, and who's that dude? Who's the lead guy on that? I forgot his name.
I don't know.
Anyway, he asked this thought who's protesting their cattle ranch or some bullshit, and she's like, we're protesting the treatment of these animals, blah 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 blah. And he looks down at this dumb vegan thought, and he's like, have you ever plowed a field, you dumb Blair bitch? And you got to kill every fucking rabbit, squirrel, mole, vole, worm, everything that fucking crawls in that ground to grow sphagnum, soy, or whatever it is you fucking vegans eat and shit, in order for you to to live and shit. And she looks at her and like, how cute does an animal have to be before you give a shit about it? And just leaves her there just dumbfounded. And but that's true. See, a lot of vegans don't understand what goes into making the vegan food that they make also results in death,
and
death of living creatures. I got news. If you happen to be vegan, if you're choosing
that terrible lifestyle,
death revolves around you. Death, every second of every day, things are being born and things are dying.
Yeah.
Constantly. There's constantly living and dying, the circle of life, the spiral DNA of life, of the galaxies and universe, and of the big galactic tick-tock clock. Everything lives, everything dies. We're all just visiting this world, and while you're here, enjoy the casinos, enjoy the water parks, the theme parks, the Disneyland, enjoy your Netflix, enjoy the open bar and the free buffet. Yeah, enjoy the Schlitterbahn, because you're not going to fucking be here forever. It's just a ride. Like, if you ever want to know about life, Bill Hicks said it best. Look up Bill Hicks. It's just a ride. You're not going to be here fucking forever, So enjoy your time while you're here. That's what's important. So yeah, it's just retarded to me. It's this whole vegan logic and shit. For some reason, a lot of that shit keeps popping up in my recommended. Vegan this, vegan that. What the fuck? It's like, okay, this is like a new wave religion,
Right, it is.
Look, if you want to be vegetarian or vegan and eat that shit, go for it.
Bullets, can you monologue for a second? No, there's not. But
I can always monologue.
Okay, I'm gonna make some tea. Yeah, and get some.
Make some tea. Let's make some tea. It's tea time.
It is tea time, and it's fucking cold, so I'm gonna grab my robe.
Yeah, it's a bit nippy outside. It's supposed to get major titty. I'm talking witch's titty cold come next Thursday, y'all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm not looking forward.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I'm telling you. Let's see. Thursday, the 22nd. They're forecasting single-digit temperatures, so it's about to get mofo cold. I got to go out shopping tomorrow and see what deals I can get. I want to get a turkey. I want to get some fixins and some yams. Maybe get a ham, you know. And let me see. I also got to pick up a breaker because we blew a breaker because that happens during the winter, you know. It's always good to have spare breakers on hand, especially during, you know, cold weather and shit like that, because shit do pop. Let's see. I got some plumbing work and stuff I need to secure because my idiot Elky bum stepdad, you know, when he put in the new water heater, he put the water inlet pipe right in front of the fucking electrical box, and you can't close the door on it. I shit you not. So I need to shut the water off, cut that pipe, redivert that pipe into the fucking water heater with a cutoff, you know, and make sure everything's all foamed up. You know, I got to drip the outside, you know, trough, you know, so it doesn't freeze up and explode. You know, it gets messy, but yeah. If you're gonna winterize and stock up, now's the time to do it. Because we got a big cold dip coming down. I figured I was hoping it would hold off until January. Yeah, so usually when the big freezes hit is like in January or February. It gets fucking cold, man. I got a little heater in my room. It cranks out some decent heat, keeps it a nice temperature in here. It won't freeze in here. All right, what else? What I was going to say? It was kind of important. Mute that. Okay. I had something playing in the background. So what's going on, y'all? Oh, Kevin Costner. That was dude's name. Yeah. Yeah. I liked him, Postman and all that. Yeah. Waterworld. Yeah. JFK. Oh, dude, he was fucking awesome in JFK. You know, especially when he was in that meeting with dude. You know, it's like, are you giving me an ultimatum? You know, you take your ultimatum and shove it up your ass. That was awesome. Don't do ultimatums, y'all. Who's no, yeah. Who's holding this here wheelbarrow? Let me see. Nobody gets out of life alive. That's right. Yeah, Waterworld kind of like, you know, it did okay in the box office. You know, Kevin Costner hated doing that movie. There was a lot of, I guess, a lot of problems, you know, um, that they had when they were doing that movie, you know, and it just turned into. I think it was Waterworld was like the last big Hollywood practical effects movie that they ever did, you know, and it was a financial disaster as well, you know, and I don't think the studio ever recovered from making Waterworld, you know. But I watched it. I thought it was a pretty interesting film for what it was, you know. I mean, Costner, I mean, you know, when you're acting and shit, you know, and you got to, you know, be in the water every fucking day, you know, for weeks on end. Yeah, I could see how that can, you know, wear on you over time, you know, and you start to figure out, hey, this is a bad deal. Anyway, they made a whole documentary on Waterworld and why, you know, and with Kevin Costner's thoughts on it. Bodyguard, yeah, that was another good one. Was that Whitney Houston in that movie? Didn't she like co-star with him in that movie? I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I think I only like seen it once. So.
Oh, you missed it. JC was here and Emmanuel was here, and they were. I saw a little comment about UBI, and it brought back some memories.
JC.
Yeah, JC stopped by. He
Oh, YOLO JC. Yeah, man. You know, if you watch this later, yeah, dude. Yeah, passport bro thing. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
I
he
guess
seemed to be really happy, you know, over there with things, you know, and how everything's working out. You know, yeah, I wish him the best. You know, just be
yeah,
careful where you go. I hear they're passing laws and shit because they don't want the passport bros over there, you know, going over there and turning their women out. You know, turning their hoes into hoes.
Yeah, he said he came back to the States, spent a couple weeks in, where is it? He spent, what did he say?
Yeah, that was Whitney Houston. Thank you, Bandit. Good to see you, Bandit, bro.
Oh, yeah, he was in the States for 6 weeks. And then Cali for about 4 weeks of that. And then went back. Went back overseas. Like, fuck this shit.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if I was going to go overseas, I mean, I wouldn't give up I wouldn't become an expat. You know, I wouldn't give up my U.S. citizenship. No way in hell. You know, but yeah, I would like to travel around. You know, I don't think I would travel around just for poon. You know, I mean, I know there's dudes out there that do that. Especially
No, I think
there's a lot of porn channels that are popping up on Pornhub and a few other porn sites that I really don't want to advertise. You know, the Pornhub being the biggest. You know, but I've noticed that there's a lot of freelance Asian porn coming from over there as of late, and I'm pretty sure that's coming from the passport bros that are going over there. You know, hey, they got to figure out a way to fund their operation, their passport bro operation. I do see some coming from Mexico and Brazil as well.
Yeah.
Know your porn.
Hello, Bandit.
What's going on, people? How's everybody doing today?
Pretty good. Can you hear Bandit bullets?
No, I can't hear shit. I have to push the play button. There's a play button.
Yeah.
How's that?
Up,
That
Jay?
better? What's going
more
on?
gooder. No, it's not. No, it's not you, dude. It's the StreamYard player. Like whenever Mandy if she switches the screen to another video from Iridium to maybe some other random video, or somebody else comes on, I get the StreamYard screen on my end. It stops and it puts a play button on it. In order for me to watch the video or hear the video or hear you, I need to push that play button. Click on the play button. It's weird, and I guess I'm the only one it happens to. But yeah, more people will come in here, and if I'm not watching the StreamYard screen, you know, I'll talk right over you because I can't hear you. I don't even think you're here. And I wish I would watch the StreamYard, but it's such a bright white. It burns my eyes after a while. You know, so I have to watch over on YouTube because it's got dark mode. You know, it's easier to watch. It's easier on the eyes. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Hopefully you can hear me now.
I can hear you,
Bullets?
Bandito.
Okay, good.
YOLO.
How's it
What's
going,
up,
Bandit?
Bandito?
I had better days, but I'm trucking along, so day above ground's a good day. How's everybody else doing?
Pretty good. Did you talk to Harley? She left earlier.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with her. I talked to her for about 2 hours, dealing with issues.
Harley.
Issues with me and other things.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart, man. She's a good kid.
Yep. So.
Yeah, she just
we're
got
good.
married too.
Yeah, I'm happy for her.
You
It's
know?
good.
She's
Congrats.
a woman. She's got problems. You know how it goes.
Oh, Bullets, I wish you would understand that question a little more.
I've talked to Harley
If
in
you
the
only
background
knew.
before.
Bullets, if you only
I
knew.
know.
If you only knew.
I don't want to know. I'll just be a good friend and say, yeah. No.
No, Mandy knows what I'm talking about. I'll talk to you about it in private. Put it that way.
Did you get it straightened out?
Yeah, DM me later, bro. DM me later.
Yeah, we need to
If
talk.
Harley wants to talk to me.
Great.
No,
Harley
I'm
ever
saying.
wants to talk to me.
No, I'm saying me and you need to talk. Because what you just said,
Oh, okay.
you kind of opened up a sore wound with me right now. But we'll talk about that later.
Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, anybody want to talk to me, man? You know how to get a hold of me. Through my channel. Through here. I'm in the Discords. Some Discords, not all.
So Contriver shared something because Contriver's been busy. He's been making the Indian media. I'm going to play this little clip. They're talking about MGTOW. Oops. Wait. Hold on.
Oh, I saw this video. This is hilarious.
Well, this isn't it.
That one brought me a good chuckle. Good chuckle.
Hold on. This is
I haven't talked to Trevor in a good week.
He's busy, super busy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we were. I can't remember what stream it was.
Unwanted.
Sorry. What stream? What?
I don't know. I can't remember. We were on a stream together, shooting the shit in the background. After the show. And I think he was just wore out. At the time, I forget when I deal with Contriver, there's a time difference.
Yeah. Man, I wish they had closed captions in English. This is JM News. No, because I mean it's gonna be in a different language, but he's talking to some news
automatically.
It says closed captions unavailable, but
कंट्रीब्यूटर हैं उन्होंने कई बार लिखा है कि मैक्टो के बारे में आप सब जानते होंगे मैक्टो है MGTOW men going their own way ये एक मूवमेंट है कि जहां जो लड़के हैं वो कहते हैं कि हमारे लिए सेहत जरूरी है कैरियर जरूरी है पैसे जरूरी है हमारे पास पैसे होंगे तो मैं दुनिया घूमूंगा मैं सेहत बनाऊंगा मैं अच्छा खाना खाऊंगा अच्छे घर में रहूंगा और अपनी शर्तों पे जीऊंगा उनके लिए महिलाएं जो है वो मतलब वो चीज नहीं है कि तुम जवान हो गए तुम्हें शादी करनी है तुम्हें परिवार बनाना है
I'm trying to understand what he's saying. It's hard to read the subtitles.
There's no subtitles.
I thought there was. I guess he's just stream up.
No, but it's a couple news people, like two different news networks over there discussing MGTOW stuff. I don't know. When Contriver becomes available, I would like him to, translate. He said after the 29th, so he'll be available for streaming after that. He's been busy with law and stuff over there, so good stuff. And I think because India is so far progressed as far as feminism goes and how the laws go, I think there might be some stuff going on there that we can reflect here in our law as far as men's rights goes.
Well, who controls government here? It's all feminists. They're all boomers or feminists. So until they get voted out of power, there's no way things are going to change. And I'm saying both sides. The Uniparty. They're all feminists or boomers.
Yeah.
So they're all either going to be the simp. There's three categories. We have simps, we have white knights, and we have feminists. That's everybody that's elected. There might be one or two people that are not, but that's not enough to 1 or 2 out of 435 people that are in either Congress, presidency, or judicial. There's no way. It ain't gonna work. So the only thing, the people, you have to start demanding change. It's the only way. And you got to start at the local level and work your way up. It's the only way things are ever going to get better.
Yeah.
Oh, I know Contriver has. We've talked about this. I know that he's working on something. That's heavy duty pro MGTOW. you know, in his
Yeah.
part of the world. He's even writing like a book in Hindi and shit about MGTOW in his part of the world, you know, and and the movement in India is starting to gain momentum.
Oh,
There's a
big
MGTOW
time.
movement in India, and it's growing, you know. So yeah, I think the same problems that we have here in Western civilization with feminism, you know, they're obviously having over there as well. As Contriver has
Yeah.
brought up several occasions like this, all female feminist cut court and shit that they push their own feminist agenda, and men aren't allowed to have a say in any matter and everything. And that's not where's the equality in that? You know,
Mhm.
that's you know, it's more Marxism. It sounds more like, you know, tyranny than anything. You know.
Yes.
But yeah, I've offered all of my material and advice and everything to Contriver free of charge. You know, anything that you need, any help you need, you know, to help pad that book. I even offered, you know, to write a forward for him, you know, and he can translate that, you know, and hopefully, you know, we can educate a lot of the men that are over there on the pitfalls of the gynocentric landscape over in India.
Yeah. I think they know. There's a lot more pitfalls over there than we have over here.
Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of like the feminist, the gyno systematic law system that's infiltrated the United States, you know, has infiltrated a lot of different countries,
Yeah.
you know, and I think that's what, you know, they're starting to figure out, you know, and you know, reel from. So I don't know. Contriver would be the expert, you know, in the affairs of India. You know, my opinion. You know, I would refer to him. You know, all I
Yeah.
know is what he tells me. You know, but he seems, you know, really ready to go full bore. You know,
Yep.
in writing this book that he's working on and getting it out and starting, you know, to push, you know, the MGTOW message, you know, out that way.
You know, the thing is, since basically the United States is the last superpower up, we only export feminism, and because of that, the rest of the world is basically devolving faster than the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Because India, I mean, India's getting bad. Europe's technically worse than America. India's well worse, and China's worse. The only base people around, really, I hate to break it to you, is the Middle East.
Right.
And know why they are? Because we have to do what they want. We want, you know, United States wants oil. They got to, they got to do what Middle East wants them to do. So they're the only people that are immune to feminism is the Middle East.
Oh, because they have Sharia law.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if they didn't have oil, trust me, you don't think the United States would go in and start doing tribunals and all this other bullshit to get them to be a feminist country? Oh hell, they would do color revolutions. They would do a lot more crap. But since we need their oil,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm just saying, like, it sucks. I really hate what America's doing to the rest of the world. But
Yeah.
the only way you can get out of this is get out of the cities. Do what you can. But it's just surviving all this shit. We just got.
I think it's gonna be really interesting. That's why I'm 100% full bore behind Contriver,
Yeah.
you know, and his message and what he's doing, because, you know, I'm really interested to see, you know, what impact it's going to have over there. Again, you know, and I've talked about this before. These types of missions, you know, when you're trying to like push this like your mentorship message, or if you're trying to push your own, you know, MGTOW message and everything, you know, push that lifestyle, you know, in your own communities or somewhere else. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. It takes conversation. You know,
Yeah.
you have to talk with other like-minded people that, you know, that can take your message and build on it, and also share that message in their own right. You know, and this is the thing that I've always expressed. You know, the message hasn't always been mine, and you know, it's also been yours as well. You know, to take the message and use it, you know, to benefit yourself and others in your own community. And it's happening. It is, you know, and I think Contriver's really got a good angle on it. So
Oh yeah.
one day at a time, one day at a time, y'all.
Yeah.
Seize the day. You know,
That's why it
it'll
pisses
happen
me off
eventually.
when people go after that man. They have no fucking idea what he's actually doing. Like,
No, they have no clue.
yeah.
They're only getting away with that because either they don't understand what's going on, or they basically just want to ostracize him because they know for a fact that if they what he says is the truth, and
Yeah.
they're not ready for the truth. So it is what it is. Like, I mean, you either accept the truth, you accept new information, and you deal with it, or you basically bury your head in the sand and say la la la, and hope for the best. Most people are in the la la la, put their head in the sand instead of actually taking information in and reassessing and going against your core beliefs and just do what you got to do.
Yeah. By the way, I think Frank joined the panel. Only he's under. What does he got tonight?
Flanders.
How dare you, Mandy? How dare you spring me like that?
Flanders and Contriver in love.
How dare you spring me like that? I was gonna do my best. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Flanders has got that voice, but well. I'm just here for a wallflower. I was gonna do some farts, but I always get sprung. So to see my family here. I watched most of the whole thing. So how's it going, brothers? Bullets, Bandit, and Goody. Good to see you guys here.
Bullets, can you hear Frank?
Oh, am I a bit low?
No, he just has to push play every
Hey,
time
Frank.
someone new it comes.
Yeah, I can hear. Hey, Frank, how's it going, bro?
Hey,
yeah, I
Bullets,
got to
good
push
brother.
this stupid play button.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
No, I've heard your combos with Mandy before, man. I'm a fascinating dude and shit. And I love the insight too.
Yeah.
You bring a lot of good ideas to the table.
Yeah. Well, not me. I mean, I don't really care much about myself, but yeah. No, Contriver seems like, yeah, as Mandy said, the 29th, and he'll be far less stressed and not working as much and all that stuff. So that's cool. That's really cool. Really cool.
Well, I'm really interested in he's working on a book, that I know of. I asked him, before you publish it, let me give it a read. That way I can give you my opinion on it and everything, and if you want, I'll write you a forward for it. Maybe we can get a couple other guys, to chip in on that as well and I'm pushing him towards that. I'm like, do it, to get the message out on that part of the world. And he's got a few other people that he can work with. I don't know if he's working with TNFS over there or not. I haven't heard from TNFS ever since he freaked out Mandy's server. I don't get that, but anyway, that's another story for another video.
Speaking of,
I really want to see him become successful and get
something.
that on the bestseller list over in India.
Yeah, I noticed something. TFNS is gonna have a stream coming up. I don't know what it's about, but it looks interesting.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
the Jezebel of MGTOW and why white cuck knights defend her. I don't know who he's gonna talk about, but here, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave this here link in the chat so people can check it out.
He's married, by the way. He's
yeah, I know.
To talk.
I mean,
I don't get the dude. I went on his show and I think the ghost interview, monk interview. that I
Mhm.
did. Actually, you know what? If I don't do a stream tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to have time or not. I may replay that on my channel. I don't know if I
Yeah,
can do
it's
that or
good
not.
actually.
Yeah, it's a really good stream. I may have to load that up on my channel. I'll have to look
Yeah.
into that. That way I have a
Well,
copy of it.
when I see white knights in MGTOW, they're literally white knighting for Alice and Scorpthought. So I would like TNFS's, perspective on that situation
Well, the
from a
only time I've ever
narcissistic
won over
abuse.
to Scorp Thought or Alice's channel is when one of you all drag me over there, kicking and screaming.
Right. Yeah, I know he was gonna have a conversation with Sydney, but that he postponed it, and then I don't see it on the thing anymore.
Sydney MGTOW? God, I haven't talked to him in years.
Yeah, he's in the Discord.
Long fucking time.
Yeah, I think he connected with him in the Discord, the GM Discord. So I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I may not have noticed. I'm in and out of these Discords, all the time. I don't like, I'm really leery of Discord because they often turn into echo chambers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, and that's one thing that always freaks me out about Discord. I mean, I don't mind talking to people and shit in there, but I don't want to participate in Discord to the point to where, they're scheming and planning, and struggle sessions going on. It just gets stupid,
Yeah.
I'm with bullets hard. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I want to play something. Minka was over on Obsidians, and she gave Hermit a shout out for his memeing her. Listen to this though; it's pretty good.
On it, and then there's another one. The Black Pillars, the incel group called me Grandma Monkey Lips, and so they let Black creative. We have a lot of creative people in the Manosphere with the roasting. Like I've gotten one where it's like it's me. It's a picture of me, but I'm in a dumpster. I think it's a MGTOW guy, Hermit, made it, and it says like "cum dumpster" on it. And then there's another one. The Black Pillars, the incel group called me Grandma Monkey Lips, and so they
Grandma.
Oh yeah, and so they made a picture
Black
of
Pillar
they
subgroup?
edited it so it's my face, but like a monkey everywhere else, and so it's there's something to be said about the creativity, and we have fun and everything, and there's a lot of trolling. But when you get down to the foundation of what it actually is, and you hear the stories of these men that have been completely taken advantage of, not just by women, but of society standards, you can understand why this thing is and what needs to change. It's the same thing that they did with the women, right? They had a group of women that were hurt, unfair treatment, and they created that narrative. And what did it do? All the other women were like, that's not right. That's not fair. That's not right. And to a certain degree, it was needed. We know that. But to the degree that it's come to, it's not right. It's not right. And I've talked to this even about with my mom, and she didn't know half the things that were going on. And she's like, that's not right. Again, my story's a little weird because I came from a really, really good woman. And there's another good woman. Her name is Good Mother. And she works with a lot of the MGTOW guys. She's actually been the one to teach me a lot when it comes to issues in the manosphere against other women. Let's say a trifling 304 comes through, I have to deal with that. It's better for me to deal with that than any of the other guys because there's more repercussions for them, especially with any narrative that a crazy woman will say on here.
Right.
And Good Mother's taught me a lot about that stuff, and it even applies into my life. So like I said, when those glasses came off, one of the things, I went to 7-Eleven and there were two girls. I went to look for something they didn't have it. The guy's like, we suck. It's okay. And I was like, no, you don't. It's okay. 7-Eleven, right? The girl comes up and she's like, no, he sucks. You can tell him. Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. And I just walked out, but I was angry. And I went to later on that night. I did a short podcast, but later on that
Minka's making her rounds.
Yeah, this is the lady that you had that interview with that one day, right?
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Did
cool.
Bandit
Yeah,
drop off?
I don't know what everybody's. Yeah, well, I heard a lot of dudes going after her and shit. I don't understand that. You know, why they're calling her 304 and all this other shit. I guess they got their reasons. I don't know. Don't care.
Oh, her
You know,
Instagram's super thoughty.
oh, okay. Well, you know,
Yeah.
at least she's talking about what we want her to talk about. Isn't that
Yeah.
their mission?
Yep.
You know, to bring
Yeah.
to bring the conversation to the back to the table.
Yeah.
You know, and put in you know, because women say they are the table. Okay, well, let's put the conversation back on the table and let them deal with it, because
Yeah.
it's the facts, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, we need the 304s and shit, you know, to bring this conversation, because it's really the only thing, you know, that the normies will, you know, will understand. You know, the
Right.
normies, you know, they're going to side with the ADL and the SPLC and calling us, oh, we're a terrorist group. You know, they're going to take, you know, CNN's perspective or MSNPC's perspective of us. You know,
Right.
so what we need to do is use these people to bring our message to the forefront, and this is
Yeah.
a good way to do that. And I commend Mika for doing that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when I was talking to Father Saunders about a week ago, before I went on vacation. I was telling him, look, I know you've been on Pop before. You know, look, if you get a chance to get on Pop again, you know, or talk to, you know, these Ivory Tower, MGTOW, bring up the mentorship topics that we talk about here on street level, and how we need more of that. And we need
Yeah.
more of these Ivory Tower, MGTOW to step up, you know, and do positive mentorship shit instead of just, you know, stuff, instead of just this flame content bullshit, you know. And I told Father Saunders, I mean, you know, you've done your own mentorship stuff. Use that as an example, like when you're working with your son, when you're boxing with your son. Use Island Herb as an example of what we're talking about. You know, we need to see, you know, the positive aspects of MGTOW, not just the flame content or just hear about the negatives. And these types of conversations, you know, this is all part of mentorship, but it's working. It, like I said, you know, we've only been doing this now for what, 4 or 5 months?
Yeah.
4 or 5 months, I guess we started talking about it, you know?
Yeah.
And look how far it's come. And it's only going to
Where I had to twist your arm to. Where I had to twist your arm bullets.
Well, it was you. It was you. Partly RBR and the 50%, I would say, Alan Hermit, that inspired me to bring, you know, to do content on my channel, to give people, to share this idea, to share this mentorship idea with everybody.
Yeah.
What is mentoring? You know, because it's a topic that's not talked about in the manosphere as much as it should be. You know, as
Yeah.
men who, especially young men, you know, like Hermit and others, you know, and even Iridium Kush understands this, you know, these, because he was a young man once too, and he even talks about the rites of passage that he went through to become, you know, a chemist. And men have to go through these rites of passage, and we need mentors to help guide the younger MGTOW and plebs and young men through these rites of passage. This is basically the message of my channel, what I'm trying to push, you know, and Contriver's doing the same thing over on his channel, and doing his book and trying to push that message over in India, you know, that we need more father figures to step up, you know, against these Marxist commie bastards and shit, and show men that they can do it on their own. They can pick up their balls and put them in the wheelbarrow. They can't pick up that, you know, wheelbarrow full of huge testicles and trucking on down the road of success. They can do it. They can do it. It's working. It's fucking working.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. What Bullets is saying, and mentorship, and I've really been stewing on it, for not stewing, but in a bad way. And I'm thinking, but one thing that I was thinking, the thing is, I was thinking about having, like, you break your leg. If you break a leg, then you can't just fix it overnight. And these young chaps coming in, we can't. All we can do is be there for the best we can, but we can't fix. We can't allow time. We can't fast forward time. We can't do a miracle. And so I think that they're in a rage, a red pill rage, not a rage about, like, you lose someone close to you or something like that. You might be unhappy. Say it was a a driving accident or something, you'd be angry with the person who killed them. But I think to myself, this is the conundrum that I've been thinking about quite a bit lately, and I love the mentorship part. But people that come in here, a lot of them, young men whose I don't know, girlfriend went off, and this is trivial stuff. But they're in a rage, and they come and they say Red Pill. They might have typed something into Google. We can't. There's no way that we can naturally speed up the process of their healing. All we can do is, and I think the mentor thing is very good, but there's a lot of people who really need to, younger people, but even older people as well. But they must have. But we can't. I don't know any way. I wish I could. I really do. Wish I could speed up time, but to speed up their anger, the red pill rage that we all know about, I don't know how to do that, and I wish I did. But the mentorship is a good thing, and we do need that. And once more, I did something yesterday. I don't even like doing it, but I was saying, look, to somebody, just look after your own family, and forget about attacking people in our sphere. And I just don't know all of these things. So if anyone could help me on this, because I honestly, sincerely do not know how we can mend a broken leg without having a cast on it for a couple of months. I just don't know. Help me, Bullets. Mandy, help me, anyone. Bandit, where did you drop off to? But help me, someone, because I don't know practically how we could do that except for just being there for somebody in their moments of confusion.
Yes. Well, the confusion, I think, the part of it is the dude needs to know his leg is broken and who's fucking breaking it right now. Like that part.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're being distracted and you're being fucking manipulated by a bunch of crazy bitches. You need to knock it off because you're making a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
And focus on your own shit.
Me and Mandy have had this conversation, like, way back in the beginning. But you can ask JC, JC Blanche. We've had conversations like this about mentorship, and how to like coach guys and everything, and how to bring, try to bring, the manosphere together. And we've all come to the same consensus that, you have to be in the right mindset. It's kind of like the way that I say, like, if you're red pill raging, I can't help you. If you're a blue pill simp with pussy on the brain and you're like, okay, sniffing panties, I can't help you. You have to be in the right mindset. In other words, you have to be willing to make the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice. You have to be willing to walk away from your rage. You have to be willing to walk away, from your sex life in order to get your head clear, and to come up here onto this panel and to have a conversation of reason and logic, to help you better yourself, as a man, or even a woman, to come to your senses, to figure out what is your most important goal. Is that pussy that you're crying over? Is that your most important goal? Is hating that thought that fucked you over years ago and shit, and red pill raging on that, and hitting the bottle, is that your ultimate goal? Because if those goals don't coincide with what we consider a true MGTOW lifestyle, one that's beneficial and positive to you, that's going to help you and make you a happier person in the future. And I'm not talking tomorrow, because it doesn't happen overnight. You have to be willing to put the work in. We're talking weeks, months, possibly even years, working on yourself in your real life, and to better yourself, to achieve that goal. And in so doing, when you do that, you'll find that you become a different person. You are the person you are on the present right now. Okay? You were the person you were in the past. That's not you at the present. So you have yet to become the person you are meant to be in the future. mentorship guides you to that, going through these rites of passage, whatever those rites of passage are that you've planned for yourself. Look at Hermit's rites of passage, is to his health, his weightlifting, his wanting to modify his hold on just a second, I'm being paged.
No, we all love him. I love him. He's a great guy, and he's excelled so much in his life. He's an awesome dude. I'm not getting any notifications from him. Not from him, but YouTube.
He's had his
much
channels deleted. Let me carry on really quick because I have to go do something. I'm being paid. Okay. I think my mom needs her meds. Anyway, but he wants to get out of having to go to gym and shit and deal with Jim thought shaking ass in his face. So his idea is to figure out how can I I feel confident if I can do my own home gym thing. So this is his idea of propelling himself into a new man and into his future by achieving these goals. So he's going to be different, here in a few months, as he starts producing content, showing how he's got his home gym set up and how he built that up. And eventually sometime next year, hopefully by October next year, we're going to see him move further in the future through his rites of passage as he makes his ass, to Hawaii, and then we're going to see some heavy duty shit, once he starts to land and we see this man build himself up, and build his career and whatever it is, that he has planned in his goals, so that's just an example. And it was kind of cool way, when I first found out about Island Hermit and I saw, his Hawaii video and how excited he was about it. I'm like, this is exactly, the red pill that the MGTOW community needs.
Yeah. Right.
This is the red pill of MGTOW right there.
Yeah.
Living it, doing it. So, okay, let me go take care of something really quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, and Bullets. Right. Yeah, look after Mom too. You're a good son. Bullets. He's a good son. So.
Yeah. Bullets is a good dude. That's why it pisses me off when people talk shit about him.
Well, what he failed to mention is that we're all going to move in with Hermit. We're all going to move in there, and we're going to get the chickens and hunt the chickens and the wild boar.
Right, the free range chicken hunting.
Free range chickens.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I was almost here, but not a lot. Just kind of busy, but in and out. But Billy was talking about. Billy did a real good thing. I could only catch in and outs, not much, here and there. But Billy's he knows his stuff. He knows his technical stuff.
Yeah.
All that stuff. So he did a good job, Mandy, of talking. He really did do well. Billy.
Oh yeah, Billy's a wealth of knowledge, for sure.
So, but yeah, it was cool. It was cool. So my name's Flanders Loves. What is it? Contriver? Flanders and Contriver are in love or something. I couldn't even come on, but you spot me every time. Everyone spots me these days. Flanders is the guy who made my name the F and Frank because I was always trying to troll and he was always spotting me. So I get that all the time from other people. But what Bullets is saying, that method, so many, and what's more, they live in a different world. They inhabit a different world. If talking about the red pill as in far goes that females and males interacting, a lot of the people who talk in the sphere were born in even the 60s and the 70s. That's not being born like the baby boomers. They're not boomers exactly, and boomers are the last. They are honestly, even the boomers with the very best intentions, they still don't have a clue. They'll never understand it. Now I will never understand things like growing up in a world. Let's say I was 20 years old, I wouldn't understand it. I wouldn't have a clue. So I don't know how is our knowledge, as Bullets was saying, and other people. There are a lot of people. Is our knowledge going to be correct for this? Basically, it's a perverted world. It's perverted. And it'll take people, normal people with good intentions as well, and it'll pervert them because they're so messed up in the head.
Yep.
So I don't know if we can relate to the problems that they have. I'm not sure. I'm not equipped. I'm really not equipped with these things.
Right.
Sorry, Nanny. Go ahead.
Right. No, like, and I try to relay the 18-year-old boy experience because the shit that my son tells me about what's going on with, you know, like, and I guess he's lucky because he's tall, he's good looking, he's, you know, I mean, he has a problem with getting hit on all the time. But I mean, back when he worked at Santa's Wonderland a couple years ago, he was a minor and he's pushing kids down the snowy mountain and getting hit on by all these fucking moms. And he came home one night, he's like, "Mom, do I have like stepdaddy material like painted on my forehead or something? Like, what the hell?" Like, and he gets a bit down about, you know, women, because I mean, women that are, you know, married, have boyfriends, or like flirting with him and hitting on him, and he's like, you know, it gives him a bad taste in his mouth that people are just so damn liberated, and he has some pretty damn high standards. So he's like, man, like, what the hell? I mean, his age group. I mean, Manletopia is kind of in that age group too. Like, there's a reason he's like, nope.
Well, for one thing, that's basically against the law if that is happening, right?
Oh yeah, no, like it happened.
I guess the other thing is that he has, because of the gynocentrism that we know has existed since the beginning, he's got really no recourse. So he could ring the police, and you know what they'll tell him to do? They'll say, they will shame him. The male cops will shame him and tell him to harden up. Like, go, don't be a wuss. Don't be a shrinking violet. That's what the police would. This actually happened to me once on an occasion, years ago, decades ago. So then he's not going to get any ear on that. This is why it's gynocentrism. So I don't know what to do about this. I really don't. I don't know if Bullets has any input. I don't know if other content creators or people in our chats have anything to contribute to a solution to these things. I don't think there is. I think we're going to have to do the long haul. I don't think World War I was a pleasant place in the trenches, right?
Right.
I don't think we're going to get, the dog's going to bring our slippers and we get the paper and we get a nice, I don't know, pie cooked or something. I think we are in a bad place. So all we can do is survive and do the best we can with what we've got. And what we've got, unfortunately, is OnlyFans and this woman who's like saying you have to pay for my kids at the thing, which was just put up by somebody. I know who it is too. So look, I think we're trying to make the best of a bad situation. And I don't know how to do that. I frankly, I confess, I do not know how to do that. I don't have the wherewithal. I don't have the skills or abilities. All I've got is the time.
Right. But the answer is like staring us in the face right now. People like Minka. Okay. She's somebody who's 31. She's trying to build her channel to talk to women. To kind of be that middleman to talk to women, to, you know, let them know the pitfalls. And here, I'm going to play a little more of this because I think she goes into a little more. I mean, because we need more women talking, you know, holding women accountable.
I agree.
That night I went to an event for Toys and Tots. It's a thing in Hollywood. And I went to meet my client and we were matching. I was wearing red. He was wearing red. I'm like, oh my God, we're matching. Again, another girl turns and she goes, but it was by accident. And I just turned. I'm like, no, it was planned. It wasn't planned. But again, I'm mad at why, like, we're not even talking about the deep issues, which are like the court systems or the finances. We're talking on a regular basis. It's cute or funny to make fun of a guy you don't even know on the street. But damn, if a guy were to say anything to a woman like that, even less than that, he'd be reamed. Mm-hmm. So like, even on, if you're looking even on the minute standpoint, none of it makes sense.
Let me read this. Let me read this comment. JD Rich writes, "No, the good men are not physically attracted to the women who say they want a good man. They want the guy they're physically attracted to carry the same caring actions as a man they don't want." Your response?
I'm trying to understand that. Good men are physically attracted to women.
Yeah, he's saying that a lot of women say they want good guys, but they really mean the good guys that they're attracted to. So, I don't why wouldn't it sound okay?
That goes into the narrative.
Why would a woman want a guy that may be good, but she's not attracted to him? That's not how relationships works, fellas.
Well, and not just, it's also the delusional part. So I can tell you my attraction has definitely changed because of that specific thing. Again, women, we're trained to believe that we deserved Prince Charming. Mm-hmm. That's what we're gonna find. And so when you put that narrative as your number one reason to find someone, what do you picture? The 6 foot tall guy, the handsome guy, the pretty guy, the guy with a good body. But the women are not paying any attention to, do our morals align? What's his religion? What does he believe on politics? Do we agree on these things? How does he want to raise children? Like when I'm dating, it's, would this person be a good father? That's what I'm looking for, right? Mm-hmm. Most women are not looking that. They're looking at, would I marry him? And that's where the narrative needs to change for women, because we've been brainwashed. It is a real thing. I go anywhere and it's the narrative of like the hottest guy and the hottest guy and the hottest guy and blah, 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 or like the richest guy, the hottest or the richest, right? And that's not the reality of it. And it would be different too if you're talking to like the most beautiful supermodel, but you're talking about like the girls that were on the Fresh and Fit show. Mm. You look like a troll. You don't know how to cook. You don't know how to do anything. You've never worked a day in your life. And like, you still think that you deserve that?
But let's be honest though, because are those guys
right?
So the Fresh and Fit bar thoughts that they invite on the show, they all look like bar thoughts.
Right.
They're all paid bullets.
They do.
They pay them.
Yeah. Yeah. They go to Fresh and Fit. They go to the local clubs, you know, and they're like, yeah, we got this YouTube channel and shit, you know, and they use it for clout, you know, and you're like, oh, really? Oh, you have thousands of subscribers. Oh, I get to like, you know, put this on my TikTok and get more subscribers myself. And it's a takeaway, you know, I mean, it's a give and take right there, you know. But yeah, I've watched that show before. To me, it's a joke. Basically, you got a couple of douches on there that go to clubs. They get these bar thoughts to come on their show, you know, it's clickbait, guys. That's all it is.
Well,
clickbait.
you know what though? I do appreciate their service, because when they go around and ask if all these crazy bitches have a degree, all the ones that I've seen, like half of them have a fucking psychology degree. I'm like, oop, those are data points.
Yeah, well, there's a red flag for you right there. Ask her, you know, if you're I don't know, date with a woman, she says she has a psychology degree,
right?
You know, there's your red flag, guys. Yep.
Right.
She belongs to the streets.
Right.
It's like projection. They're trying to fix themselves by trying to get smart with an education, higher learning. They think higher learning is going to help them.
Yeah.
So, physician, heal thyself, sort of thing. Jesus said that. But, yeah.
Nope. If you date one of these psychology thoughts and shit, guess what? She's gonna psychoanalyze everything you fucking do. Everything.
Yeah.
You will become patient zero. I shit you not.
I hardly trust them. I don't date. I don't date. I'm not a dater.
Right. Frank, by the
Don't
way,
date
that
lawyers,
list.
cops, or psychologists.
Right.
Yeah.
Frank, that list of books, I want to
Yeah, yeah.
set up a time sometime where we can kind of have a one-on-one and go over some of those books if you're interested.
Yeah, I can send them. I can send them overseas. I don't
No,
mind.
no. I want, because you already read them.
Most,
right?
excerpts of them. Yeah, most of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know what's
So,
involved in that. There was the MRA days, as well, mostly, and the female eunuch was older than that and stuff like that. So yeah, it's all.
yeah.
This is all stock. This is all part. But if Contriver's writing a book, he's got resource materials. It belongs to me, so he can't get any. He can't get misquoted or anything like that because they belong to me. I just give them away. I mean, I have no need for them. It's red, the crimson, all that stuff is so ingrained in me. It's like easy. It's like
Yeah, but I'm more concerned about like the title, who wrote it, because I want to look these people up kind of as we talk about them. If you can kind of give me an overview on the book and just for.
Yeah, Mandy likes to deep dive.
Yeah.
Type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, because I like to know which crazy bitch has been really influential in the destruction of our society throughout the ages. So.
Quite a few, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Mandy's got this homing beacon that root out these thoughts.
Yeah, I know. I stay out of the way. I just stay out of the way. I say, yeah, you go for it, Mandy.
Yeah.
As I said, I got Karen Strawn and Mandy, and obviously Esther Vilar's still alive too, and I have respect for that. A little bit Ayn Rand, but I'm not a. Well, I am an objective.
Sorry.
A little bit.
Oh, bless you.
So yeah, no, but obviously no woman could be. Well, you can be red pilled, but you could not be a MGTOW because that doesn't even make sense at all.
Right.
But I just stay out of Mandy's way, let her go and think, and then I'll attack people outside our sphere and stuff like that, who attack people.
No,
that
Mandy's
I have.
going after she's digging up the people that are writing the books and shit that are being shilled to the universities.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the people that are writing those books and paying for that funding to push this message through, like the Confucius centers at all these universities that were shut down, are pushing this political Marxist agenda. She's on it.
I did give. Yeah, I like Aaron Clarey, but I never got a response unless, of course, I was busy, because we can't be here. We're not omnipresent. And I did give him $85. I haven't emailed him, but I did give $85 for that Texas A&M stuff. This is so many months ago now, and he's on holiday.
Nobody's paying attention to it, and it's like so damn big. It's gonna actually talk to one of my clients today that about a bunch of that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's not getting any attention, and I don't know how to push history changing shit into the forefront where people should fucking pay attention to it. I don't know how to do that.
Well,
I don't think people realize how important it is.
Don't take on more than you can handle. Leave it up to other people to do their part as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I can't do it all myself. It takes an Island Hermit, it takes an Iridium Kush, it takes a Bandit, it takes a JR, it takes a Rusty Rivers, it takes a Shinobi one. It takes all of us, to do what we're doing. It takes a Brandon Trueblood, to do what he's doing, and pulling this ship in the right direction, in a new direction. We can't do it all ourselves, so we all just do our part and we meet in the middle. That's the awesome thing that I commend Mandy on doing. I'm not kissing her ass or anything, I'm not that type of dude, but to make this hub, when I first found it, when I met her on Salty Cracker, and we came together, I was really surprised that we had red pillars, black pillars, a few blue pillars, and everybody coming to meet here in the middle in this hub, to have these conversations. And, it's been really amazing how it's grown. And even most recently, the profound effect it's recently been having since we started this New Direction mission, and with Mandy's research, it all goes hand in hand. It's all going somewhere, and eventually, it's going to break out, up into the ivory tower channels and shit. And it already is. If Minka is talking about this stuff, guys, that's a win for us.
Yeah,
We're winning there. We got our message. We got them to talk about what we're talking about down here. It started here. It didn't start there where this dude and Minka are talking. It didn't start there. It started here with me, Mandy, Black Wolf, JC Blunt, Red Pill Mike, Frank, Contriver. The conversation started here. This is how this works.
Yeah. Oh, Contriver's in the chat.
Oh, no. Is he?
Yeah.
Namaste, brother Contriver. Good to see you. We were just
Come on,
talking
jump up,
about you.
Contriver.
Your
Take
awesome work.
my place.
Yeah, because I shared your little your clip.
जी अभी एक अनवांटेड कंट्रीब्यूटर हैं उन्होंने कई बार लिखा
We need a translator, Contriver. So after the 29th.
Yeah, we were just talking about how you're bringing this conversation up over there on those channels over in India and sharing that message and working on your book and such. That's really awesome.
Yeah.
No, Kush, I was not aware that you had an interview with Minka, man. Bro, I am so fucking far behind. That's the thing. This is a problem I had over at Lycan's channel. Before I left Lycan Theory's hood, because there was just so much to keep up with. I can't do it all by myself. I couldn't keep up with it. So I just catch it when I can. In the lives or in conversation, or if it pops up in my recommended. And if I have time, I'll give it a watch. But I try to participate as much as possible.
Oh, he's translating in the chat.
Was he?
Yeah.
Contriver Bullets. Contriver was basically he made her tear up a bit, and he was giving her just the basic level MGTOW philosophy. And she had no idea, and she was once again. I'm always aware, but of things like that. But.
That's always been my biggest bitch when I first came into MGTOW, and this is the big argument that I had with all the Red Pill Ragers in the HOM, which is the House of MGTOW Discord server that we all orbited in. There were hundreds of us in there. When I told them, they got mad at me because I was having MGTOW conversations with Lycan Theory, and I would bring these conversations over to his channel, and they would get mad and like, what are you doing over there talking to him shit about MGTOW and stuff? Well, how do you expect the message to get out? If you don't talk to people about it, if you don't talk about, the MGTOW lifestyle, and how it's, beneficial, to a man's, sanity, his life, going through his rites of passage and mentorship and stuff. And they couldn't see it. They fought me. Those guys, let me tell you what, those guys fought me tooth and nail to the point, they would try to flag my channel down and get me shut down. And they would start all this drama with other channels and shit. Their idea of whatever MGTOW was, they treated it like an ideology. They treated it like some kind of fight club, and that's just not what it's about. We need to talk. We need to have these conversations. We need Contriver over there talking to his people about what's going on. We need Minka out there talking and sharing our message with people, because that's a win for us. We have power. This is a sign. If you look at it, if you step outside the box, just step back from your TV set or your phone, and look at the big picture, that when we have these conversations and we encourage others to talk about them, our message gets out. We have a lot of power here, even with just like what 13, 15 people showing up, to one of these streams. You have power, all of us, a lot of power, to do this, to feed this information to Minka, to take off into her neighborhood, into her channels, into other channels, taking our message to other channels. Now that is a new direction. That's power. So don't ever let anybody tell you, that your voice has no power. You'll never amount to anything. You'll never do this. You'll never do that. Don't listen to the naysayers. You have power.
Well, and I think me and Minka have a little bit more power because we can go anywhere.
True.
Yeah, it's true.
True.
We can get into a lot of places you guys can't.
Yep.
True. There are a lot of simps out there that don't want to hear anything I have to say, but if I put Mandy in front of them, oh yeah, they'll be like, chomping the bit to listen to whatever she's got to say.
Yep.
And she'll be just sitting there, just dropping them little red pills, feeding them information. That's how this message gets out. This is how we fix society. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take weeks, months, years, shit, maybe a couple decades before things get straightened out. But if you wanted proof that it's working, there you go.
Yeah. Contriver said, "Let me come up."
Yeah,
he said rewind it, but I rewinded it.
Get your ass on up here.
4 hours there, bud. I was going to come up as unwanted contriver and see if Mandy spotted that I missed the R. I've done that before too, a few times.
I figured you'd be
I like to make fun in this sphere, but make fun of people who I have a great deep affection for. So come up, jump up, come on. CDP drunk, you can come up too, bro.
I want him to come up, so we can talk about this video, maybe do some translating for us in real time. So we can get an idea of what's going on over there. Because I don't understand any bit of Hindi and anything. I love the Indian people. I think they're beautiful people.
Yes, I agree. Yes. Contriver.
I wonder what time it is over there. Probably 11 o'clock.
11
over there.
Yeah, 11.
That's my best guess because I think he's like almost like 11 or 12 hours ahead of us here in Texas.
He's like, I always rewind an hour and a half. It's a weird. There's a half an hour in there that I don't quite understand.
I think Texas sits directly opposite the planet of India. It's weird. I'll have to look at Google Earth.
CPD, are you drunk?
I'm quite a bit sober today.
Okay, good.
I started like maybe 10 minutes ago, so I'm not near as drunk as last night, or whatever night it was, which was a pretty good night for me. I was probably dropping a little too many F-bombs for my own taste, so there you go.
Well, and it was kind of weird because we had Douglas on the stream, and he was literally trying to not drink, and then you and
yeah. I don't know. I don't know the relationship between me and Doug. Basically, we're pretty close to each other, and we can see each other if we want to. And I'm pretty sure Doug's got my email, unless he's tried and failed and thinks I'm an asshole, which I did not intentionally do because I accidentally left the E off the last name of my email, which is a full name George. So CDP George, and then the last asterisk of the email, so to speak. So if Doug's been trying to email me and he thinks I'm sticking it to him, I hope he did not miss the second message immediately after the fact.
Doug is one of the most easygoing people you'll ever meet. Bro. Very easygoing guy.
But then again, he sounds like he's having a lot of problems, and I'm glad I'm not in his position. But at the same time, I'm like, that sucks. And you know, I'm a spoiled bitch when it comes to fucking the lack of bullshit that I've had to put up with, in a sense, because I my bullshit is like shitty ass friends who basically red pilled me because they were getting all the pussy and I wasn't. I was wondering what the fuck is going on. And then as I went through it, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I've been doing everything wrong all this time. And so because of that, I never got really laid until I was like 27. And that was a fucking anger management for me at that point. And then after that, I've noticed that women always went for the taller asshole, even if they're a fat fuck. This guy was a charming fat fuck, but he was taller than me. And so they went after a bigger asshole who was charming fat fuck who, I don't know. I think he was a bit of a feminine on his side too, because he liked watching all the shows I didn't like to watch. Like I liked watching fucking Deadliest Catch and fucking Gold Rush and shit. And he'll watch like Pitch Perfect. I'm like, how the fuck do you watch this shit? This shit is trash. But women were attracted to him.
What?
And they weren't attracted to me. And eventually, as I had to ask questions, like, okay, I own the house. He's renting it with me. He has a bunch of nice cars, sure, but he's a fucking moron. I mean, at least at the time, he might have got smarter now. I don't know what he's doing now, but he might have got smarter now in terms of actual intelligence. But at the time, he was a fucking moron.
Well, would you want to be with a woman who wanted to be with the fat fuck, bro?
Well, let me base this to very simplicity. If they fucked him, they're not fucking me. That was a fucking rule I made quite clearly to myself.
CD, you dodged the bullet there, bro.
I dodged a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
Okay, CPD, Wall Contriver, are you short on time? I'm sure you're short on time.
I'm very short on time. I just connected so that, everything.
You could translate? Okay. Let's let Contriver translate.
Rewind it.
I did. How far back do you want me to go?
15 seconds.
Brother Contriver.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Sir. Okay. No. Pause.
Huh?
Pause. He has started reciting a poem. He is a poet, by the way. He has started reciting a poem. It was before that. Before he even started enunciating.
Go back to where you...
Yes.
Mandy's technically challenged, so just bear with us.
Yeah.
She's looking technically more smarter than myself, and I built my own computers.
Okay.
लेकिन अनाड़ी ने इसमें संशोधन किया अनाड़ी ने कहा
Before
जीवन गुड बाय तेरी
Before that, even before that. Yes.
नहीं कर रहे, लेकिन उसको एक आदत, जैसे बाढ़ राहत होती है, सरकार क्या करती है जब बाढ़ आती है तो वहां पे कुछ राहत पैकेज भेजती है. अब बाढ़ वाले अगर
by 5 seconds.
ये कहे
देखिए, लड़ाई जारी रखनी पड़ेगी, बातें करनी होगी, कॉन्फ्रेंसेज सेमिनार्स करते रहने पड़ेंगे, लोगों को जागरूक करते रहना पड़ेगा. और एंड वैल्यू जो है आपसे ले लेंगे हम. अब 36 मिनट हमारी बात हो गई. एक झंडू
I don't know how much you want me to play before stopping.
Okay. No. I think you need to reconnect to the point where it was, because it is in your Discord DMs, right?
Yeah, I got it.
So you could copy the link and paste it over there on the search bar, and it would reappear, the very same clip of 15 seconds.
Oh, wait, wrong one. Hold on.
This is the full video, by the way.
Yeah, bear with us. We're getting there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was at home trying to get my dad's Word to read documents, and apparently I can't get find the file from Word, and then vice versa, I can't get Word to work with the file, so I got fucking pissed all goddamn day. Microsoft's a piece of shit.
Hey. Okay.
Let's
Free
go.
Office program, LibreOffice was pretty good.
Yes.
You
Yes.
just gotta
Oh,
keep
you
it
went right back
updated.
to where you were, or
Play.
जी अभी एक अनवांटेड कंट्रीब्यूटर हैं
Ah, right.
उन्होंने कई बार लिखा है कि मैक्टो के बारे में आप सब जानते होंगे मैक्टो है MGTOW men going their own way ये एक मूवमेंट है कि जहां जो लड़के हैं वो कहते हैं कि हमारे लिए सेहत जरूरी है कैरियर जरूरी है पैसे जरूरी है हमारे पास पैसे होंगे तो मैं दुनिया घूमूंगा मैं सेहत बनाऊंगा मैं अच्छा खाना खाऊंगा अच्छे घर में रहूंगा और अपनी शर्तों पे जीऊंगा उनके लिए महिलाएं जो है वो मतलब वो चीज नहीं है कि अब तुम जवान हो गए तुम्हें शादी करनी है तुम्हें परिवार बनाना है तुम्हें कंट्रीब्यूट करना सोसाइटी में वो कहते हैं हम कमा के कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे हम अपनी अच्छी सेहत रख के कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे हम राष्ट्र की सेवा करेंगे लेकिन हम अपना एनर्जी औरतों के पीछे नहीं लगाएंगे हमारी जिंदगी में औरतें
Is he saying contribute?
Yes, he's saying contribute to the society in a different way rather than
Yeah.
contributing to the demography of any country, as well as they would live life on their own terms rather than being ensnared by the whims and fancies of, the golden vagina, by the way,
Mm.
if we could call it. Now, he is trying to explain to the two gentlemen and to the audience. These two people are from men's rights groups. Actually, they are into politics and they have started doing processions and whatnot in favor of men's rights and a men's commission to be there, just like a quasi judicial authority that is a women's commission in India. Obviously, it is for publicity and propagation of the word, but they are not going to be quite successful, and we already know that it is a failed attempt. So in return what he's trying to enunciate to those gentlemen is that why don't you actually try to work for MGTOW? Again, he said it wrong. He said it is a movement when it is
Right.
not. It is just a philosophy which
Right.
is gaining popularity among the masses because they are getting aware that the laws are so stacked up against a man in general that women could use that and abuse that on the whims and fancies, and this sort of shall we say psychological ensnarement,
Mm-hmm.
enchanting of a man is not working, and it is not worthwhile. So that is what he's trying to explain to those gentlemen. And he has been a mainstream media journalist in India. Just look at the number of subscribers he has. Even
Yeah.
though he mostly puts out men's rights content regarding men committing suicide, regarding women actually sleeping around, regarding most of the things, apart from some socio-cultural, religious traditions and whatnot. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is what
So
he does.
I'm going to assume this dude's got a huge following then, right?
Well, he has been a mainstream media journalist, just like who appear on your prime time, just like on ABC or MSNBC or CBS or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he is
That's
talking
that.
about these things. So
Yeah.
a national level journalist is actually reading my comments, is actually watching my videos, even though I am a teeny tiny channel. And there are a bunch of brown Indian guys who are actually starting to follow my channel. I don't know how much subscribers I have gained because that is the only metric for gauging the success of a channel. But my clips are being made of that
I would say
MGTOW
this here's a
documentary.
pretty damn good gauge of success, Contriver. I would say this is a pretty damn good gauge of success right
Yes,
here.
but
This is a
Mr. Bullets,
Moab
it
of
is
a red
not.
pill.
It is not my effort. It is the effort of Mr. Bullets and the lone and sole effort by this gentleman who is sitting over here, who has given me access to his StreamYard account.
I'm an
Yes,
idiot.
I am categorizing her as he because she has somehow developed a dick. Okay, She's no more a woman.
No one person can do it.
You're not a woman
No one
anymore.
person can do it all by themselves. It takes a village, you know, to
Yeah.
lift up a community, to lift up, you know, a metropolis, you know, to become, you know, as awesome as this is becoming. You know, this is heavy duty, you know, from where I'm sitting. This is fucking beautiful.
Have you seen my interview with Butter
Minka.
Biatches? Minka?
Oh, yeah,
No,
Minka.
Frankie was there. I know already. Mr. Bullets might not have seen that.
No,
No, I
haven't
don't.
even seen Iridium yet. I'll have to catch up. If you guys
Yes.
could DM it to me in the Discord, so that I'll definitely, you know, whatever you guys want me to see, just drop in the DMs. I'll give it a watch. It's just finding the time to do it.
Yeah.
So I before everyone gets started, because I have to run back. So I'm just asking, good mother, did on Obsidian's channel, did Minka appear and drop some bombs regarding MGTOW philosophy in general?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Could
A
you
good
show me the
amount.
clip? Could you show me the clip?
Well, I mean, it was a lot throughout the whole conversation, and she talked about MGTOW quite a bit.
Okay.
I
Okay,
mean,
then I would.
I got a clip where she shouted out Hermit's memes, and then she kind of went into. I mean, I didn't play very much of it, but
Okay.
she
I
kind of
mean,
sprinkled it throughout the conversation too.
okay.
It's pretty good. I'll send you
Uh-huh.
the clip though.
Okay.
Where I got, because it was after that where she really went in on it pretty hard.
Okay.
Contriver,
But-
you've only got days left, days, and then you can have relax all the time, relaxing. Okay.
My
Yellow
blood pressure
Saunders,
actually is right now 90, 140. I have high
That's low.
blood pressure
Oh
because
my god,
I'm not able to sleep. I'm
Your
waking
low's
up
not
at
that great,
4 in the
no.
morning.
it's very low.
No, the low is not
No.
great.
No, the 40 on the diastolic.
You mean 40? I thought I heard 140. My bad.
I thought I
I
heard
said
142.
140.
Yeah, that's
140.
way too high.
No,
Oh,
Contriver.
140 is in the middle, but like, what'd you say? 90
He
or
said 90 over
Yes.
140.
Yes.
90 is
That-
definitely high. You don't want to be high. You don't want to be 90 or 100 above on the low side, which is where you're at. Fucking 90. I have to take pills. I have to take pills for my blood pressure because I'm overweight and I drink too much. So I was 2 days sober and I actually worked out and I was at a 45 and 115 today. And I'm going to blow that all to hell. But I was good for, as long as I work out a couple days. But yeah, you want to be around, 50 and 100. It's like fucking amazing if you can keep that. But it's like 150 and you start pushing 90 and 100, you're in trouble.
You just come back to us, Contriver. That's it. I've spoken my piece, mate. You do it, otherwise I'll come and haunt you with my ghost. Okay? I'm just kidding.
He's taking a break.
I'm looking
Frank.
at the blood chart here. 140 or higher systolic, 90 or higher. Yeah, you have high blood pressure, bro. Hypertension
Well, I was just
stage 2.
Well, when I got my
you're-
fucking when I got my fucking test and my parents fucking freaked the fuck out because I'm an alcoholic and I'm a less of an alcoholic but still an alcoholic. I'm still trying to cut this down. Anyway, I was about like 180 and like 120.
Jesus.
Yeah, but I was young, so I didn't die of a fucking stroke. But if I was older, I would have fucking had a stroke and died. So my crazy ass mom saved my life. Unfortunately, I have to give her that credit. Now I'm on pills, which sucks because I got to do that. But basically, I got to lose like 50 pounds because I'm 5'9", 240. Actually, no, I'm 5'9", 245. I was this morning, anyways. But I got bad habits.
Well, you can change habits, bro.
It's hard.
Chaps, I have to run back. I have to
Okay,
run back.
Contriver,
So
thank
I'm gonna
you.
take my leave.
Thank you for translating.
Not long.
Hey, Contriver.
Yeah. Not
Contriver,
long.
do me a favor and go get your blood pressure checked out by your doctor, man.
Yeah.
You know, they may need to put you on like
I'm
some
taking pills
carbodiol
for
or some
that.
kind of
Sleeping
medication.
pills. Yes.
Yeah, well, you may
I'm
need
taking
blood pressure
sleeping pills
medication
for
too to level that out.
Uh,
Yeah, go get that
Contriver,
checked
listen
out,
to
bro.
Bullet.
Don't fuck around.
Listen
Don't
to
fuck
Bullets,
around.
mate.
Go to the
Yeah.
doctor. Go get checked out. Get your blood pressure medication. Just
Yeah.
just fucking do it and get it over with.
Do it. Do it. We'll haunt you. We'll haunt you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
The community
Contriver.
can't afford to lose you
No,
right now,
I
bro.
would
No,
be
right.
able to do
Hell.
everything after. No. I would never let it go.
And get on a cardio if you haven't done that. You
And
need to.
and before I go,
Yeah.
before I go, I just
What?
want to thank the MGTOW community as well as, in particular, all the people who are here. You are the reason why I'm here, and people are recognizing that from the mainstream media in India as well. So that would be very much. I would send him after writing a book on MGTOW philosophy, and you all who are here on the panel and otherwise as an audience, you all people have to write one chapter into that, and with good English. Okay, not that mediocre Cambridge or Harvard level English, Oxford level English.
Hey, if you
From
want
the
to
real
thank us,
transatlantic cousins.
I'll tell you what. If you really want to thank us, go to the doctor, get checked out. You know, get some blood pressure medication, get that blood pressure checked. Okay, we need
After
you healthy.
29th. After 29th.
Okay.
That's 10
Okay.
days.
After 29th. Okay.
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 Bye.
All right.
Just get
Thanks,
it checked
Contriver.
out, man. Don't
Remember,
Bye.
we will haunt you. You
Thanks,
silly
man.
sausage. We
All
will
right.
haunt you.
Love you, brother. You take care of yourself, man. You know,
You're not getting
never
away
go for
from
your
us,
truth. You
man.
come
Thank you.
first.
Even in the afterlife, he's not getting away from us.
You know. I like not being the only Asian, even though he's in India and I'm like fucking half Taiwanese.
That's right.
Whoa.
I'm more
Might as
hillbilly than
well.
Taiwanese. I know.
Okay, can
Yeah,
Iridium Kush has joined us.
Kush.
Hey, Kush.
Are you there?
What's up, brother?
He's muted.
He's probably hitting a really
He's
good
muted.
bong right now.
He's probably doing something. That's cool. He's just chilling.
If I was his
He could
age, I'd
probably
be doing the
step
same
off
thing.
and smoke his
Yes.
beef.
Did you guys ever watch Kush when he laughed for like an hour? watch him laughing for an hour. It was so
Oh
funny.
my god!
With the hamster thing?
There must have been some good
I
shit. I
think
want
so.
some of that, Kush.
So sorry.
Okay, so the one time I got high when I was like 18, so that'd be like 2000. I fucking I was hitting it out of a Coke can, and then I hit it out of Gravity Bong, which is a fucking thing hooked to a goddamn 2-liter bottle. Cut the bottom off, 5-gallon bucket of water, and lift it up and whatnot, and then blow it into your mouth after you fucking suck the smoke in from all that shit. Got high as fuck. Played Battletoads. Fuck yeah, good times. Good fucking times. High as fuck.
Dude. Hardest hit I ever took was some Deep Purple and White Lightning and shit. No, not White Lightning, Northern Lights. You know, through a Gravity Bong. It shit hit me so hard it knocked me to my knees, bro.
Uh-oh, Kush dropped off. What
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah, we noticed.
He'll be back.
Yeah, if something happens, it'll happen. It's all good.
I am. I just saw Jared. Jared's just joined and just seen my name.
What the fuck happened?
There's like different
Jared,
types of strains that are better. I think like sativa has a different chill factor. Than the majority of this stuff isn't sativa. It's I forgot what they call it. There's like 2 different strains. You got your sativa. I think what's the other one? Kush would know. It starts with an I think.
Yeah,
Indica.
the problem with me is I can't help
Indica.
you with that because
What?
I could pass a I could probably pass a hair test at this point.
The indica strain. This is why
Oh,
I,
indica.
really don't smoke as much as I used to. Because I used to smoke a lot of indica. I got a lot of indica in Texas, what they call kind bud and shit. And that shit always made me paranoid. Whereas up north, they have more of a sativa strain, and it's more like, it's a type of, smoke that would, makes you laugh for an hour. It relaxes you. It doesn't make you paranoid. So if you ever smoke any weed and you feel like, agitated or like nervous or, that's more of an indica strain than sativa. Sativa is really hard to come by.
You know,
I bet
Sativa
you Kush
Rose.
knows some good strains of sativa out there, but you don't know what you got until you smoke it.
Yeah, the only sativa I know is has the rose behind it. Porn. It's terrible for you, I swear.
Mm-hmm. It's bad for you.
Yep.
Rots your brain. Rots it. Your brain.
Yeah, too bad we can't send Contriver some. It sounds like he could probably fucking use some. Dude got high blood pressure. Definitely, guys. Don't put your health on hold.
Well,
Get
like
that
I was
shit
saying
checked.
before,
Get
I'm
that
on
checked out.
blood pressure. I'm a little bit overweight. I literally checked my blood pressure today. It was really fucking low. It was like 45 and 111. I was like, holy fuck. It was like, 2 days of not drinking, and then okay, here I go, fucking it all up. But at least I didn't start like, 8 o'clock at night. I started like, I couldn't sleep, so I like 11:45. All right, let's get started. Fuck it, I can't sleep.
See, CDP. What were then the
Kush?
numbers again?
It was like 45 and 111.
That can't be right, bro. Honestly.
Well, you know what? My personal tester might be a little bit off.
111 over 45, you'd be dead. If it's
No.
you can't go less than 80.
Either way, yeah.
You can't go less than 120 or less than 80. And if you're over
Well, then my personal
130
tester's fucked up.
I think your test. Hang on.
180.
Hang on. Okay, hang on. I'll be back.
If you're over 130
I'll be
or
back.
over 80, then you're in, you're high blood pressure, hypertension. I have hypertension stage 1 high blood pressure. I average between 130 and 139 with a low of 80 to 89. It just really depends. I think it's just due to stress in my life. I've become a lot more active, so I mean it's more stabilized. At least it's not, out of control. I got it under control.
Mine's like average 90 over 50.
Yeah, like I said, I have a 50 over 110. Or whatever, vice versa. Let's not. I don't understand numbers. I just know the bigger number is the worst number, and it can't be 190 because that's where I got it when I was fucking scared.
Yeah.
Go to your
And
search engine and type in blood pressure scale, and it'll bring up a chart. You'll see the blood pressure category of normal, elevated, high blood pressure stage 1, high blood pressure stage 2, hypertensive crisis. Now, if you are over 140 over 90, like Contriver is, you are a candidate for heart attack. Okay, that's why I'm on Contriver. If he like stresses himself out and his blood pressure gets up to 180 or higher than 120 on the low end, he's going to be in some serious shit. I mean, you're talking heart attack, stroke, possibly even death. Don't fuck around. Don't wait on it. If you're over 140 or higher, over 90 or higher, we're talking 140 over 90, then you need to definitely get that checked out ASAP.
I'm pretty sure I was over like 160 and 120 when I fucking pushed that shit. When I was not checked.
I got one on my arm right now.
Iridium Kush has been singing the praises of Island Hermit for helping him, inspiring him to get out walking, and he feels great. His health is improving and stuff, So I mean, if you need inspiration, for your health, I definitely recommend, to consult with Island Hermit on that. If you're interested in physical health and whatnot, he can, it's what he does. He's a what do they call it? He works. He works.
A
What the
personal
hell do you
trainer.
call it? Personal trainer. Thank you. Though, where's my brain at? But yeah, he can help guide you to do that. Your diet and everything, and help lower your blood pressure and stuff. That'd be a good place to start. So.
My family.
Okay, so the first link I looked up as below 120 and below 180, normal blood pressure. That's what it tells me.
No, you want to be below 80 CDP.
That's what I'm
80.
saying. I'm saying there's two belows. There's the systolic is below 120, and the diastolic.
Right, your systolic will always be higher over your diastolic.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying. Look, I'm a goddamn refrigeration technician, so I think in highs and lows. And it's a weird thing because I think of high pressures and low pressures. So I see high pressures, low pressures. I'm not thinking fucking systolic and shit.
Well,
okay?
I do in-home health care for 2 elderly toddlers. So, I mean, I have to.
Then we are gonna butt heads.
And the Bullets look. Bullet, I have much respect for Bullets. He looks after. He's done. He's a good son. It'll be rewarded to him.
But anyway, I was going to say systolic below 120, diastolic below 180. That's referred to as normal. According to this first fucking page I fucking found.
Well, mine's low. Mine's always been low. But so is my body temperature.
I just posted what I found. I just posted what I found on randomness.
Heart.org under understanding blood pressure readings under heart.org.
Okay, well, I just posted what I found where I found it. There you go. It's on YouTube.
Let's see what the Mayo Clinic.
I would say 120 over 80.
Yeah, the Mayo Clinic chart reads the same as the heart.org chart. So there you go.
CDP, are you on Acupril or anything like that? Any sort of statins or anything like
Lisinopril.
Lisinopril, okay. Right, fair enough.
And before that, I was on when the emergency hit and I didn't see a real doctor. I was on hydrochlorothiazide. And I guess
the thing is, according to the Mayo Clinic, if your systolic is over 130 up to 139, over 80 to 89, which is your diastolic, which is your bottom number, they're recommending to maintain or adopt a healthy lifestyle. Talk to your provider about taking one or more medications. So you probably need to be on medications if you're over 130 on the high end and over 80 to 89 on the low end. So definitely, if you're in that stage, you definitely want to see a doctor because you may need to take medication and adjust your lifestyle.
Like I said, with medication right now, I'm hitting below the bar, and I might need to cut back.
Mm-hmm.
And Good Mothers and
maybe a short exercise program would do you, like walking or doing something. Maybe investing in a total gym. Who knows?
Hey, Bullets. I was talking to you. I'm drunk as fuck as shit. I spent I spent a couple days out. Okay, like the last couple days I was sober, or nights. Okay, so that was Friday and Saturday night. Well, is this Saturday? Okay, so I was like Thursday and Friday night. I was sober, and I went to the gym and I fucking went on the cardio and I worked out and I fucking kept my heart rate above 130 at least half the time, and then I got it up to 150 and I got my heart rate up. And then the next morning, which is today, or actually it's yesterday, it's Saturday morning, I had a just under 50 and 111. Okay, now I look at, let's not flip coins here. Okay, I talk lows to highs. So the 111 is the high number, and the fucking just under 50, which I'm assuming that thing could be off. It's a fucking Walgreens AAA battery fucking blood test or blood pressure thing. I check myself sometimes. That's what I had.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I do, I like on the refrigerator, I keep all the insulin charts and the blood pressure charts and stuff. So like if I have to break the cuff out of the safe, to test blood pressure, I have to keep the shit locked up, otherwise it grows feet and walks off, And
I live alone.
Take the readings, and I message, I measure it up, with these charts that I keep posted on the refrigerator. And this is something that I recommend you all to do to, like if you're on diabetic medication, if you haven't taken diabetic education, I recommend that because they'll tell you to do the same thing, to post your charts on the refrigerator so they're readily available, along with blood pressure charts, so that way you can get whatever reading off whatever device that you're using and review it really quick, because in a health situation, this stuff can become life-saving, and help manage their medications and shit more effectively.
Well, I'm still alive. I'm good. Frank, how you doing?
I'm good, CDP. You're early 40s, I think, brother. You're
40 exact.
40 exact, yeah. Well, I think what bullets is. So if we lose you, just like anyone, like Contriver, who's working far too hard, we lose you, then that's another bird taken by the cats.
Not really. The cats didn't take me. I took me. I can't even say feminism killed me on this point. I avoided that goddamn stone. I was a lucky son of a bitch. But at the same time, the blue pill, like I say, the blue pill saved me because I was in so many situations where I'm not saying I'm a good looking guy. Please do not freaking interpret me as that. I was a good enough looking of a guy. I worked out. I was like between 18 and 25. I worked out a lot. And so it's not like I'm a fucking stranger to working out, but I was super blue pilled. And guess what? Nothing like a guy who has all his shit together, is fucking doing all that shit, willing to hold a fucking woman's bag of a girl that he doesn't even have her number. He does not have anything. So she can fucking dance in a concert. Because guess what? I was that big of a bitch.
But we're all here because of that. We were all very much simps.
It kind of saved my life, though. I mean, it really did, because
Hey, man,
I think a lot of the women.
Magazine model. I'm no magazine model or movie star, but my fucking looks have never intimidated me at all. And I'm partially fucking blind. I don't have fucking perfect teeth. I don't have problems picking up thoughts, dude. It has nothing to do with what you look like. It has to do with your fucking attitude and how you carry your nuts.
Well, and that was part of the problem, because I was blue pilled. I was back in 2001. I graduated, so I don't know where the fear didn't exist then, because the fucking internet was just getting rolling. So what it boils down to it is, shit. Let me think about it.
Everything the TV and society tells you, and all these fucking, magazines and shit you're reading, that you have to fucking dress this way, wear these clothes, use this cologne and drive this car for women to like you. It's all fucking bullshit. Some fucking marketer, somebody in advertising wrote that ad to fuck with who went to school to learn how to psychologically manipulate the masses. Who read that? Who was that guy that invented fucking psychological marketing? Bernays. Bernays, I think. Oh, Goebbels, same fucking dude. But the same lines and shit, to brainwash the masses and shit, to think that they need to look a certain way, reach a certain bar that supposedly women have set for them. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's somebody that wrote that. Somebody got paid to write that. To write that script, to write that ad, to take that photograph, to manipulate you and brainwash you into believing that you're not fucking good looking enough or man enough and shit to fucking go out and get a fucking, high 9 chick. It's all bullshit. I've seen some ugly fucking dudes with some fucking hot ass women, dude. And I'm thinking to myself, man, what the fuck does she see in that dude? And a lot of it is not always money. It's his attitude. It's the way he carries himself. He makes her laugh. He's a funny guy, And that's the response that I get from majority of women. It's just really your attitude and the way you frame yourself and carry yourself.
Yeah.
You don't need to be a fucking PUA to get laid. You just need to make
No.
yourself available. You know, and show your true self, your true personality. Be true to that own self. Don't be afraid of who you are. You know.
Well, my
So
own
what if you
self was
fuck
a
up, you get
bitch,
shot down,
Bullets.
you're gonna get. I can't
At the
tell you how many
time.
times I've been
At the
fucking shot
time.
down.
I'm just telling you who I was at the time. I was a bitch
How long
at the
ago was that?
time.
CDP,
Like I said,
how long?
I was
How long
fucking
ago?
18 to
Dude.
25.
We all go
It's a long time ago, bro. It's a long time ago.
I'm not saying I'm holding myself to that point, but he's arguing a point that's super in the past right now. I don't really give a fuck now because I don't give a fuck. And the shit he's talking about, I was talking about earlier with my old roommate who I haven't seen in 10 years.
Yeah.
Because he was a fat fuck. That was the whole goddamn shit I was talking about earlier. I was like, I had to find the answer for myself, Bullets. I was pissed off as fuck.
Did you steal my cigarette, CDP?
That's
Did
what
you
I was
steal my
talking about.
cigarettes?
See, back in the day, back then, you know, I mean, you didn't have the mentors available to help you go through the rites of passage you needed to go through. You know, I went through the same thing. A lot of the guys here went through the same thing. You know, this is what happens when they take the father out of the home. You know, we don't have, you know, our
Well, my father was a
figures
bitch
to
because he
follow,
didn't have he
you
didn't
know?
have a mother, his father was a drunk. So, but luckily, I just found out today, which is the most fucked up situation I've ever found out. It's like he had two uncles, and the other uncle was going to California, and he was going to adopt my dad, and that would have been great and all, except they all died in a car crash. How fucked up
sucks,
is?
man.
How fucking crazy is the world, man? I mean, we're talking, fuck. That is. I mean, my dad. I'm literally burning documents from 30 years ago because they're not needed anymore. They don't, you know, in my backyard or in my parents' backyard, and like 30 years ago, or a photo of my dad's uncle, from the family of California. And if my dad went with them, I wouldn't be alive today. Wow.
But you are.
I am, but that is a crazy revelation. And, you know, I'm drinking. So as I keep going along, I hope I'm still coherent. So I'm not trying to control this situation. What's going on?
So in America, it's Saturday night, or at least early Sunday morning, very early Sunday morning, I'd say.
Yes.
So you're drinking, right? Which is normal to drink like then, right? So there's nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, some people here don't drink. Some people teetotal. Fair enough. I didn't drink for 3 years. I don't really care. But we're here to help each other. Your family, you've still got a family, bro.
No. That's one of the things I have to say. They're my lifeline. They're if I get stupid out of line. That's the reason I stay somewhat in line. And so that's a good thing. I mean, if I didn't have my family, if I didn't have my brother, who knows where I would go, honestly.
Do you live near Chicago? I think Chicago?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. Oh, you're with Father Saunders then, yeah.
And Doug.
And Dougie. Go and visit them if you want, bro, because...
well, it's Father. I don't know exactly where Father lives. So Doug is only a couple hours from me, but Doug is well, I gave him my email address, assuming he got it because I accidentally mistyped it the first time, and I typed.
CPD, could you put your email address in the private chat, and I will send the correct one to Dougie.
Well, Dougie should probably have it because I literally at the time.
Well, I tell you what, I've got Dougie here. Hang on a sec. Dougie.
I literally typed it right the first time, but the problem is I left the E off. That was the only difference.
Okay.
Dougie, you mean like Doug? Is that Doug Edwards?
Yes.
Yeah. Dougie. Yeah.
I'll send it to him right now.
But I'm not saying he should.
I was supposed to do a stream with him last week, and I got sidetracked with this fucking vacation I had to take.
No,
I don't
I'm
know
just
if I'm
saying.
going to be able to do a show this weekend, so I need to email him. I think.
No, I just want to say, I just want to press the fact that I'm not in a hurry to see the guy. I think he's got his own problems, and so I got my own problems. I think my parents are going to leave town, and I have to see them on the weekends, and I work regular weeks, so I only get like 2 weekends a month at best. And so, if he didn't contact me, that's fine. I'm okay with just saying hello and shit. I just I honestly don't know what I would do meeting somebody in this situation. It's weird.
CD, sorry, Mandy.
No, I just said,
CD, you said you were 27 before you lost the. You didn't lose anything because you can't really lose anything as a male.
No, not at that age.
No. I was 23. People like Hammerhand around about, I'm not speaking out of turn here, 25 or 26. But so it's not even a big thing. Remember, the essence of MGTOW is that you're not going are you going your own way, or are you men going someone else's own way, which would be MGTOW. MGTOW sounds like an Arnold Schwarzenegger thing, yeah. So why bother? I mean, why would you make someone else your own point of reference? Why would you do that, mate? There's no point.
I guess I'm kind of questioning on what the heck does that mean, because I don't understand that. Basically, when you're talking about MGTOW, I kind of got there on my own right. I mean, literally, I started with my friend was an asshole, and then why did
That's usually the way it starts.
and then my friend and then why did all the bitches want the asshole? And then
Well, yeah.
I got fucked over by asshole, and then asshole fucked me over with his asshole friends, and then eventually I kicked them all out of my house, and then I lived alone, and then I wondered, why the fuck am I getting fucked over so much? In terms of, I still had a good job, and a lot of shit was going right for me, but why the fuck, like, why couldn't I get why can't I find a good girl, or why can't I find anything? And then I somehow found here, and it took a long ass time. I don't know how the fuck exactly I got here, but I got here and I'm like, holy shit. And now I understand why I went wrong, because goddamn blue pill was actually protecting me, because they're like, I guarantee the women out there are like, okay, he's a good looking guy, at least, 6, 7 out of 10, but he's the guy you want to marry. So we got to save him for later. Some of them came back, fuck them, and because I never fucked them, and they had they had a fucking prego buddy already. I was like, Jesus Christ, you know. So, I mean, that's kind of how I got here. And then I figured out this is kind of I was already here before I figured it out. So it's just a weird situation.
Oh, they put you on the back burner, huh? To be
Yeah,
taken
I
charge?
was a back
Yeah.
burner guy, and then I got fat, and
Yep.
then of course now I'm not the back burner guy, and I got depressed, after
Yeah.
25 and all the
Cool.
roommates, and I stopped providing parties for people, and then I figured out, oh shit, nobody cares about me because nobody gives a shit if I'm not providing free parties.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. People do care about you. That's why you're here, and that's why we're here. Hey, that's why we're here, right?
I have family before you guys, so I'm not gonna hate on you, Frank. I'm only in here because you said come in here. I swear to God. So I love you to death.
Love you too.
But either words, I would have took today off. But yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, bro. When you come into MGTOW and you become part of this community, I want you to understand something. And this is something that I preach, and this is something I talk about to thine own self be true. This is what I mean. What I mean about when I say that motto at the end of all of my streams and all my videos is to promote self-love, because nobody in this world will ever love you more than yourself. That and God. Okay, when you wake
Yeah.
up in the morning, you go to brush your teeth and comb your hair. You need to look in the mirror and remind yourself that you love yourself, because nobody in the world, no woman can ever love you as much as you can love yourself. And that's one thing I'm encouraging Contriver to do. Please, please, brother, love thyself, and go to the doctor and get your blood pressure medication. That's the most important person in your life. You are number one. You know, so be sure. Don't worry about what other people think about you, if they're your friend or not. That doesn't matter. Are you your own best friend first? You know, are you going to step up and be your own hero and love yourself and take care of yourself and save yourself? Because that's what MGTOW is. It's about, you know, becoming your own man and you know, owning yourself and loving yourself. Don't forget that. Beyond all the ideology and the philosophy, that is rule number one: is love thyself. We've lost so many brothers because the message has gotten distorted, you know, with all this red pill rage. They've been blinded by it and everything. And they've neglected their health. You know, they've decided to, you know, this isn't working for me. Fuck it. I'm just going to delete myself. You know, this is what mentorship is about. We need more positive mentorship, you know, to remind our brothers, you know, don't forget to love yourself. That's very, very important.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on that. I literally, like 4 months ago, I started a $100 membership so I can fucking work out at a place that's expensive enough that I have to be motivated at least to show up at least twice a week.
Well,
And
hey, that's a start. You spent some money on yourself because what? You love yourself, don't you?
And
so you're going to take advantage of that. Yeah, I love myself so much. Yeah, I'm going to pay that gym membership. You know, hell yeah, I love myself so much. Fuck it, I'm going to order me a total gym. You know, and work out at home too when I can't make it to the gym when it's rainy and cold outside.
Biggest thing is I'm not in the boats of the other brothers.
You work towards these things. You work
I'm not
towards
in
these goals of self-love.
Let's put it this way. I'm not punished like the other brothers. My punishment is, did I get laid? Not a lot. And that's my punishment. Did I get laid?
Hold on. You broke.
It's not a punishment, bro.
That's no. Listen to me. That's my worst punishment. Assuming that you call it a punishment. It's not even a punishment. But if you want to consider, like most normal people, they got laid probably 18, as young as 16, or at least 23, 24. Okay. Me, 27, 3 times total, all my life. And I'm not trying to.
You can't let that.
I'm not looking at that as a negative.
Define you.
I'm not looking at that as a negative. I'm almost considering it a blessing. But that's in terms of a blue pill mind, that's the worst that happened to me. Okay? I never got divorced. I never got raped. I never had an accidental kid. I never picked up an STI. I'm lucky.
Yes, you are.
Welcome in, Rusty.
So my drinking is
more fortunate than other men that have come to this
and my drinking is based on outside them circumstances. I know I'm a lucky guy.
Bullets. Frank.
YOLO, Rusty.
I just wanted to come on here. I wanted to say hi to Bullets and also say hi to Frank and also Good Mother. And you guys were just talking about Douglas, and I just want to let you know that me and Douglas had a good conversation today over the telephone, and he's having some struggles right now because he just got done quit drinking alcohol, and but he's doing good.
That's awesome.
And he's going to stay strong, and like I said, he's talked to me. He's got a couple of other guys he talks to, and Monday he's starting his new job with the railroad.
Right.
So he's very excited. He's motivated by that, and I think he's going to be okay.
That's awesome, Rusty. And I think he's got Agape. It's helped him a lot and things like that. So
yeah.
And he's back.
I remember when you first mentioned the railroad job, he was really excited about that, and everybody was excited for him. We love to hear that type of enthusiasm.
Yep. Now, you guys are catching me at a bad moment. I'm in a woman's robe.
Good on you, mate.
I thought you'd be patting down by now.
No, y'all are catching me at a bad moment. But I heard you guys talking. I couldn't resist with Frank and Bullets. I had to come on and say hi to you guys. I love you.
We love you too.
Thank you, good mother. I'm going to get off here now. I just had some food delivered to me, and you guys have a good night.
All right, Rusty. Enjoy your evening. Have a good night.
Good night, Rusty.
Tell Douglas I said hi, and I'll get in touch with him. I'd like him to come on the show. It may not be
okay. I
tomorrow,
will.
but maybe next week. You know.
I'll send him a text in the morning. Bullets.
Okay, sounds
love
good.
you,
I
Rusty.
just haven't had a chance to reach out to him yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Take care,
Rusty.
guys.
Good night.
Bye, good mother.
Bye.
See you later, brother. God bless Rusty. One of the best smiles around. One of the best.
Right.
Yeah, Rusty is one of the most positive forces, you know, that I've seen in the community. You know, he really, you know, sees the best in everybody, you know, and even those that, you know, that I've clashed with, you know, he's right there with them, pushing them forward, and that's awesome.
Yeah, 100%. That's like a talent, isn't it? CDP. You see, Rusty's talent is like he is he helps people to bring them up, you know, and that's a real big talent, you know. He's
That's the beauty of it. I mean, he's a natural mentor. You know, he's talked with the angler dude, you know, before, and he's tried to, like, you know, mentor him to do something better, kick the bottle like Doug is doing and Kush did, you know, and that's what we do. And we need to put. All I'm saying is we need to put more emphasis on the positives, more than the negatives. You know,
Again,
and
go
Rusty's
back
just
to
one of those guys that you know, is an example that's trying to do just that.
Again, go back to my fucking past. I swear to God, I tried to help my roommate. I swear to God, I tried to help somebody else. I swear to God, I tried to help somebody else. Narcissists everywhere. And instead of helping them, they drained me. And
Right.
I know, I can't, you know, it's like I love Doug. I mean, he seems like a good guy right here, right now. I don't know him in person. I would like, you know, I have no freaking problem hanging out right now if the situation was he's got his own shit together and we want to go, you know, whatever, go to the zoo.
And
fucking in the
see,
summer.
that's what it would like. Douglas, I think he's in a new area. I think he needs to, you know, go out and do some stuff with some people.
And
I
that's
mean,
how I'm kind of interpreting the whole situation too.
Yeah.
'Cause like I said, I think I gave him my full. I mean, if he waited 2 seconds, he got my whole email basically, and so he should know it. And he's never emailed me, which I'm interpreting, especially since he ain't starting his new job, that he's getting himself fixed first. So, and I get that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that he gets himself in a situation where he's stable and all is good. And then, you know, if he's feeling lonely or he wants to hang out with somebody, he ain't got no fucking people around. Like it's bad. It's because like my brother in Houston, he's like kind of in the same
Are
boat.
we chop liver?
My brother in Houston, he's married. He's a CEO of a small company, but he has no friends down there. And guess what? Me and my brother don't hate each other like most brothers do. So he doesn't have a problem with me saying hi. He doesn't have a problem with me going having beers and shit and having somebody to fucking talk to who's not like complete fucking idiot. And so that's the kind of shit that you know, God forbid,
I gotta step out for a minute. I'll be right back.
God
All right.
forbid the situation changes and you know, I might have to move to Houston because guess what? I got no kids because I didn't freaking hook up with anybody. I didn't freaking have any kids. I didn't get any STIs. I didn't get any rape cases held against me. Like I said, a lot of situations with me, I consider myself very fucking lucky.
Yes, you're very lucky. You're just bored, so you drink.
Exactly. I might have yeah, I probably said that previously.
Yeah.
So boredom and lack of friends.
Yeah.
People I know. It's like it's bad because I knew, like, I got a blue pilled friend right now. It's fucking terrible. I got a double mic. Anyway, he's like 2 years older than me. He is a WWE fake wrestler, and he has jacked his spine up to the point that he's got to get surgery again. But in other words, he's a oddball in personality, but outside of that, he's an alpha male, at least at his age. And guess what he's trying to hook up with? Or not say hook up with. Guess who's love bombing him? 50 years old. And he's 42. And granted, he got burned by his lady, who was maybe 3, maybe 5 years younger than him. And they had 2 kids together. They're 13 plus years old, I would say. 13 or years old. And then she decided to go crazy. And then she decided to get caught while her daughter was back home, sandwiched between 2 dudes. And so he won full custody. So he won the I'm going to lose the court's custody. He won it. So he basically lost like a really cheap home and a car, and that was it. So he won that lottery. But at the same time, I don't know. I would love to hang out with the guy, but he's either got a girlfriend, he's got a wife, he's got to raise kids, he's got to do his wrestling thing. He's never had time to hang out with his buds.
Yeah. So. Well, gentlemen, I'm tired. You guys are welcome to stay as long as you like. I think I'm gonna fuck off though.
Jesus Christ, I can't believe you're still on.
I know, right?
Where do you get the energy? I mean, seriously.
It doesn't take energy to sit here and listen to people talk.
It does for me because I have to have energy to listen.
See, I think it takes more energy to talk and talk and talk.
I'm kind of in the vice versa. Like I got an argument with my mom the other day, and I was like, after about 30 minutes, like, Mom, yeah, you realize that I don't like. I want to tell her, it's like the argument you're yelling at me for, and it's not even about me. I don't care. And that's what it really boiled down to. It's like, okay, the problem with you and my brother's wife, I don't care. I don't.
Yeah.
And I'm tired. You worn me out already. Okay. I go home.
Well, I'm tired. Y'all wore me out already, so I'm gonna fuck off.
Okay.
Mandy, goodie.
Yeah.
Take care, love.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. And Bullets, when Bullets gets back, tell him I smiled and waved.
Okay.
Yes. Take care, Mandy. Thank you.
All right. I'll still listen. I have some stuff to do. If anybody needs to be let up on the panel, let me know.
Gotcha.
Okay,
All right.
Mandy.
All right.
Bye-bye. Take care. God
Have
bless.
a good night.
God bless.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, Frank. So, what possesses you to say hello every night, or whenever I happen to be on?
Well, I tell you that the main position, the main thing that takes me in a lovely way, is that I like to help people the best I can, even though I'm not formally trained and that sort of thing. Yeah, that's probably basically it, bro. Although my Red Pill is from the beginning, 12 years. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
That's about it. I think, here's a question. Talking about working out and self, like thinking about how you look at yourself and all that sort of stuff. Would you work out, if you're on a desert island with no human at all, no humans, maybe only a few animals, little mammals, would you work out? Would you eat good food? And why?
I guess I'd be forced to have to, right?
For survival. Yeah.
Right.
Food. Yeah.
And then again, the food in and of itself would probably be better for you in the first place, because unless you can find sugar cane, then you don't have the sugar to make you fat in the first place. Like a lot of people like to say that the meat in those situations are making us fat, but meat's been around forever. It's just sugar cane, the fucking refined sugars that has been adding to our situation more than anything else. And the second thing would be is the refined what makes flour.
Yeah.
But flour is definitely a necessity at one point, because that might have been the best source of calories. Otherwise, you'd starve to death.
You need calories.
Right.
Would you do it? Would you do it for your own interests and survival, or would you do it for, I don't know, a woman's affection?
I'm not in for woman's affection. That's half the reason I don't have the drive now.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
when I was 18 to 25, I wanted to look good. I wanted women. I wanted to. I worked out because of women, and then when I couldn't get them, even though I was probably, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe, at 5'9", I was fucking my best weight. I was 5'9". I was 175. I went to Cancun. I was attracting girls, but I was with a group of guys. I don't fucking sleep around, and I was still a virgin back then. Back when I was 25, or actually at that time I was 23, and I don't sleep around, as you already know, because I didn't get laid till I was 27. I was drunk as fuck and regretted that. And yeah, so I didn't take the chances then, and maybe if I did, I would be a different person. But ultimately, I was a fucking super blue pill nice guy.
Was there a reason you didn't sleep around? Were you looking for that fantastic unicorn, that romantic ideal?
I was blue pilled nice guy.
If someone offered you pussy on tap for sex, just carnal desire,
they didn't do it. They didn't do it. I mean, they had the audacity to get on top of me and kiss me, but it's like the only time they reached for my pants is when I knew they had herpes. I was like, no.
Oh, yuck.
I was like, no. And thank God somebody gave me a heads up because she didn't tell me. No, a friend told me that she had that. The only person that wanted my dick was somebody who already had problems. And the ones who had, and the ones who didn't have problems were still sleuths, but still didn't understand how guys didn't freaking go after them, even though they were 5s at best. Nice butt, but either words look like a 12-year-old guy, even though they're 18. But they were not aggressive. I was so blue pill and I was non-aggressive. And so as a man, if you're not aggressive, you ain't, unless you're fucking Justin Timberlake, you ain't getting laid.
Justin Timberlake's, he's suave and debonair.
I'm talking about back in the fucking NSYNC days, dude.
I was too old for that. Mel, do you think you're better off in your life without having shagged however many females, or do you think you're worse off than having shagged these rotten?
I wish I didn't get laid. Honestly, because my experiences sucked. I was too fucking drunk because that's how strong of a barrier I have. And it wasn't like I was a Christian. That's just who I was. I had a strong ass barrier.
Are you a Christian?
No, I believe in God, but that's as far as that goes.
Fair enough. So you're probably in a better place than had your life taken other turns. And it seems also you don't really seem to want to. I mean, the overarching goal is not to get a white picket fence, 2 kids, half a dog.
Maybe at one time, but not anymore.
What age were you then?
Shit, 27. I was probably sometime around 30. I freaking started wondering why the fuck, and who the fuck, and why the fuck am I getting like? I've lost a lot of opportunities, and part of me, I mean, don't get me wrong, I probably turned down good girls that probably would have taken me, but I didn't feel I was ready because I lacked self-confidence. Again, blue pill. Fucking, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a career. I didn't have a lot of shit going for me. And so could I took one of these 2 girls I thought they were fucking good who are now married and happily married as far as I know? I probably could have, but it would have been like my first one and only. And I wasn't ready for that because hell, I had no experience before that. I guess society would tell you that you should have some experience. Well, I had 0 experience before that. I still have technically 0 experience, and I'm okay with that now.
If you've had 3 sex with 3 girls, you've got experience already.
No, I had sex with 2 girls, and 3 times total.
Okay.
And it was sex. It was literally.
What about relationship
nothing.
experience? I mean, did you
Exactly.
have like
That's what
live-in experiences?
only with an asshole fat fuck roommate.
You don't like this guy much, do you? Sorry. Bullets coming, brother.
No, no,
Welcome
no.
back.
I'm literally the guy. Yeah, you're right, Frankie. The guy who was my best friend for 17 years that pissed me off for fucking ever. Yeah, I don't like that guy anymore. Ever. He's a narcissistic fat fuck who fucking served himself and fucked me over multiple times. He used me to get himself pussy. I figured that out long ass time ago. Because I was good looking enough. Fucking he took her ugly friend or his cousin to fucking bring over her hot friend and shit and try to fuck her. And he knew that I was such a simp that I was not going to fuck anybody.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, ain't it?
Yeah, especially with these slanted eyes.
Yeah, well, look at it this way. You know, you are not your past. You know, you are not the same person that person was. I remind myself of that because I have a lot of regrets too. Things that I wish I would have done, things that I've, fucked up, relationships that I've fucked up, you know, and I've done a lot of shit that I'm not proud of, but I always remind myself that wasn't me. That person was not me. That was something different. That was another person with another fucking worldview, another belief. I have been reborn. I am redeemed into who I am today. So I am wiser not to make the same mistakes that person in the past made. Just as you are today. You are not the same person. You are not the same person that was living with that roommate or anything. And you need to forgive the people in your past and everything. For doing that shit to you, so that way you can move forward. You need to get over that because obviously it's still ingrained in your subconscious and it can be holding you back.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree too.
But also, it kind of sucks when back then you thought you had a lot of friends, and today, well, hell, I got you guys. That's about it. I'm not saying it's nothing.
When my friends
but
found out
it's,
that I want MGTOW, they told me to never let my shadow darken their door ever again. Let me tell you.
Fuck!
About
I
people
wish.
like
I
that. They were
wish.
never, let me tell you what. People like that were never your friend to begin with.
Never your
Well,
friend.
I understand that, but it's still annoying because it's like all the people who I would think about spending time with. That's boredom. Like I said, like Good Mother said before me, is like boredom is my kryptonite right now. I got too much time on my hands. I got nothing to do with it, and I should probably pick up more hobbies or at least stick to the gym more. Especially since I spend extra money on a nice ass gym, I could fucking swim and shit. But I don't know. Part of it is my testosterone's down. Part of that is
Idle
because I
hands are the
drink too
devil's
much.
playground. So definitely, idle hands are the devil's playground. So definitely,
Devil's playground, exactly, bullets.
If
Yeah.
boredom is your kryptonite and you're not doing anything, you have no goals, daily goals or anything or projects that you need to work on, then you need to look in yourself and figure out what it is that you want to do, what goals you want to achieve. And you need to get on those right away because the longer you sit there doing nothing, the more depressed and stressed out you're going to become.
Yeah, that's the fucked up thing. I don't really like. I want to be healthy for the sake of want to live a long life, maybe for my fucking nephews and shit. That's about it. Other words, bullets. I want to piss people. I want to piss.
What about yourself?
I got my nephews to worry about. My brother will be fine without me. All their inheritance to go back to them. I'm not thinking about dying. Let's make that clear. But what it boils down to it is the only thing that motivates me a little bit to get healthy right now is most mundane reason. Piss off women. Honestly, I want to get ripped as fuck.
What about instead of thinking about dying and and who can get along without you, what about thinking about yourself and thinking about how you're going to live the rest of your life? What about thinking about living for once?
I'm
you know,
already
and achieving
bored.
something and leaving something and leaving something behind.
All I can
You know,
leave
it's
is what
leaving
I leave to
legacy
my
for
nephews
yourself.
right now. That's the
Yep.
thing. You know, I
Well,
pass away
well,
today.
that's
I have my inheritance and everything I worked for to my nephews or my
mhm.
brother, and that's it. You know, I don't have
Yeah.
I don't have kids of my own, so it's either I give my freaking inheritance to everybody else who's still around, which is my brother, hopefully me first, even though he's my older brother, or my nephews who are very worthy of it as of right now, but they're only 6 or 7. They might become assholes in about 20 years. We never know. So that's what it is. But ultimately, uh, drifting through this whole time of existence, um, to see what happens. That's it. But I don't have a reason to vacate. I like to eat food. Not a good habit when you want to eat, stay healthy. Kind of a weird
Well, fuck it, do
combination.
what you love. I mean, if that's what you want to do, if that's how you want to live the rest of your life, you know, just eat food and not achieve any other goals than that, you know, and let your health go on decline. You know,
But I don't
this
want
is
to be
something
that
that
guy either
you
because,
need
like I
to.
said, my previous roommate was a fat fuck and he pissed me off because I was like, that fat fuck was a fat fuck who ate fucking meat, cheese, and carbs. That was his diet. God damn, that made me angry. And he didn't give a fuck. I don't
It
know.
still
I
makes
think,
you angry, doesn't it?
yeah, it
You're
does. But
still raging on that shit. You're
yeah, but
still
bullets.
raging on that.
Yeah, it's
How
true.
can
I'm
you
not.
move forward with that shit on your mind?
So how am I supposed to move forward past it?
I don't know. You need to ask that question yourself and get clear.
CDP, you ever seen that movie A Bronx Tale? It's got these mafia dudes in it, and Sonny he goes up and he said, and he keeps the young fella, I forget his name, he keeps on chasing him down the street like, "Where's my $20? $20?" And he's like, "Oh, but my grandmother's sick, this and that and the other thing." Okay, right. You got off light then when this fat piece of fuck or whoever your flatmate was, when he left your life, you got off light. How much money does he owe you? Like, I've got friends. People owe people
It's
money in
not.
life.
It's not about. It's not
So
about money. Okay, that's the bare minimum. If he owed me money, like the worst thing that ever happened in terms of money is a guy couldn't pay the rent, and so he had to move out, and I gave him an extra month, and so that was on my terms. So they were a month late on rent, which is who cares? $350. Don't care. I'm a very, very nice guy. Him, it wasn't the money. It was you live in a house. Rent before I own the house, $700. Split 2 ways, $350. Bills, 50%. Okay, so $350, half bills, whatever. That's like maybe $500. That is your income. That is money. That is money only. Money only matters if you live alone. If you have a roommate, then there's more than money. You have to keep the house clean. You got to mow the fucking yard. You got to take care of the trash. Didn't do any of that shit. And
Well, whose fault is that?
that's mine.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, part of my duty here is not just taking care of my parents. You know, we have rental properties as well. You know, and I have to go around and talk to these tenants and shit about picking up trash off the floor, you know, off the ground and shit. You know, picking up, you know, the property and taking care of the property and so forth, and not putting space heaters in dogs in units and shit. You know, next to mattresses and whatnot. But anyway, I digress. But what I'm saying is, you know, you're ultimately responsible. I mean, you own the house. You know, you lay down the law, you set the rules, and if your roommate doesn't abide by them, you need to kick his ass out. You know, and especially if they're running roughshod over you. I mean, it sounds like to me, you know, you created your own hell, and it's still weighing on your
No.
mind that you let it go as long as it did.
Nope. Bullets. I love this counseling. You need to really stop being a counselor, or at least ask me if I want to be counseled.
What is the problem though?
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Hey,
I didn't
you
want to
brought it
buy the
up
house.
here.
I didn't want to buy the house. I didn't want to buy the house. Was not my choice. I also am a fucking good son who does not want to fucking take money from his parents. Okay? So, my mom pushed me to buy a house. I didn't want to buy a house. So I bought the house for my brother. Bought the house. But I know that I cannot afford the house at the situation. Like, if my roommate if I threw my roommate out that day, I would be on like $30 a week for food because everything else is going to the house. That was my income at the time. And so I put up with a roommate for 3 or 4 years. And then after that, we had so many problems with ourselves because of the bullshit in between the I know I don't clean, I make a goddamn wreck of the house, I don't give a fuck about mowing, I got to take care of everything, I'm paying up the rent. Now here's the thing. I put up with that shit so I didn't have to take money from my parents. My mom was proud of me for that. But at the end, me and my roommate ain't friends. Good, because he's a psycho fucker. And I found out that every friend that we've made, which actually he made, and I'm alone. And I'm okay with that. All right? I'm okay with that. Now you're talking about these conditions and shit. This shit happened fucking 15 fucking years ago. Okay? Stop counseling me on shit that happened 15 years ago. I can't change the past. I'm not saying it's not my fault. It is my fault, but I was also a bitch back then.
Yeah.
So,
do you think your mum or your dad has the biggest? We've talked about this before too. You know this. Who had the biggest sway in your life, your mum or your dad?
My mom is a goddamn nightmare.
Okay.
And she is a dragon mom, born of the dragon year. She is a cunt. She is smart with money. She has the best of intentions, but she sucks as a fucking everything else.
I think if you have the best of intentions, it should come through in your attitude and behavior. We've talked about this before, bro. You know this. So what about your dad? What does he think? What do you think your dad thinks? What sort of counsel did your dad give you?
Didn't give me much counsel. And part of that's probably because he couldn't be around much me anyway.
Yeah, but he was still living with you at house. Right? At home.
I wasn't living in that house by the time I was buying my own house.
Right. So did you ever ring him?
That's a good thing, Frank. Not talking is relatively normal, Frank. My dad spent a lot of years in TDY, 3 to 6 months over time. Spending time with my dad was spending time with my dad, not on the phone.
Did he ever offer suggestions and advice, or at least try and say this is?
I don't think my dad even knew it was happening. And part of that's my fault too.
I think you're a bit hard on yourself there. What do you think, Bullets? I don't know. I mean, I think, a fat friend of yours, look, was it the pussy or was it the money that you resent a bit? I mean, we all have resentments. We've all got
It was his success. I'm not gonna lie. It was his success. He was getting like I worked hard. He knew people. It got him into the nuclear facility, got him better pay. He got $28 an hour. I was making 13.
Okay.
But when I got down to 15, he's still working on a nuclear place. I'm making way less than him, but he has to travel up to work. I got my own work vehicle. Okay. So I don't know. But then the son of a bitch does all kinds of stupid shit. Like I don't want to do my laundry. So he buys all new clothes. So now he's got a whole week's worth of clothes now. Now he takes all his goddamn clothes, goes to fucking his mom's house to get them washed. His mom fucking babies his ass. Then Him and cars. My truck is 21 years old. I don't know the situation with his car situation. It's none of my business until he can't pay rent. And he started getting tight with rent. Well, he's been through like 4 cars in 5 years.
Right.
I'm like, okay, so you're pissing your money away. You're late on rent from time to time. You're pissing me off. You can't even mow the yard. Your laundry is 3 times my laundry, and that's because you're lazy. It's just fucking crazy. You know, as I reflect on it now.
Is this guy still in your life, man?
I think he moved all the way to Florida, according to my brother who looked him up. I can't believe my brother looked him up, but he said he moved to Florida. And so he's way the fuck out of my life.
So keep out of contact. Go burn
Of course,
the
I'm not taking. I haven't kept in contact at all. I don't know what it's doing. I was hoping. Well, I wasn't hoping. No, he had a TB. He survived it, as far as I know.
TB, tuberculosis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, just look.
I don't wish that on my enemies, even if it's him. That's just.
No, that's right.
It's just. I wished he was a better person. I wished he would have reflected upon the shit he pulled on me. You
Well,
can't. But it's not going to happen. He's closed-minded. He's an asshole. Motherfucker would make fun of my mom, and he would not listen to me. I guarantee you, he would knock my teeth out if I made fun of his beach ball fat fuck of a mom. If he but every time he talked about my mom, he would go in that Asian accent because he thought it was funny. Oh, hey Georgie, how you doing?
well, you lost a toxic. When I say toxic, I shouldn't use that word because these days they're using it about men. But you lost a noxious weed, and you got off with your life.
I
Right?
know. That's why I get tired of Bullet freaking bringing it up.
Oh, just think, just don't dwell. What we dwell on is what we become. You know, if we dwell on negative things in our lives,
That's why I don't like talking about it, because you know about the rule about the 2 brains, right?
the two
Tale of
brains.
2 brains.
No, I don't know that.
Okay, there's a Tale of 2 Brands. YouTube that if you wanted to. Look up the Tale of 2 Brands. But basically, a guy who is a divorce coach, right? And so he was a guy that explained how when men's and women's minds work differently. And this is why I'm having a problem with Bullets here, because he wants to talk about it. I don't. And what it boils down to it is we start with men's brains. Men's brains, we have boxes. And in those boxes, we have what we want to talk about them boxes. We got girls, we got trucks, we got money, we got your stepmom, she's in the basement.
Okay.
We got, we got boxes. And the point of the boxes is when we want to talk about the boxes, we go to that box, we take whatever that is that's in my box, we take it out of the box, we talk about that box, and we put it back in the box, and the boxes do not touch.
Right.
That's how men's brains work.
I see.
Okay. Now women's brains. Women's brains are more like a ball of wire. Everything is connected to everything. And so the money's connected to your mom, the money is connected to your car, the money is connected to everything else, and everything is connected to everything. And so it's chaos. And so for women, the energy that makes that all work is feelings. For men, it's logic or whatever. So anyway, the problem with that is women, if they can relate their whatever they're thinking to emotion, they can remember it forever. And so that's how they work. Men are a little bit different because if it hooks up to us, unless it hooks up to us emotionally, great. But most of the times we don't care. And so we don't have that connection like they do. Now, the shit kicker is men, we have a box, and this is our special box. If this box, if we have a chance to go to it, we'll go to it every day. And I go to it every day. and there's nothing in it. It's a nothing box. We just go in it, we shut down. Off. Women, they're completely opposite. They got their whatever's going on in their head. If they don't talk about it, they'll explode. And so we have two differing situations going on here. Men, if a woman goes to the men and say, "Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this?" We offer our best opinion to the women. We say, "Why don't you stop thinking about it?" Women, when we're trying to shut down from our day's end, they say, "Talk to me." Talk to me. And so, I don't know. Anyway, point is, there is a psychiatrist or guy that fucking has that story anyway. I like to shut down. I don't like to talk about it. And
okay, that seems to be the main thing, I guess, is that.
But I think for me, if I had more friends, if I had distractions, if I had, friends, distractions, maybe goals. Who knows? But that's where I like to turn it off most of the time. And sometimes alcohol helps me turn it off. Like I can't go to bed. It's hard to go to bed sober. It's hard.
So you're still here, though. You're still in the manosphere. So
I got here.
You must have friends here, right?
Well, between Doug, Father Saunders, and I that was weird how I found these guys. It's weird how I found all you guys, honestly. I think it started with.
Let me ask you this. If I could interject, have you sought out AA?
I don't want to do that.
Okay. Do you think this is a place for the conversation? Do you think this is AA?
This helps.
Mm-hmm.
This helps because it does help clear my mind. Honestly, like if there was a feminized side in me, I am relieving it right now. So.
Yeah. Do you understand that nobody here in this panel or on this chat is qualified for AA or certified through AA?
Well, that means you're not qualified to be my friends, then, are you?
No. You're turning into something that it's not.
I want to talk to
video
people
about this, specifically talking about MGTOW not being a place for AA. You know, because there's alcoholism going on in and around this community. Okay, we're not here to facilitate your alcoholism. Don't make that mistake.
I'm not here
to facilitate your alcoholism. I live with an alcoholic. Do you know that? Do you know I deal with that shit every day? Do you know not a day goes by that my stepfather doesn't remind me what a piece of shit I am?
That sucks, Bullets.
While I'm scrubbing his fucking floors. You see where I'm coming from? No, don't come in here looking for sympathy from me because you're not going to get it. You know, you made your own hell. If you need help, then you need to get in your real life, not here online. You need to make an effort and show me that you're making an effort to improve yourself and get some help.
Fair enough.
My stepdad, invites alcoholics and drug addicts over on our property all the time to facilitate his alcoholism.
Again, this is why I
just
say
so
I'm
he has
lucky.
a reason to drink. Because if somebody else is drinking a beer, guess what? It gives him a reason to drink a beer and get drunk and come home and berate me and my mother.
Bullets, I am so sorry for you, bud.
It's not good that you stepdad.
I'm sorry for me too, because I didn't ask for this shit. Do you think if I had a choice, I would put up with this?
You know, like I said, I come in my own bubble here, and I felt like I was being berated, but I didn't know why I was being berated. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Bullets. That is my bad. I have a very closed world. I don't envy you.
No,
too,
I just
but
think the issue that I see is that people walk in here with their own assumptions. Without consideration for the rest of the community.
Well,
You know, and we're
I
generally trying to support each other here and mentor each other to become better men. We're not here to facilitate anybody's addictions. You know, I understand you've had a troubled past, and alcohol brings that all up to the surface.
My past ain't troubled. It's just, I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that alcohol. You know, alcohol.
A little bit of lack of guidance, but almost all self-inflicted. I don't know. I just wish the fucking sources were there earlier where I could find
I'm
it.
telling you this I'm not coming down on you. I'm telling you this to give you a moment of pause, you know, to assess yourself, assess where you're at with the community, and assess where you're at in your own life, so you can deal with deal with whatever it is you got to deal with, you know. And I've talked about this before. There are people that I cannot counsel or mentor, like red pill ragers, alcoholics, people with pussy on the brain. If you're not clear, then this conversation's moot. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to benefit you or anybody in the audience or chat in any way. I've been there, bro. I've been there.
Could I ask a question? Sorry. CDP, would you drink maybe, say, 4 bottles of how much? I'm not meaning to be thing. How much would you drink, say, a day if you're drinking?
3 days I could finish a 175.
I don't know what that means. Sorry, sir.
That's a heavy handle of vodka.
How many standard drinks
So
would be in
what
there?
is that? About a fifth? You're drinking a fifth of vodka a day?
That's when I'm stupid. Yes.
Okay.
And
Are
at
you
the same
familiar with
time,
my bro Iridium Kush, my bro Iridium Kush went through something similar. You know, and he will be the first to tell you. I mean, he got diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and stuff, and
that's
red pill
probably
raging and stuff,
that's
you know,
what's
helped
scaring me too.
driven through that.
Because that's
Yeah.
exactly what's scaring me too. I'm like, I'm working my way out of it. At the same time, like, I get bored, and it's stupid.
Okay, that seems to be
Well, brother
17.
Iridium would be the first to tell you that you would need you need to get some help, or it will kill you. It will kill you. It'll hit you fast. You know, if you don't get ahead of it, and you need to get ahead of it now. And here in the MGTOW community, that's what we're all about. We're about getting ahead of it. You know, you need to set that goal for yourself. So there you go. Put that in your box, in your empty box. You know, there's a goal for you to get ahead of right there.
Oh, CDP, why? What kind of were you drinking? How old were you when you started to drink heavily? Like, I mean, not to pry, but were you young or old or?
Oh no,
when
I was not young. Not at all. I mean, I never started drinking before I was 18 because I had to go to college before I started.
Okay.
And then when I
Was there-
started, I was fucking. My brother was giving me like goddamn. What the fuck is it called? Peach snap and grenadine, dude. Orange juice. Sex on the beach.
Was there a catalyst, or was it just? Do you think there's a natural biological?
No, there's
weakness-
part of that's biological. There's no doubt. My mother's side, they all like a lot of her family members got drunk and died, or at least her brothers.
Okay.
But then again, that's a different culture in which the culture babies their fucking. Well, fuck, I'm baby too. But anyway, they baby their fucking brothers, or in this case, her sons, and they all got drunk as shit and they died.
Okay.
So you could argue it's a genetic thing, but I don't know. I feel it's more mental.
So no catalyst that really set it off. There was no.
No, I'll
Was
say
it,
that.
are you familiar?
I would say the lack of success with women mixed with the bullshit of my roommate and the wondering of why the fuck everything. And then you know, because I was healthy at least at the age of 25. At least I was physically fit. And then I was like wondering what the fuck is going on. And blue
Your
pill
parents were
probably
alcoholics, though, right?
no. Neither one of them.
But you said they drank. They
No.
drank, right? Okay, so they're
No, I
not.
said my mother,
Okay.
my mother's side, her brothers drunk themselves to death. That's it. My dad doesn't drink shit. Neither did my mom. Hell, I didn't even know if they drank. If they did drink, if they didn't drink in front of me.
Well, the reason why I brought that up because I was curious to know if you were aware of the subject matter of what's called fetal alcohol syndrome. Do you think that? I was going to ask if you thought that would have an effect on your alcoholism, if that were where it might have come from.
It's rather interesting considering I spent fucking at least 18 years sober. You know, I would say I don't think I'm retarded. I don't think I grew up with
I never said you
autism.
were retarded.
No. I'm not trying to place words. All I can go with is like fucking Thunberg, and so I don't know what the fuck the alcoholism means except for what I can associate it with. And so I know Thunberg was in some people's comments. She looked like she was a product of.
Yeah, you can.
And so, and
Oh,
she looks
Greta
like she's
Thunberg?
yes. And so with that said, she looked like she's got a little bit of like I don't know, like that Michael J. Fox plus autism. I don't know if how many of that could even be true or anything, but anyway, the only thing that would hold me back is the fact that I wasn't exactly the best student. I was like one too many C's, not enough A's, but I was taking calculus. So if I don't know. I don't like overthinking these things, bud.
Well, under your eyes, you can see fetal alcoholism by people, usually often under the eyes. You can see it in the child very young. I've seen it, you know. So you probably don't have that, and you're fairly smart. You're taking calculus, that's okay. But when I ask if the catalyst is something to do with females, that can be a big thing. Could be some sort of thing there that's
dude, I was blue pill. I was as blue pilled as females, dude. I was looking for that true love shit.
Oh, we were all there. I'm a twice published poet. There's not a lot of money in there's no money at all in poetry. I just did it for a laugh. But most of the people that you'll find and you've been in the sphere for quite a long time, you'll find that your family here are people who have been broken by realizing the nature of woman. But one thing I want to think about is your flatmate, this guy who I think, how long was he a friend of yours?
I was friends with him for 17 years.
17 years. I was married for 18 years. That's quite a traumatic bond, especially if you're with someone who's doesn't have your best interests at heart. You know, it was extremely traumatic for me.
I guess that'd be 16 to 33. Yeah.
16 to 33. Yeah. I was 27 to 44. Yeah. So that's traumatic. That's what you
actually, I would say working age is it's 16. So yeah, it was 16 to 17 years is 43, yeah. Or 33, yeah.
There can be a trauma called a trauma bond, and what Billy was talking to, I wasn't here really. I was in and out, like some pickup artists trying to do. I'm just a joke there. But I wasn't here the whole thing. But every time I came back here, I could hear Billy talking, and he was talking some very good things about modern psychotherapy. But the thing is, if we get through the pablum and all of the things of this, it seems that your flatmate abused you for 17 odd years, right? It seems that you maybe have. I'm not saying like we're all victims and stuff like that. No. Forget about it. Just do what you have to do. Lick your wounds and heal. like a cat. But it seems like because it keeps on coming up in the conversation, I don't think Bullets is bringing it up or not, but I think it keeps, you seem to be stuck on something, and I don't know what it is. And I'm not, none of us, as Bullets said before, we're not alcoholic counselors, we're not therapists. But then again, what would a therapist know about? For one thing, you probably get a female therapist. A female.
Well, you
probably
even said
will.
it yourself. You even told me that I need to stop counseling you. Those were your words. You're
As long as
absolutely
you,
right. I need to stop.
that's just you know, situation is situation, and I like I said, I don't want to diss you because obviously you got it worse
No,
than
you
me,
can't. It's impossible.
but
No,
at the same
you
time,
don't offend me at all.
I just
That's
know
what I'm
that
saying.
all I was saying is, well, it's kind of like you just said, you're like, I don't know you, you don't know me either, and you're right. So I was just like, we got to stop and just talk, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you're attacking this what you see at hand, but you don't know what you see at hand. Like I didn't.
I'm seeing a circular argument. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sober enough to.
This will go on roommate over and over and over again. It's been going over an hour now, with no solution to the problem, no goal,
Well, I
no
wasn't
goal,
trying to
no
solve it
end,
in the first place. That's the point.
no takeaway. Me and Saunders got into a conversation one time where we started having a circular argument, and it went on well over an hour, to the point to an argument which is not where I was intending on it to go, and that's where this seems eventually where it's going to go. That's where circular arguments usually always end, you know. So we're going to nip that in the bud and stop that from happening right now. You know,
If you want.
that's my goal. You know, because I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, if you want to pine over your roommate and shit, and
I'm
the
not
mistakes
trying
you
to
made in the
pine. I
past,
just
and
don't
you have
care anymore.
regrets over it, you know. But when you come here to unload, you
No,
know,
I came here because Frank said, "Hey, come on."
Well, I said that to everybody, sir.
And
so
because of that,
push.
I mean, you know, I'm happy for an invitation because otherwise I wouldn't have came on, honestly.
Well, we're all wrenches here, so I do that every stream. When someone opens,
I'm new to being a wrench, Frank. At least
oh,
for good mother.
yeah,
And
I know
if there's
you wrenched
anything
some materials.
beneficial, CD, if there's anything beneficial that comes of this, it's that everybody else understands the way these topic conversations happen. That when we're dealing with somebody that's, you know, addicted to alcohol, you know, and coming in and with these types of situations, these types of discussions, disagreements, arguments, whatever you want to call them, you know, on how they should handle them, because they need to understand that they are not qualified to help you in certain situations. They're not qualified to counsel you or mentor you. I am not the person you need to talk to. Okay, Frank here isn't the
No.
person you need to talk to.
You're
Okay,
not.
you need to seek what's called professional help. You need to find somebody that does this for a living, that has experience in dealing with somebody that drinks alcohol, you know, habitually, and or needs coaching and facilitate the proper facilities in order to overcome that. You yourself said you can't go to sleep, you know, unless you were intoxicated. You need medical help, sir. That's what that tells me. If you can't fall asleep, you know, normally like a normal person, you have a medical condition and you need to seek professional help. You need to go see a doctor. You need to get in touch with somebody with AA, because those are the only people who are going to be able to help you. I can't help you. Frank can help you. Ain't nobody in this chat can help you.
We're not qualified.
That's mentorship right there.
Yeah.
Do with it as you will, sir. That's all I can offer you. And that's coming from a friend.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with Bullets, really. I really am. We're not qualified. So
We're all friends here. You heard me
Yeah.
talk about Contriver and his high blood pressure. I'm encouraging dude, go see a doctor. I can't help him with his blood pressure. The only thing I could do is encourage him to go see somebody who can. And that's what I'm doing for you, sir. As a friend. Heavy stuff, I know. You know, but if I don't tell it to you, then who?
All right. All right, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
It's been good, good. Excuse me. It's been good talking to you, CDP, bro.
Gotcha.
You could try some,
Just think
maybe
about it,
even,
CD.
yeah. And for your sleeping thing, you might want to try things like chamomile tea. There's no caffeine in it.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
You might want to try.
Proven fact is alcohol is a necessity to sleep if you're an alcoholic. You quit, longer term time, that'll go away. I
Sadie,
already
would
know
you do
that.
me a favor in the future? Would you do me a favor in the future? Would you reach out to my brother Iridium Kush and speak with him? Somebody who's more experienced.
I hate to say it, but me and Iridium, I don't clink with him at all. Not at all.
Well, he's been where you're at. If you're looking for somebody that clinked to as close to your situation, you know, that would be the dude I would recommend you to.
Gotcha. No, he's not my cup of tea. We've must understood each other's like either I'm too drunk, which I don't think I was, and he doesn't understand what I type. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure he's listening to this. He's in the chat, so I don't know. Maybe something later on will happen.
All right.
Maybe
Well, you guys have a
two
good
can click
night.
on something.
Well, you take care, CDP.
He says he's right here.
Well, yeah. I hope he takes care.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit down.
I'm sure he will, but when he told me to stop counseling, and then the circular argument continued on and on and on, and he kept bringing up the same thing. It reminded me of Saunders, you know, because Saunders drinks, you know, heavily.
I drink
at times.
Yeah.
You know,
So do I.
and we were on a live like this, and we got into a circular argument right here on my channel, and it went on for well over an hour and a half. You know, till finally I'm like, okay, this is just getting ridiculous, and I had to slam the brakes on it. You know, and we kind of like, you know, I really didn't really feel anything about it. I just ended the conversation. I don't know if there was any animosity there, but for me and Saunders haven't talked, you know, for a time, but we just recently talked like last week, and we brought that up. We laughed about it. You know, it was funny. You know, hindsight's 2020. You know, and you laugh about stupid, silly things that happen, and we come back together. We're friends here. You know, even me and several other MGTOW have, you know, not seen eye to eye, but we always come back. You know, we're still good friends. It's okay to have disagreements. Not everybody's going to be agreeable. You're going to have disagreements. You're going to have arguments and stuff. You know, you probably hate each other's guts for a little while, but you always come back. You know, because in the end, you know, we're all here for the same thing. We're all brothers.
Yeah.
You know,
Saunders is a very sorry.
Go ahead.
He's a very
No.
forgiving person. And he's got and he likes to have a bit of fun as well. So we have fun sometimes.
Yeah.
But when you said, Bullets, about circular arguments, if there's no progressing forward, we're stuck on a loop. And with all due respect to CDP, there were some questions that I go through my mind sometimes. Look, I do drink. I'd never cheers. My Kush knows this. I'd never cheers Kush because there's no point. I don't, you know, and I don't. I've got a friend of mine from years back, and I kind of don't drink with him at all because it was a weakness with him, and a lot of stuff horrible stuff. But now with Dougie, I emailed Dougie a few days back, and I said, Doug, I went, cheers, I just hope you're doing all right, and I hope he does well on Monday, which is actually, I'm in the future, Bullets. I live in the future, so I'm Michael J. Fox, but
right.
But when it goes in a circular argument, none of us can. Yourself, myself.
Well, we can't get to the takeaway, the goal of a takeaway. I talk about this, in my mentoring, 1 hour sermons that I do on occasion. I try to do them as steadily as I can, but I talk about, that when you have these types of interactions, when you're one-on-one with somebody and you're mentoring and you're having these conversations and you're trying to get a takeaway out of it. In a circular argument, there's no takeaway. And he stopped me a couple of times there, and he started talking about, and I've seen that video where a woman's mind is a ball of wire and a man's brain is like a storage unit full of boxes. The way that I look at it, I've went through my boxes and everything, whatever I didn't want to put back in the storage unit, and I set that sumbitch on fire and collected on the insurance. But anyway, moving along, there's got to be something that you can put in that box to take that away, and that's what I tried to remind him when I told him, there's something that you can put in your box. That way, I did the best I could to try to give him that takeaway. And I hope it gives him something to think about next time he opens that box. When he wakes up in the morning and he looks in the mirror, maybe that'll inspire him to go for that goal, to seize the day, to do something. Do something. Don't just sit there and drink your fucking life away and just give up. Don't do that black pill nihilistic shit to yourself, man. That's like putting a gun to your head. You might as well just put a gun to your fucking head if you're gonna do that. Life is so fucking beautiful, man. You're only here for a limited amount of time. Do something that you would like to do with your life. Go climb that fucking mountain. Go jump out of that fucking airplane. Do something. Fuck it. If you don't want to fucking take care of your health, go eat that 96-ounce fucking steak, that they offer in Texas for free if you can finish the whole damn thing, just to see if you can do it. But try to do something that you could be fucking proud of that's going to bring a smile to your face.
Yes. Oh, I'm just typing something to you in the backstage. So you've got that, bro, and you don't have to share it, brother, but that was something that because it kept on coming around again and again and again, so I just wondered about that. But we don't have to share it publicly, but that's something that I did wonder about, because it's just I've had I've had a few friends in my life that have kind of been treacherous and stuff like that. But I didn't see it as, it wasn't life shattering for me. It's not something I'd bring up again and again and again. And no disrespect to CDP. Sometimes I wonder if it's, I don't know, there's something's caught, possibly. We all get caught. I get caught. I'm not a perfect person. We've all got, the old days they would call it a complex. But I don't know. We just kind of went around and around and around. There's no moving forward, Bullet. Say there's no moving forward, and we're not qualified. I'm not qualified, so that is what it is. But yeah, so I see you obviously got that.
Even I know my limits. Every man should know his limits, and even I've been people that I've talked to in the community have reminded me of that. And I've reminded other people of that, from the beginning. When people would look to me for leadership, I would tell, and they would want to hold me up high like Terrence Popp, to be one of these ivory tower MGTOW. No. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. I'm not here to be your leader. Okay. I'm here to teach you how to become your own leader. I'm here to teach you how to become your own hero. I can't lead you. I can't. You know, I can show you the way, but you have to lead yourself. You have to become your own hero. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I really wish I could. I really wish I could, you know, put the world on my shoulders and save all of you, but that's not up to me. It's up to you. Each individual one of you. And this is the great power of this community, is to inspire each other, you know. And you know, as we were talking earlier, you know, like, you know, if Contriver passes away, or CDP passes away, knock on wood that never happens, you know, anytime soon. I just knocked on some wood there. So if I could be remembered for anything, it would be that, guys. You know, if I were to be gone tomorrow and I would never come back, and it's obvious, okay, but Bullets has passed away, you know, and gone to the Lord, you know, my only wish is for you guys to carry on this legacy of mentorship that I've been promoting from the beginning, you know, and be true to thine own self. Teach each other to be true to your own self, to love thyself, be your own hero, and be your own mentor. That would be the legacy that I would like to leave behind.
Speaking on that, that's one reason why I dibble in and out sometimes of the community sometimes, because there's so many things that my heart, not my brain, it's a metaphorical heart, it's not big enough to handle sometimes, like the amount of pain in real, you know, not in real, this is real life, it's just online real life. But in life, the amount of pain, you think, oh, I need a break, you know, and sometimes I think that's as well. So yeah, it's a tricky one, that one, because you think, well, you can't bear the weight of all the people's problems, and that's a tricky one. I'm here to try and mentor like yourself. I think mentoring is an excellent thing. I think it should get out more and more. That's a tricky one.
Everybody that I've encountered in my community, has helped me to become, you know, my own hero, to become my own leader. And in so doing, I am sharing this message because out of all the philosophy and ideology that everybody talks about in the community, this mentorship is the most that I've found to be the most beneficial, you know. And I can point, you know, and the one that reminded me of this the most is Hermit, when he was over there doing it. And he was the only one over there that was doing it. I'm sure a handful of y'all were over there trying to, like, you know, focus on the good, but I think what was missing was somebody needed to point everybody in the right direction. And it clicked to me at the time that, okay, I've seen this before. This does work, you know, and Hermit is proof that it works, you know. And Hermit's over there. I mean, there's a lot of dudes over there that Hermit's inspiring, you know, to go their own way and, you know, go off grid, you know, work on their health. I mean, Iridium Kush is right here in the chat right there. He's being coached by Hermit, you know, as we speak, you know, to take better care of his health and do walking and shit, you know. I mean, it's shit fucking works, man. I'm telling you, it works. It's the most beneficial aspect of MGTOW, what, you know, that I've encountered.
Yeah. I love Hermit, and I see what you posted just then. Yeah, well, you just posted. I like to have a laugh in the space as well. I do try my best to have a laugh, and I like to bring a joy to best I can to you know. But I see what you said there in the back there. We all love Contriver. I love Hermit. He's a good man, Hermit.
Yeah,
we're all going to one day. We're going to go over there.
Contriver's your true brother. Yeah.
Hey, no, it's a good space. Yeah, it's a good space. So, well, yeah. So, I think we did all right. It's like something like it's hard, but difficult sometimes, because in the space there are people here who are not religious. There are people like myself who had kind of a false notion of religion. I did growing up. Growing up, I had a false notion of, because it was filtered through people who are all boomers. They're all boomers, and so all the boomers filtered. They're looking at the world that they lived in, the 40s and 50s, 30s even, and they filtered what the scripture. And so, but the thing is, in this community, I try to accept people. We have people in here who are Muslims, and I always salute them. We've got atheists here, salute them. So that's why I can never bring in other things, because otherwise it's not going to be red pill anymore, crimson. It will be just a blimmin' a chat room. Before YouTube even existed, I used to go to lots of chat rooms. They were religious, and I used to show these people evidences that I had for certain ways that I thought about, and I would get absolutely pilloried. They would, I stopped talking religion so long ago because there was no point. So you can't really bring some things up in this sphere, but it's a tricky one. I've always found that a tricky one too, bro.
Well, I usually don't discuss religion a lot, especially with like Bible thumpers that want to, use religion as some kind of contest. Oh, I know more Bible verses than you, or these Bible thumpers. Okay, the ones that accuse you of blasphemy and all this other shit. Look, I have my own relationship with God. It's mine. And that's where it's gonna stay. I don't push my beliefs on anybody. My beliefs are my own. However, when you have these Bible thumpers come in here and they're telling you to repent for Jesus and everything, those are the people that really need help. I don't have time. I don't have time for them. And the reason why is this. It's because I blame religion and the church for the destruction of the modern nuclear family. Because for decades, they have stood by, and the Catholic Church has stood by and said nothing about, the abortion massacre or the silent genocide. Okay. And they have the audacity, to decree abortion is okay and all this other New World Order bullshit, and then they're crying to people, to come to church, to practice their religion and everything, as they look out into their pews and their pews are empty. They did that. They destroyed their own congregations. They destroyed the foundation of the church, and they destroyed the foundation of the modern nuclear family of this country itself.
And my country too, brother.
Yeah, I can rant on that for hours, dude.
I'm with you on that. I lived that. In my own family, lived it. Sorry.
Next time you have a Bible thumper, throw that in their face. Where were you since Roe v. Wade?
Oh, no fault divorce. Ronald Reagan.
Where were you when I was being falsely accused of domestic violence? Where were you when the divorce courts were stealing, men's fortunes, families, and lives and children and houses and reducing them to homeless? Where was this? Where were you, great Bible thumper?
Yeah. I'm with you 100%. 1000%. I lived that life. I even had documents. Actually, I won't say it because I'm supposed to be a bit of I'm a man, a masculine, but it actually made me cry one night. Another house that I lived in, and I spent all night. It was about that. It was as thick as a New Testament, and I read all the correspondence from the 1970s, which involved a family member of mine, others as well, and I didn't know I was very emotional reading some of these documents. And it was all to do with the woman leaving the men. And this is from the 70s and through the 80s and 90s. And I lived through that too. I was there. I was, forced to go to church when I was young and all that. I lived through that. So, but the person involved is the beautifulest man you'd know, but unfortunately a product of the boomers. A real boomer, not born in 1947. And that person was leading the charge. I love this person. I would allegedly, yeah. So I couldn't do it anymore. What's more, my abuser still goes to my church. So I'm not going to be in the same room with my abuser. So that's just the way it is. Yeah, the way it
I
is.
feel you. When it
Yeah.
comes to the church, I have this message. You know, as prophet, as a prophet Bullets for Teeth says this: trust no church, trust no 501c3 church that takes
no.
money from the government, for is not a house of God. Look for a church that does not take those tax breaks. Look for a true house of God that gives to Caesar's what is Caesar's and to God's what is God's.
Exactly.
Amen.
Love it. Matthew, Book of Matthew, and Mark is. I forget the exact passage, but yeah. Yes, that's exactly right. Pharisees tried to get him on that too. Yes, I'm with you 100%, bro. 1,000,000%. It's painful because that church, I mean, they had some good people, and they're all dying now. I'm on Mandy's channel, so I wouldn't go into detail, but the last 2 years, let's just say
Lord
the
Jeremy
last
Hirsch
two.
says Matthew 6. Matthew 6,
6,
Frank.
yes. Oh, Sermon on the
Thank you.
Mount.
Thank
Yes.
you, Lord Jeremy Hirsch. Thank you.
Oh, see, I don't see these things, but, and we've got no trolls in here, so we're good. Yeah, the Sermon on the Mount. I love that too. He said so many interesting things as well that could be comforting to people too. But once again, I'm not going to preach because we have Buddhists in here. Jesus might have been a magician or something, a sorcerer. So,
well, I'm very much a supporter of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. Have you ever read it?
No, I haven't heard of that.
There's a book you can find it on Amazon. It's called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. If you haven't read it, and if you're into the story of Jesus, I highly recommend it. It's a very interesting read. And what that book talks about, is the missing years of Jesus's life. Because if you read the Bible, there's a certain period of time where Jesus is missing from the Bible, and the church never brings forth any books, to tell us the story of Jesus between the age of like 12, 13 years all the way up until he's close to like 29 or 28 years old when he makes his reappearance. But the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, which has been dismissed as a New Age book, whatever the hell that means, was actually written by the son of a pastor in the early 1800s who did a lot of research and a lot of traveling and found out the true story of Jesus Christ during these missing years. And during this time, it talks about how he traveled, east into India and studied under, the Vedic priests in India and learned how to be a healer. So Jesus learned from some of the greatest, wisest yogi Vedic doctors in the world in his lifetime. And then he came back to Israel and brought his healing wisdom and his wisdom, to the masses. So it's a very interesting read if you ever, if you're into theology or if you read the Bible and you want like a compendium, to those missing years. I recommend the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. It's a very interesting read.
I'll definitely check that out. I will definitely check that out. But I've heard things like that before, and yes, it seems
I
I'll
believe it
check that
talks
out.
about that, Lord Jeremy Hirsch. It's been a long time since I've read it. I haven't read it since my mid-20s. I need to get into the copy. I wouldn't mind giving it a look over again.
Yes. I was addicted to. I spent thousands of dollars even when I was young because I had an inheritance from my granddad, and I spent all of it on Aleister Crowley's whole. My whole room was filled with books on the occult and stuff like that. But I was about 15 then, 13, 14, 15, around then, and I got into that in a big way. But I left that after. It was about 5 years. I researched all that, the Kabbalah and Crowley and all those people, Israel, what was his name? I forget his name, and Theosophical religion, which was what's her face, and I got it, Colonel Olcott and Helena Blavatsky. I got into a lot of that stuff, but it was more like a childish sort of thing. But still, I don't pursue that anymore. I didn't get into that. I kind of left that sort of stuff.
And I get
Yeah,
into
I
other stuff.
studied the occult, and I found, to the point to where, I started researching into like, being a warlock, a vampire, you know,
Yeah,
stuff into that. I mean, a lot of, we're talking like, some really like, dark stuff. And it got to the point to where, you know, the next step in order to achieve, that status, would risk death itself. And after feeling that type of black aura, I'm like, I stepped away from it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, it's the cost that it requires, to step into that. You have to enter, you know, a Jeffrey Dahmer like type
yeah. Sorry.
ritual, where
Yeah.
you may have to like sacrifice a life or take your own in order to cross into the most extreme of those dark arts. And
Yeah.
that's not a place where a child of light should be.
No.
And I turned away from the occult, never went back to it again. I dismissed it all. 'Cause I was heavily in occult, tarot, astrology, and all of that, and walked away from it, and started looking into like more of the theological aspects, like Buddhism, other types of like Japanese Buddhism, and I really liked that, but I always wound up coming back, to the teachings of Christ, and his life, that he lived, and got inspiration from others. And I believe that, there have been more. I believe Christ, when he said he would come back, I believe that, if you look back through history, I think he's been back on several times. If you look at like great leaders like Gandhi, for instance, that led the masses, through peace, and changed, the political course of India,
Yeah.
or like other great men like Martin Luther King, and Christ can come and God can assume any form, you know. And
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I believe that Christ has already been coming back and manifesting through other people, throughout this life. Now, even as far back as, the Buddhas of India and so forth. But that's just my
I think
belief. You can take from it what you will.
no, no. Yeah, I think he's got his hand all the time. I mean, in the Book of Revelation, he seems to come back and speaks to John, and John's, and he's like, "Don't be afraid. I've got the keys to everything."
I have no doubt in my mind he's back right now. He's out there somewhere doing the good works.
I think so. I think
The same as it is said that Lucifer is out there, doing
roar,
whatever the hell it's doing,
the roaring
possessing
lion.
people and shit, and causing havoc, wanting people to eat the bugs, to live in the
Yeah,
pods,
wanting
to
people.
take the vaccines.
Oh yes. Have you seen some of those videos? I mean, and to me, it's scary. And the one I won't talk about. Sorry, this is Mandy's channel. I did see
Every
something.
time I see Klaus Schwab, I can't help but laugh my ass off because he looks like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers, man.
Oh yes, 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 yes.
When art meets reality, I mean, holy shit! This
Yeah,
can't be
yeah.
real. We can't. We're living in a fucking cartoon.
It's Dr. Evil, exactly. It is. Well, it's clown world. We've always used that phrase for a long time. It's clown world, and stuff. Yet I'm not afraid to go out. I go out every day, but when I leave this premise, the premises, and I have to think to myself, what's in store today? And I have to be ready, and it's shocking, bro. It's shocking, bullets. It's like wearying. It wearies me. I just go out, bought a nice Christmas ham yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. $60, but it's a big ham. It's right big, so it'll sort us out. But you got any plans for Christmas, brother? Well, you got mum and dad to look after. I'm in the same sort of boat in some ways. Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a quiet Christmas at home. I'm gonna do up a Christmas turkey. I'm gonna have a big
Nice.
Christmas dinner. I got my folks' presents and stuff. We're just gonna have a quiet shut-in.
Yeah.
My brother has got his wife's family from Mexico coming up, so they got a full house. so they won't have room to cater, to the medical needs of my parents.
Yeah.
So we've decided to stay, home this year, and they're going to come later on after Christmas, before New Year's, and visit. And that's pretty much the plan, taking care of the neighbors' animals and stuff while they're gone on Christmas vacation. So that's what we do for each other. Our neighbors look after each other. And that's pretty much about it. And probably just hanging out online with, this awesome community, and doing the live streams. Maybe we'll do some Christmas streams, especially Christmas Eve, give everybody a hangout place to go. I'm hoping everybody else, in the community steps up and does streams as well, and invite, to give people a place to come and hang out. If you ain't got family to be with, come hang out with our family over here, and, in and around, Good Mothers community, my community, Iridium's community, and all the extended communities around here.
But we got to get Rusty. We get the cranberry sauce on that turkey or whatever, and the potato. I'll do a what is it? The potato one. I do some potatoes, scalloped potatoes.
Scalloped potatoes. Yep.
Scalloped potatoes. Yep. We'll do that.
Yeah.
And we get Rusty.
I think we call them. Here they're called. We also call them au gratin potatoes too.
How did you? How?
I think it's a French name, but yeah, they're like on the box. It says au gratin potatoes, or they're scalloped potatoes, with the cheese. Iridium, what's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Kush.
I just I saw you were having a little bit of a circular argument here.
Oh, dear.
Oh yeah, earlier, it got it. That's what it felt like where it was going.
Oh, I could. Oh no, I could
because I was trying to see. Okay, what?
No, I could just tell by the way that guy was slurring his speech and everything, and yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I was trying to get. Okay, well, you got an empty box here. What's the takeaway out of the empty box? You can't just put the box away empty. You got to put something in the damn box. So that's what I attempted to do. I tried to okay. Well, this is what you could put in your box. I can't help you. Find somebody who can. There you go. Put that in your box. Think about it. I'm going to give you a fucking takeaway whether you like it or not. One way or the other, we're not ending this conversation without a takeaway. I can't let you leave without something, Even if I can't help you, I'll give you the means, I hope you help you. That hopefully it will inspire you to help yourself.
Well, the key is the thing he's going through, the trouble sleeping and everything. I was in that place. And you just got to realize that you are. Did I not shut the mute? Did I not mute? I should be muted here. You guys aren't getting an echo, are you?
I can hear you.
Okay, because I don't have my headphones.
No, I can hear you clear.
Okay, good. So I just saw somebody say something about the buffering. So. But no, I was in his place. I was in his place right before I ended up in the hospital with the cirrhosis of the liver. I was having trouble sleeping and everything, and thought that I needed the alcohol to give me a sleep. Once I was weaned off the alcohol, I actually ended up sleeping. My sleep cycles returned to a very normal circadian rhythm. And with the help of this stuff, it made it even easier. So it just but it took the slap in the face of me being told I have cirrhosis of the liver. I just hope it doesn't come to that point with him, because if he keeps drinking the way he does, that's guaranteed the same thing that he's gonna have the same problem that I have. I didn't catch how old that guy was.
He's 40, brother. He's 40.
Okay. So he's well on his way.
He's downing. He's downing 175 mil. He's downing 175 mil of vodka.
That's more than I was doing. That's quite a bit more than I was doing every day.
That's a fifth of vodka, if I'm right.
Yep.
That's a big ass bottle.
Yeah, that's what I looked up, fellas.
Yeah, that's 1.75 liters. That's almost 2 liters of vodka.
Holy shit.
A lot. That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's
you
a
got a
lot.
problem, bro.
Yeah, that's almost you're talking approaching
See,
a half gallon of vodka.
That's why I recommended him to you to talk to you, because I know you have experience in this more than I do.
Well, I'm the person he wants to talk to, but apparently I don't clink with this guy.
Yeah, he says. Yeah, he says you don't click. He doesn't click with you. Probably, if he doesn't click with you, he's gonna click all
If he
right.
can't
and
click
he'll
with me, I mean, I don't know who he's going to be able to clink with.
I
No
wonder
shit,
if
man. You're one of the easiest
Sorry.
laid back dudes I know to talk to.
I mean, it sounds like he needs some. That's. I mean, you nailed it, Bullets. He needs help that we can't give him.
Yeah.
That's somebody
It
had to
might-
say it.
He might have been
Hopefully
really
it saved
lit.
his life.
Yeah, he might have been intoxicated so much that he doesn't really.
Well, I mean, I could tell by the way I could have. Again, I have a very sensitive ear for that, and the minute he came up on that panel, I knew he was inebriated. I can just tell by the changing in the inflection in his voice, the elevated inflection in the voice.
He got a bit.
The loud projection and cursing, out of control cursing like that. That's all. I mean, I can set a watch to it, and I've seen it so many times. I'm in the same boat with Bullets. I've dealt with that shit all my life. Dealing with drunk family members, I get so at my wit's end for that. I mean, literally, that's why I have to smoke this blunt like that just to get to a point where I don't yeet somebody, allegedly. I mean, seriously.
Allegedly.
Right. Well, my whole point of that conversation is like, my takeaway from this, if I'm trying to share with everybody how I mentor somebody, if I feel like that I'm getting nowhere with a person, then I'll recommend them to somebody else that can help them. Because if I'm not making a connection with somebody, if I'm not clicking or clinking, if we're not clicking or clinking, then you need to find somebody else that you can click or clink with, whatever it is, to find an answer, to whatever's
right there,
on your mind, because it just kept getting circular and shit, and then he told me, well, you need to stop counseling me. That right there ended it all right there. That told me, okay, you just told me this isn't going to go anywhere.
It's over.
Okay. I can't. So yeah. Once you do that, we're done, so.
No, the minute I heard that, that's like, nope, that's alcohol talking right there.
Yep.
That's alcohol talking. When you start talking, when you start showing that, because I could hear that belligerence coming out, and that's when you got a problem, man. Hey,
don't be
Lord
afraid to
Jeremy
be
Hirsch, I didn't want to
confrontational
say
if it
hello.
gets
Yeah, the lion. Sorry, the tiger. Lord Jeremy the tiger.
Hey, brother.
Hey, Jeremy, how's it going, man?
Hey, how are you doing, brother? Oh, little low. That's all right. Just saying.
Might need to crank your mic up just a little bit, bro.
I think that's as low as he goes.
Yeah, you're talking through your phone. Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Yeah, we can't. At least I can't hear you. If I put my headphones on.
From the laptop. Okay.
Do you got a
Well,
mic you can plug in your phone,
Mandy-
bro? If you're on your phone.
Yeah.
I am talking through my.
I don't. If before Mandy's very tired, did she want
Yeah,
to get anyone else up or not? So yeah. So
Well, like I was saying, don't be afraid to call people out, because there are people. I've talked about this before, in the video on my channel. MGTOW is not AA, and it's not. It's this is not a place for people to come, to facilitate their alcoholism, to unload on you in circular arguments, to start arguments and stuff, because that's eventually where it's going to go, and you have to cut it off. You have to put people to task, And if they take offense to it, that's not your problem. You know, they're the ones that walked in with the problem, not you. You know, if you're trying to offer solutions, if you're trying to help them get over whatever the hell is bothering them, you know, to say, yeah, you know what, I need to quit, you know, mulling over this shit, you know, and do something with my life, you know, and start walking and working out and eating right and taking better care of myself and look at myself in the mirror and reminding myself how much I love myself because I'm such a good looking dude. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you're not willing to do that, and you just want to make a circular argument, we're not going to go anywhere with this. You know, I mean, you know, you're the one starting the argument, not me. Don't come in here and unload on me or Kush or Frank, you know, and put all your problems on us because they're not our problems. That's something you have to deal with.
I think there's a family. I don't know. Remember what I typed in before Iridium came in, bro? Bullets. I wondered about that component as well. I'm not sure. I did wonder because it kept on going around the same thing. It's like I'll tell you one thing. My first girlfriend, my very first girlfriend. By that time, I'd had only one kiss in my life, and it was forced too. Did you see what? Did you see what's put there? Kush.
No, I didn't see it.
It's me. Look at the.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't look deceptive enough.
So, no, got it.
Let me enlarge
There
my
we go.
screen here. Oh, okay.
Oh, Jeremy. Yeah, he's a good man, Lord Jeremy. Very good man. Nice. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, okay. About
Okay, Mandy's going to crash. She'll be away from the laptop.
Yeah, we won't be able to get anyone else in here when Mandy goes to sleep. So
That's cool.
Well,
Yeah,
I can.
might hang out
Well, I
for a little
can. I
while
can
longer.
send a. I can
Time is
copy the StreamYard link. Any one of us. I
yeah,
think.
yeah, of course, yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we can go over to your channel, Kush, if you want. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, we can
Or
do
we
that.
can hang here.
I'll set it up.
Yeah, we're all wrenches here. Everyone here is a wrench. Everyone here belongs here. We haven't had any. Haven't had anyone saying hot girls, love heart, hot girls,
I don't know
XXX.
if
We haven't
Mandy
had
heard that or not. That way she could shut it down and get some shut eye, you know, and we'll just go
Yeah.
over and hang out your channel for a little bit.
We'll cruise to Cushes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, give me like 15 minutes.
Yeah. No worries.
and
Okay.
I'll set it up.
Just DM me the link, bro.
Yep. We'll do.
Love you all. Mandy,
And I'll
thank
and
you.
I'll drop
Kush
it
Bullets.
here and let
Okay.
everybody come over.
Take care.
Okay,
Take
yeah,
care.
Mandy, go ahead and shut it down, and we're gonna go over to Iridium Kush's channel, guys. Just do a YouTube search Iridium Kush, and that'll pop up, and we'll see you there. Not all.